Excellency, honorable guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Please give a warm welcome to Her Excellency, Finance Minister of the Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, along with our esteemed VIP guests to the annual International Forum on Economic Development and Public Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, you may all be seated.
Amid the pandemic, geopolitical tensions, and climate change, the world is transforming rapidly. How do we face these challenges? AIFED 2024 brings you the theme, Growth Strategies in Navigating Geoeconomic Shifts. Join experts as we explore global industry trends, the green transition, skilled workforces, and food security. Get ready for future solutions. Amidst the dynamics of geoeconomy, industrial policy plays a central role in determining the direction of a country's economic growth. This is seen in efforts to support technological development, diversify industrial sectors, and increase global competitiveness.
Can we get our growth potential up? Can we create more opportunities? First area of reforms: make job markets work for people, mobilize capital, enhance productivity.
As global industrial policies evolve, the demand for skilled workers becomes more urgent. Countries with strong workforce strategies are able to adapt more quickly to technological and policy changes.
The digital era and technology advancements are changing the fundamental nature of work around the world, including here in Indonesia. Understanding these shifts can help policymakers, business leaders, and workers alike to move forward for a brighter future of work for all.
The government of Indonesia is committed to raise the country's annual economic growth at a pace significantly higher than the current average of 5%. This is in line with our 2045 Indonesia Emas goal. To achieve this momentous set of targets, the improvement in the investment climate and the strengthening of domestic capacities are imperative. The adoption of modern technology and innovations, along with the human resource developments, will boost the production capacity of domestic economy.
In the era of evolving geoeconomics, the transition to a green economy is not only an environmental necessity, but also a great economic opportunity. In fact, the green transition can open the door to new innovations and investments, which can create new job opportunities and drive growth in new sectors.
Renewable energy is the fuel of the future. Energy is no longer a commodity, but it is the driver of economic growth. There is a global race toward low-carbon economy transition, and Indonesia wants to be part of it.
Investing in clean energy is crucial for Indonesia's sustainable economic growth. It not only creates jobs and drives innovation, but also strengthen Indonesia's energy security. However, this requires significant investments in technologies, human capital, and infrastructure. Initiatives like the Just Energy Transition Partnership, launched during Indonesia's G20 presidency in 2022, and the Asia Zero Emission Community, where Indonesia is a key initiator, are vital steps in ensuring that Indonesia leads the way towards global green transition.
Geoeconomic shifts are affecting not only industries and workforces, but also the global food system. Food security has become one of the most pressing issues, especially with the increasing risks of climate change and political instability affecting the global food supply chain.
Our commitment is very strong. Our policy reputation has been also very remarkably credible. We don't say that there are no problems, but we will always honest about where the problem coming from and what kind of problem, so that we are going to be able to address and solve it together.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Shalom. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome our guest of honor, Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Finance Minister of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Febrio Kacaribu, Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Vice President of the Asian Development Bank, Mr. Scott Morris, Counselor, Economic Governance, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Australia, Mr. Sam Porter, and last but not least, the honorable guests and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andini Effendi, and I will be your host for this opening ceremony. And on behalf of the organizing committee, it is with great pleasure we extend our warmest welcome to each and every one of you to the momentous, the 13th Annual International Forum on Economic Development and Public Policy. We sincerely hope that this conference will serve as a platform for insightful discussion, the exchange of innovative ideas, and the forging of meaningful collaborations as we collectively address the challenges and opportunities presented by the evolving demographics of our region. We would like to express our deepest gratitude to our partners for their invaluable support in making this event possible. Thank you to the Australian Government, Asian Development Bank, ADB Institute, GIZ, Indonesian Environment Fund, Plantation Fund Management Board. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and now we will sing Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please rise. You may all be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Febrio Kacaribu, Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Mr. Kacaribu, the stage is yours.
Very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ibu Menteri Keuangan, Penny Williams, is Her Excellency, Australian Ambassador to Indonesia. She'll be joining us later. Scott Morris, Vice President of Asian Development Bank. I see a lot of familiar faces. Dean Sonobe, thank you for coming. Professor Arif, thank you for coming. Jiro, Scott, and many friends supporting us for this important and significant annual event of BKF. I like to emphasize the name of BKF because maybe soon there will be no BKF. So thank you so much for all of you who's been supporting us for many years, and we have been working together every year, and we are working not only once a year like this, but we've been working usually along the year, all year long, and even night and day, we've been working together to shape policies of Indonesian economy to reach our goals. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my appreciation. I want to make sure that I would like to say, very specifically, say thanks to Australian government for the support, German government, GIZ, Asian Development Bank, Asian Development Bank Institute, Indonesian Palm Oil Plantation Fund Management Agency, Indonesian Environment Fund for generous support for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, clearly we are living in a ever-changing world, and clearly now is a very specific time, very unique challenges that we are all facing. We are in the juncture of time when all of the interest and all of the agendas suddenly becoming in one point need to be considered, but need to be talked about and deliberated at the same time. Clearly, when we are in the international fora, we are talking at G20 level, we're talking at the UN level, we're talking about in many international fora, everybody have their own agenda, everybody have their own ways of saying that this is what we're supposed to do for the next 10, 20 years or so. And clearly this is becoming a big challenge for a country like Indonesia, just like many developing countries in the world. We need to really think about what we prepare for our own populace, for our own people, but also we at the same time we understand we're not really in this alone. We are actually part of the global citizen, we are part of the world. We need to think about policies within the interaction context of global. So this is becoming much more challenging since Indonesian economy is clearly not a small one anymore, although we always like to say that when we model our economy, this is a small open economy. But Indonesia is not a small economy. We are now number 16, and it is going to grow further. We have one of the most vibrant economies in the world, also one of the fastest growing economies in the world. I need to say this because some of us probably have been quite complacent about this 5% economic growth every single year, but comparatively to many countries, especially when we compare to many big economies in the world, we are quite big, and that means that our policies and our development and our achievement is going to be within the context of these interactions with the world. That also means that it is becoming more challenging for us as a big economy to interact with many other big economies in the world because we're not going to be shaping our own policies by ourselves in isolation. We've been talking about industrial policies in many countries. We've been talking about how the world changing in terms of how we would like to attack this climate change challenge. This is going to always require a lot of collaboration, a lot of deliberation, and a lot of consultations and collaboration more and more. Clearly, this is a very opportune time for us to meet close to the end of the year, and very honored to have Ibu Sri Mulyani with us today for us to get more setting the tone for us to lead our discussion in today's event. I'm going to give some highlights. There are a lot of big, important speakers that's going to highlight and also help us to understand the dynamic of the world and also how we can navigate around those to achieve our goals. But also at the same time, we are going to be talking to prominent scholars. One of I would like to mention is Jeffrey Sach will be talking later today of Columbia University. He'll be talking about the potential of growth within all of these challenges. And also tomorrow, we'll have James Robinson, the 2024 Nobel Prize winner. We will be talking about, clearly everybody knows who Mr. Robinson is. He's been talking about the role of institutions. But it will be interesting to see how industrial policies fit within these institutions. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. And many, many more important speakers, and it's going to really help us to shape our policies. Just like I mentioned, this is an annual event for BKF, for Fiscal Policy Agency. This is very fitting that usually we do this by the end of the year, and by January we'll start working on the new cycle of the budget for Indonesia for 2026. You hear me right, 2026. So we've had our budget for 2025. We are going to work on implementing the 2025 budget. Now we are still implementing our 2024 budget, but starting from January, we start thinking about 2026 and even beyond. So may this event will be useful for all of us, especially very useful for me and for my friends at BKF, and really, really grateful for all of the help of the supporters of this event. Without further ado, after this, we're going to later listen to the keynote speech by Her Excellency Minister of Finance, Sri Mulyani. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Menko. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Scott Morris, Vice President of the Asian Development Bank, to deliver his remarks. Mr. Morris, the stage is yours.
Honorable Minister of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my honor to once again be representing the Asian Development Bank at AIFED. ADB recognizes the value of this convening of experts and practitioners led by the Ministry of Finance and focused on addressing the leading challenges and opportunities in Indonesia today. I'm particularly proud to say that ADB has supported this important forum for nearly a decade and a half. Allow me to also take this opportunity to congratulate the new administration of His Excellency President Prabowo Subianto. ADB is very much looking forward to collaborating with the new administration to support Indonesia's Golden Vision 2045. I'd like to briefly address Indonesia's economic outlook, leading challenges and opportunities when it comes to the country's development progress, and the ways in which we at ADB are prepared to step up. In this post-pandemic period, Indonesia has demonstrated impressive economic performance, with sound macroeconomic management and financial stability, sustaining a strong average growth rate of just over 5%. Inflation has remained low and stable, fostering a favorable environment vital for maintaining investor confidence. Against this favorable backdrop, it is worth reflecting on both the challenges and opportunities facing the country in the months and years ahead. First, in response to the supply shocks of the pandemic period, and alongside a rise in geopolitical tensions, there are clear indications of a shift in global production hubs and diversification of supply chains. While this creates considerable uncertainty about the future direction of trade and investment flows globally, It also presents new opportunities for Indonesia to strengthen its participation in higher value-added global trade, revamp manufacturing export capabilities, and foster local production and innovation. Such a scenario points to significantly higher growth and higher levels of productivity in the years ahead. Second, long-term economic growth depends critically on tapping Indonesia's tremendous potential when it comes to human capital. In a region that is marked by growing demographic deficits, evident in China, Japan, and Korea, Indonesia stands out as a country that will continue to benefit from a demographic dividend for some time. In this context, it is critical to long-term growth and development that a growing workforce is also an increasingly skilled workforce. For example, as businesses transition to digital platforms, the demand for robust digital infrastructure and a digitally skilled workforce has become more pronounced. Indonesia is well positioned to invest in human capital, equipping its workers with the skills necessary to thrive in a technology-driven economy. But more skilled workers for tomorrow depends on smarter investment in education today, recognizing that educational outcomes are still too low by international standards, and that there's a widening gap in access to education between the haves and have-nots. Third, it is important to recognize the central task of achieving energy security consistent with energy transition. It is clear by now that renewable energy represents the best long-term choice when it comes to reliability, affordability, and sustainability. But there are very significant near-term challenges for a country with substantial legacy fossil fuel assets and growing energy demand. Finding the path for the mix of policies and investment that will accelerate the energy transition in support of energy security and economic progress, this, in many respects, will be the defining challenge for the country in the next few years. And of course, this agenda extends beyond the energy sector itself to include more productive and sustainable agriculture, as well as increased support for biodiversity and natural assets. So with these challenges and opportunities in mind, how can we at the Asian Development Bank help? First, we are prepared to extend our partnership with Indonesia as the Climate Bank of Asia and the Pacific. We will aim to better mobilize financing for energy transition. By facilitating access to capital, we can help to accelerate the transition to sustainable domestic energy sources such as wind, solar, geothermal, and hydro. Furthermore, ADB can facilitate partnerships for carbon credit sales and reforestation projects. And by leveraging our networks, we can enhance Indonesia's capacity to overcome the barriers to a successful and timely energy transition. Second, ADB can provide financing and technical support to implement sustainable agriculture and promote the blue economy in order to optimize Indonesia's rich natural resources while enhancing food security. ADB can also assist in the development of an entrepreneurial ecosystem, including in rural areas with a focus on women-owned businesses. Third, ADB can assist Indonesia to strengthen its investment climate and develop green infrastructure. Reduce transaction costs and access to the necessary frameworks for efficient energy distribution and greener supply chains can attract a better scale and quality of foreign investment in the midst of reorientations in global supply chains. This will also reduce logistic costs, directly benefiting local firms. Finally, and critically, ADB will continue to support Indonesia in promoting quality education and health investments, as well as in strengthening health and education institutions, including at subnational levels. Investing in people will generate the highest returns over time for the country, setting the stage for a healthier, wealthier, and more equitable society. So with that, let me conclude by reaffirming ADB's enduring commitment to partner with the government towards achieving a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous Indonesia. Thank you again for the opportunity to address you today, and I wish you a very successful forum.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Excellency Penny Williams, PSM, Australia's ambassador to Indonesia, to deliver her video remarks.
Selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu. Yang saya hormati Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati Menteri Keuangan, Bapak Wakil Menteri Keuangan Suhasil Nazara, Bapak Wakil Menteri Keuangan Thomas Jiwandono, and all distinguished participants. I'm honoured to be opening this AIFED conference. Australia is proud to have supported AIFED through Prospera for many years. We're especially proud of our partnership between the Ministry of Finance and the Australian Treasury. This partnership has enabled both institutions to learn from each other as peers. We have faced and responded to global economic shocks together. People-to-people relationships are the foundation of this partnership, and we are proud that many Ministry of Finance staff have studied in Australia. I congratulate the Ministry of Finance on holding this conference. It comes at an exciting time for Indonesia in the first year of President Prabowo's government. The topics you will discuss will be critical for achieving the government's priorities, such as enhancing economic growth and strengthening human resources, building self-sufficiency in food, energy and water, and developing industries and infrastructure. This AIFED conference has a particular focus on green growth strategies. For this reason, I'm glad Rachel McCreerick from the Australian Treasury will join you. Ibu Rachel will speak on our Future Made in Australia policy and national interest framework. Future Made in Australia seeks to enable investment in green industries and emerging technologies. The policy maps out how Australia can target public interventions to build on our comparative advantages. The goal is to enable private investment, not to replace it, to make Australia an indispensable part of the global economy and maximise the economic and industrial benefits as we move to net zero. But importantly, a future made in Australia doesn't mean a future made alone. We know that international partnerships will be critical for a successful green transition. Australia is investing in our economic and climate partnership with Indonesia. Export Finance Australia has established a $2 billion financing facility to support regional clean energy and infrastructure projects. Australian universities and training providers are working with government ministries, PLN and Pertamina on enhancing green skills. Our Kinetic program is using blended finance to leverage Australian private investment into Indonesia's energy transition. And we will continue to work with the Ministry of Finance through Prospera and Kinetic, collaborating to navigate the green transition and geoeconomic shifts. As Australia's Treasurer has said, there's a golden opportunity in front of us, but we need to actively take it. Discussions like these here at AIFED will be key to helping both Australia and Indonesia realise this opportunity. I would like to thank you again, Minister Sri Mulyani, Vice Ministers, Ministry of Finance staff and the conference organisers. Terima kasih dan selamat berdiskusi.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Finance Minister of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver her welcoming remarks. Ibu Sri Mulyani, the stage is yours.
Terima kasih. Bapak Scott Morris, I add on. Bapak Scott Morris, very good morning. Ibu Penny from Jakarta and all colleagues from Australian Embassy, all colleagues from the Asian Development Bank and ADB Institute, all speakers, especially also moderators, my friends from BKF, very good morning to all of you. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. It's truly an honor for me to be here and quite pleased to meet you all, although I actually asked Pak Febrio why the room is so dark. They just want to make sure that everybody focuses on the screen, with so many has been shown since we just entered the room. And I think this is also by design to make sure that you are all going to be very stressful in the room so that you are going out and see the beautiful beach over there. I heard from the hotel people that in Bali during this week, the rain is been designed only drop in the very early morning. So you actually can enjoy in the afternoon. I do hope that you are going to have time to enjoy the beach, also the surrounding area. Let me start by congratulating BKF. As Pak Febrio telling earlier that BKF maybe is counting the date, because we are going to rename BKF to a new Director General for Strategic Economy. This is also coincide with the new government, with also a little bit change within the Ministry of Finance, focusing especially for strategy as well as the economic policy. So BKF for 13 years in a row has already conducting and also hosting this annual International Forum for Economic Development, or AIFED. This is a flagship international seminar with also inviting all great speakers, academicians, that we do hope is going to get quite a lot of discussion idea on how the economic strategy for Indonesia, that also in this case is going to shape our fiscal policy every year, whether this is annually or in a more medium term like 5 years. This year topics, as already mentioned, is growth strategies in navigating geoeconomic shift. I think we are all understand that economy globally is undergoing a very quite, we call it exciting, interesting, tense shift across the globe, in which politics and geopolitics are becoming the dominant forces. And that's really shaping many of the policy of the country in the world, included Indonesia and Southeast Asia. So I do hope that this is going to be one of the most important time for all of us to actually continue following, but also understanding what this geoeconomic shift means for Indonesia, and also how we are going to respond, and especially also making sure that the economic performance, not only in terms of growth, but also employment creation, quality of life, equality, is going to be continue making a progress in Indonesia. Earlier, we also heard from Kristalina from the IMF that the world is actually still facing with quite challenging economic outlook. The global forecast for 2024 is only 3.2%. This is slightly lower than even last year. And also for next year, there will be at the same level of this year. This is just to underline that there is no, or at least in this case at the global level, rarely we can see a plus point, or what you call it, upside from this forecast. This tone itself is going to create also a vigilance as well as response for us, Indonesia, as an open economy who continuously also interact with the global economy, whether this is through trade and investment. Geopolitical conflicts also escalated. We even see flare of war in some region. The monetary policy direction is becoming divergent and complex. Maybe last year we can make one soundbite like higher for longer. This year can be higher, can be lower, can be stay high can be a little bit lower for a certain region. So the monetary policy divergence is going to create also quite a complex environment for all of us. Fiscal policy globally still not yet, in this case, free from the COVID, although it's already 5 years ago, but not only the scarring effect, but the cost of addressing COVID is becoming one of the biggest burden. Many countries has not yet finished or even starting the consolidation on the fiscal side. That burden, as well as sluggish economic growth, is going to create quite a burden for many fiscal space for many emerging countries. Issue which is structural in terms of the form as well as type is becoming one of the most also critical affecting the global economy. Demographic aging society, which is especially in many of the advanced countries, demographic bonus in certain type of countries, but also at the same time with bonus on the demography, it will also require huge investment on the human capital. And last but not least, we also witnessing the changing or warming of the global temperature, which creating disruption on a climate related situation. I was in London a week ago, November in London, we have a snow over there. I was in Paris, the same thing. They rarely have the white Christmas, but they now have a white November. So that's also something which is just showing. This morning we also saw in television that in part of the United States has been also heavily snowed, while in Canada relatively warm. So the world is continue shifting and becoming unpredictable on a climate-related temperature as well as weather. So this kind of environment that is going to stay with us. The question is, do we need to develop our development strategy and how we should actually design our development strategy? I'm not just talking about growth, but for Indonesia development strategy as this forum, that is the annual international forum for development, I think it's going to be fit really well. Although as many mentioning that Indonesia relatively resilient under so many shocks within the global environment, if you measure from growth rate, which is related, in this case, stay at around 5%, inflation for the Indonesia, which is relatively lower than many even high-income country, at the level of 2%, or even today is 1.7%, while other countries still struggling to lower than inflation rate. And then we also have a good and robust composition of aggregate demand, whether this is domestically different like consumption and investment, as well as from the external, right, our export. We continue also maintaining our prudent fiscal policy, in which Indonesia among the fastest and the shortest in the fiscal consolidation post-pandemic, with the deficit is being maintained below 3% and debt to GDP ratio, which is relatively low. But these are all not make us complacent with what we've already experienced, maintained, and also achieved. We need to continue reinventing and reshaping our development strategy. Why? Because the global environment continues changing. The external threat and shock is going to be expected to continue come, and that's why Indonesia, with our strategic location, with rich in natural resources, with the demographic which is relatively young, We have a lot of opportunity, as Scott mentioned, but also at the same time a challenge that require a response for us to be able to capitalize this change. We need to go beyond traditional approaches. We need to discuss about what does it mean in terms of job creation, higher, healthier growth with more equitable across region, across income level, and not to mention that the quality of human capital in Indonesia is quite diverse. We do have a part of demography which is actually very smart, very skillful. They even now go to the best university in the world. But we also have part of our demography which is still stunting. We have a city like Jakarta with the income per capita above 22,000 per capita with quite sophisticated infrastructure. If you go to many capital cities in the world, it's actually Jakarta is quite representative of the capital city now. But we also understand that part of Indonesia is still not yet enjoying the same progress like Jakarta. So these are all continue a development challenge for Indonesia, because Indonesia is not a small country. It's not a small population. It's not a small geographical in terms of the scope that we have to manage. So these are the true development challenges. So how we are going to continue striving and aiming for our goals, in which in 2045, becoming a high advanced, more equitable, prosperous country. There are a couple of things which is already mentioned by earlier speech, in which food and energy is becoming one of the most important for Indonesia. And that's why President Prabowo also mentioned this as the most important priority for the new government. That is on the food and energy as well as water, actually, for Indonesia. This is not only self-sufficient, but security. Why the word security becoming dominant? Because we also see in the geopolitical situation now, any commodity, any instrument can become an instrument for relationship, whether this is on security, war even, or for the commercial and economy. So this is the area that is going to be the priority for the government. Second one is the human capital, again mentioned by Scott in this case. And this is not like just one unified challenge about human capital. Education, health, social safety nets, definitely very important. But we also have to make sure that our ability to reshape the policy in education, health, as well as social safety net need to be continue to be recalibrated or improved. There is a quiet track record for us. There is a high hope. There is a certain disappointment despite Indonesia allocating 20% of our budget for education. We have to admit that Indonesia still long way to go to achieve the level of education and training for the skilled worker that we would like to see. So this is the area which is very important. Health, despite also the reform and the investment that we continue increase on the health system, we still have room for improvement, a lot. And social safety net related to the subsidy policy in Indonesia is the very important and the topic which President Prabowo discussed even during the first meeting of our cabinet. So these are all the area of the development challenge for Indonesia. We know the title, we know the headline, we know even the subtitle or subheadline, but we need to discuss on the content in which we can continue discussing. I can add you with more assignment because I know that all of you who sit here today are the best brain in Indonesia, as well as inviting the best brain of, in the world to discuss about this development issue. Indonesia is not talking about human capital, health, education, social safety net, but also within the government system in Indonesia, there is a dimension between what is the role of central government, local government. This become and creating also some opportunity, but also constraint to make a progress. We also discuss about reform on that will strengthen our institution, both public and private. We all know that institution is relatively abstract, intangible, but you can feel and significantly affecting the performance of the economy, also the prosperity of the people. Reforming the institution is very, very important. Within the Ministry of Finance, we continue to do this. I've been serving Ministry of Finance for quite some time, and I know that despite a lot of reform that we have done, we continue feel that we need to improve almost every day. Just this morning, Fabio make a joke that he continue under pressure, working under Sri Mulyani, never sleep, according to him, because the minister never sleep also. And then he passed those pressure to many other of stakeholders. So bear in mind that those pressure coming from the minister. So I do hope that this is not just pressure down, but also feedback up, which is going to be good and timely. So these are all the areas that we continue put as a priority. Ladies and gentlemen, President Prabowo elected with the priority of his agenda, which is surrounded all those areas: food security, energy security, including how we are going to continue revitalize the agricultural strategy. Currently, this is combined into two directions of policy: intensification and extensification. The food production, especially rice, which is concentrated in Jawa. Jawa in 1950 is only 70,000 million population. Now it's becoming 170 million population, becoming crowded. The land is becoming competing with many other on residential and commercial. But this is maybe the most fertile for the rice paddy. While if you look at Kalimantan, Papua, the big in terms of the land, but the population is very few. That's become a challenge for Indonesia. And to be honest, this is going to be one of the most important development challenges. How we are going to make sure that the food security can be produced with relatively good quality, efficiency, that will be able to also not only feeding the Indonesian population, which is growing, but also to the world. Energy security and self-sufficiency is also important. Scott mentioned earlier, Ambassador Penny mentioned earlier, that Indonesia have a huge actually potential for the energy, and the energy transition has been announced in many occasions by President Jokowi and continue also committed by President Prabowo. But what does this energy transition means for us? We've already discussed, and I really thanks for the ADB who continue to support Indonesia really, really strongly and well, and is quite patient with Indonesia demanding many of this, not only question and issue that need to be solved together, but also to make us able to come with a credible, not only plan, but also program and project. This is require quite a lot of attention. This is not just talking about the national determined contribution zero emission growth strategy, but how does it mean for our energy investment and transition in terms of building the transmission, distribution, and also combination of the energy mix between renewable and still continue non-renewable. So these are all the real challenges that I do hope this forum is going to discuss fresh new idea, a new approach within the context of global economic and global political shift in which the appetite to invest is actually quite varies. Last year when I met with many bondholders, they say that I'm not going to buy any bonds, government bonds or corporate bonds, which is considered dirty. This year they are becoming more realistic. This is, I think, is because of the European is becoming also more realistic about shifting from non-green into a green require a realistic transition. So this is a new opportunity for us. But at the same time, Indonesia needs to continue playing our role, not only domestically, but also globally, in order for us to be able to present the real credible case how a country, even with a very strong top leadership commitment, require quite a lot of work to be done at the policy regulation or even financing and instrument level for all those issues, especially on the energy transition. The third on the human capital, Indonesia, as I mentioned earlier, that we investing quite a lot on education and health. Also, in this case, this discussion on strengthening social safety net. This is the area which is not new at all. Indonesia has been discussing and committing to this 20% of the education spending on our budget since I was finance minister under President Yudhoyono at that time. So since then, Indonesia has already put 20% of our budget for education. The complexity of how this education budget allocated across ministry, across level of government, and the effectiveness of this education spending is going to be one of the most important development challenges for Indonesia. Other countries have been successful in achieving, if you measure from the PISA score or the skill of their labor, these are all the areas that Indonesia need to learn and continue adapt to this kind of approach. Indonesia also see the shifting of geopolitical as an opportunity. Industries is becoming one of the most important discussion now. If you talk at the APEC leaders, G20, in the past we never talk about industrial policy. Just now we heard Pak Fabrio about talking about industrial policy. In the past, if the government talking about industrial policy has been seen as deviate from what you call it global good practice. Now the global practice is adopting industrial policy. So the question is what kind of policy that will make sure that Indonesia is going to have industrialization align well with our goal to achieve this, what you call it, high advanced country, but at the same time making sure that no one left behind. This is not just we are going to get the ladders of industrialization that will benefit some segment of the population, while others is going to be left behind, and that will create a social and political situation which is not favorable for democracy and unity. We have seen this in other countries, even in United States, the most advanced, the richest country in the world, that they suffer quite a lot when you just pursue a certain policy without looking at the inclusivity as well as equality. So for us, industrial policy needs to be combined with a strong demographic strategy, how to make sure that everybody can get the benefit of this industrialization. Downstream industry is one thing. which is not only concentrated in the, what you call it, strategic mineral, but we also widening this downstream into even agricultural product. The CPO, cacao, coffee, we are going to revitalize many of the commodity base of Indonesia, which is not only mineral, but agriculture base. And this is why we really need to look at the fiscal policy and strategy that need to be quite widened. This is not only just government-driven growth strategy, but how we are going to be able to invite more investment, but also population participation. So I do hope that downstreaming industry is not going to be just dominated by a few strategic mineral downstreaming, but widen into 25 commodities as mentioned by President Prabowo, and how each of those will require a complete set of policy from upstream to the downstream. And these are all the new opportunities that we are going to continue support with the appropriate fiscal policy. Ladies and gentlemen, these are all the areas that I would like all of you to actually not discussing it, but how you are going to be able to continue formulating the policy recommendation which can be applied for Indonesia. Indonesia in the past 10 years has been investing quite a lot on the infrastructure development. Even with that, we still continue need to have infrastructure development. So infrastructure building will continue to be one of the area, whether this is to support digitalization, whether this is to support connectivity, mobility of the people, as well as the efficiency of the economy. We learn a lot from our decades of infrastructure financing and bidding. We still face with stubbornly challenge on some even basic infrastructure like water, clean water, or even waste management. So for Indonesia, you don't have any difficulty to get development issue here. We have huge development issue. What make Indonesia really an interesting and a place for you to work, whether you are on a policy level or you are on a technocratic level implementing, or even on the private sector in Indonesia, we are very, very committed to make sure that all problem is going to be discussed. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not going to hide the problem behind the rug. I'm going to present the problem because I was actually advised by my old technocrat, like Pak Sadli, in this case, Professor Sadli, the late Professor Sadli. This is the senior technocrat from University of Indonesia. He told me once, Sri Mulyani, when you have problem, don't keep it to yourself. You continue discussing your problem with others. So in this case, I know that many of you in this room is the people who is actually ready to do the problem shopping. You are trying to find problem, right? So I give you a lot of problem today. So for these 2 days, just not only discussing the problem, but also discuss how we are going to solve it. A very long experience that we have will continue serving as an evidence base, so that I do hope that you are going to be able to then working across all those field specialties in this case, as well as concentration of study, and also learning from others, in this case, from the global practice. I don't know whether global best practice is still available now, but there is a global practice that you can really see. And then we are going to then discuss about what will fit well with the Indonesia own situation. So I do hope with this note for all of you to have a productive and inspiring seminar and speakers, and also have a vibrant and very constructive among yourself discussion and then come up with a good policy. Pak Febrio mentioned that we are almost ending the 2024. In the next months, we are going to enter 2025, the year of 2025. The beginning of the months of the year, when everybody celebrating New Year, we usually preparing ourselves in the Ministry of Finance what is going to be the discussion of the budget for 2026. So I do hope that this very timely discussion will fit really well for all of us to be able to design the good responsive fiscal policy that allow us to continue solving the development challenge in Indonesia. Again, thank you for all of your participation in this seminar or conference, and thank you for all the speakers who's going to provide all their best idea, and also for all of you to be able to continue becoming our strong partner, reliable partner for the Indonesia development moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency. Kindly remain on stage, Ibu. I would like to invite Mr. Febrio Kacaribu and Mr. Scott Morris to come back to the stage. And also, please join us to the stage, Mr. Pargiono, Mr. Sam Porter, Ms. Rachel McCurrick, and Mr. Tatsushi Sonobe. We will officially launch the 13th AIFED by striking Indonesia's traditional gong. We kindly request Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati to strike the gong on my count. Ladies and gentlemen, we will launch the 13th Annual International Forum on Economic Development and Public Policy in 3, 2, 1. The 13th AIFED has officially begun. Please give another warm applause. And now we begin with the first photo op. Okay, one more time. 3, 2, 1. And now we proceed to in front of the stage with all of the delegates. Excellencies, please move on to in front of the stage. And every one of us will join in the photo because the photographers will take it from the stage. Okay, so this is a traditional family photo. So please kindly rise. Boleh Bapak Ibu sekalian boleh berdiri. Kita akan family picture. Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may return to your seats. And for Her Excellency Bu Sri Mulyani, we noticed that you also have to proceed to your next engagement. Thank you very much for coming. And Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a true honor to have graced you for this event with your presence. We extend our deepest gratitude for your participation. And moving on to the next session, we kindly invite all of you for refreshment. We have coffee break right in front of the room. We have refreshments available, and kindly return to this ballroom at 10:30 a.m. for the first session of the day. Thank you and enjoy the refreshment. I see you back here at 10:30 a.m.
developed its new corporate strategy, Strategy 2030. Building on 50 years of strong development partnership, ADB will sustain its efforts to eradicate extreme poverty. We will continue to work for an Asia and the Pacific that's prosperous, where countries experience steady economic growth and better opportunities for people. Inclusive, where the gains and opportunities are shared by all. Resilient, where vulnerable countries and communities can withstand crises that affect them. And sustainable, where economic growth happens in harmony with nature. Strategy 2030 is aligned with major global commitments. There's still a lot of work to do, as the region needs $1.7 trillion a year between 2016 and 2030 to meet its infrastructure needs. We'll continue to be the trusted partner of our developing member countries, adding value through financing, knowledge and partnerships. We'll provide integrated solutions and use advanced technologies to match clients' needs. As the region changes, the countries also change in different ways. To respond, we'll customize our approach to each country, making sure we maximize results each time. We'll focus on 7 priorities, addressing poverty and inequality, accelerating gender equality in every element of ADB's operations, tackling disasters, taking strong and urgent climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, and promoting environmental sustainability, making cities more livable, promoting rural development and food security, strengthening governance and institutions, and fostering regional cooperation and integration. ADB will offer solutions in these areas by integrating its expertise across a range of sectors and themes. We'll scale up our private sector operations while staying focused on development impact. We'll partner with others to mobilize more funds and expertise to support our clients better. And we'll make sure that our knowledge is shared with those who need it, when they need it. We'll improve our own operations to become a stronger, better and faster ADB. Let's work together to build a prosperous, inclusive, resilient and sustainable Asia and the Pacific.
Bumi kita sedang terluka, dan sudah lama ia meneriakkan sinyal-sinyal bahaya. Pemanasan global adalah ancaman nyata yang terus menghantui dan perlahan mengubah dunia kita. Banyak manusia dengan pongahnya hidup tanpa peduli akan alam dan mengakibatkan punahnya kehidupan. Dan bumi tidak akan layak huni lagi. Tidak lagi aku, tapi kita. Bersama-sama kita memobilisasi dan menyinergikan sumber daya yang kita miliki untuk lingkungan hidup yang lebih baik. Waktu memang tidak bisa diputar kembali, namun kita masih bisa berperan untuk melestarikan alam, serta memberikan habitat yang baik, tidak hanya untuk manusia, tapi juga untuk satwa di sekeliling kita. saatnya bersatu dan bergerak untuk bumi, untuk masa depan.
PDOH, Organisasi Pengelola Dana Lingkungan untuk lingkungan Indonesia yang lebih lestari.
Onin dong.
Cek. Hello, Professor Jeffrisa. Can you hear us?
I hear you very well.
Okay, thank you.
But I do have an echo when I speak. You'll turn off your microphone when I speak? Hello?
Yes. In here is clear. We can hear you.
Now, yeah, okay, let me speak now. Yeah, that's fine. Good,
Okay.
very good.
Okay. Do you have the presentation materials?
Yes, I do.
So you want to share it by yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm just going to speak. I'm not going to show
okay.
any slides.
Okay, okay, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, Professor Shah, this is Afif. I will be your license officer during your session. This session will be moderated by Andini, and there will be Professor Ansori Yusuf. He will prepare. He will prepare a response from your speech.
Okay, how long should I be speaking for?
I'm sorry, what?
How long should I be speaking for?
30 minutes.
30.
30.
My speech should be 30 minutes.
30, yes.
Yeah, okay, very good. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today, Professor Shah.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Right now, we are still having a
OH, Organisasi Pengelola Dana Lingkungan, untuk lingkungan Indonesia yang lebih lestari.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. We will continue with the agenda shortly. May we kindly ask you to be seated, please. Thank you very much. Once again, distinguished guests, we will continue with the agenda shortly. May we kindly ask you to be seated.
Check mic. Good morning. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to the first session with very notable speakers we have here. We'll be discussing how to revisit growth and what is the strategy in a new geoeconomic setting. As we know, post-2024, we see a lot of geopolitical and also geoeconomic shift. And we want to provide insights through this discussion, how countries, particularly Indonesia in this case, can strategically respond to the shifts and also to capitalize on emerging opportunities to drive an optimal and sustainable growth. We have distinguished speakers here. The first is Professor Jeffrey Sachs, world-renowned economist, best-selling author, innovative educator, and also global leader in sustainable development, who is joining us, I believe, from New York. Hi, Professor Sachs.
Yes, indeed. Greetings.
Greetings. Happy late Thanksgiving to you.
Thank you very much.
We're very thankful to have you for our first session. And with me on the stage, we have Professor Arif Ansori Yusuf, Chairman, Board of Professors of Pajajaran University, and also a member of the National Economic Council. I'll give the screen to you first, Professor Sachs, and we would love to know your insights regarding this topic. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much, and warm greetings to dear friends, and I look forward to being in Jakarta in January. Sorry that I could not be with you this month, but I will be in Jakarta in January and hope to see many of you in person. Of course, this is a really a moment of great change globally and somewhat high unpredictability. Obviously, the United States is in a major political transformation, but the depth of change worldwide is far bigger than what's happening with the United States alone. We have not only the geopolitical changes, which are enormous, of course, the rise of China, the rise of the BRICS, the changing balance of power in the world, but we have several other major changes as well. The dramatic advances in artificial intelligence and digital technologies is certainly the biggest breakthrough in technology and the most rapid change in technology in modern history, because now the changes are coming by the week or by the month, and they are transforming the entire world economy. The ecological changes that are underway are also extraordinary and extraordinarily dangerous. This past year, the world already exceeded the 1.5 degree Celsius warming compared to the pre-industrial Earth's temperature that we said we would avoid, that we said we would not reach even 10 years ago at the Paris Climate Agreement. So we have an ecological crisis. We have massive technological change at an unprecedented rate. We have a massive geopolitical change where what was until recently the Western-led or the US-led world is now already clearly a multipolar world. There is no Western leadership or US leadership. There is multipolarity, but this is not a settled issue. We are seeing wars and increasing military competition as a result of the changing balance of power. So the question for Indonesia is the question that's facing every country in the world: how to navigate these massive economic, geopolitical, ecological, technological changes that are underway, and do so in a way which preserves and even enhances the social piece as well, because all of these disruptions are tending to give rise to widening income inequalities as well. Technological changes disrupt the labor markets. They create some winners, but they also tend to create economic losers as well. Workers who lose their jobs or who face increased competition from abroad, or whose sectors go out of business because of the shift from fossil fuels to zero carbon energy sources, for example. And so the dislocations socially are also very large. This allows me to make one very basic point at the start. Every country has multiple objectives right now. They are economic objectives to improve the living standards and the economic productivity. They are social objectives to reduce the inequalities in the society. They are ecological objectives to protect the environment and to adjust or adapt to the massive global scale environmental changes that are underway. And they are geopolitical challenges to adjust to a multipolar world and to try to find a way to stay peaceful in a world of great geopolitical tension. If you take in combination the economic, social, environmental, and geopolitical challenges, they add up to what we call sustainable development. Sustainable development is a concept that says that societies should aim for 4 objectives: economic, social, environmental, and geopolitical. And so sustainable development, in my view, is the right framing for governments. Now, of course, the world's governments at the United Nations adopted Sustainable Development Goals 10 years ago. And these are 17 objectives that aim to achieve those four basic ideas: that economies should become higher living standards, that societies should be fair and assuring equal access to social services, decent work, gender equality, and so on, that societies should be environmentally adapted, both to protect societies from the storms and the floods and the droughts and the heat waves that are coming with ever greater intensity, and for Indonesia, a country of 17,000 islands, to protect against rising sea levels, which will be a major phenomenon in the second half of the 21st century. And to do so in a way that protects the peace and that ensures or tries to ensure regional and global collaboration. So I would first recommend keeping on the sustainable development agenda. And Indonesia's been working hard at that. The SDGs were incorporated into national planning in Indonesia. Bappenas has taken on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in a very clear and clear-sighted way, and I think that this needs to continue. Now, when the goals were set, they were set for the period 2016 to 2030, but Indonesia will not achieve the 2030 objectives by 2030, nor will almost any other country in the world. So these sustainable development objectives are almost surely going to be maintained after 2030, because they're really objectives that will be with us until mid-century. They are complicated, 17 different kinds of goals: ending poverty, ending hunger, improving healthcare, ensuring quality education, ensuring gender equality, and those are the first 5, and they go on for 17 objectives. I recommend taking these goals seriously, and that your new government use these goals for benchmarking purposes, to understand where Indonesia stands, what are the weaknesses, what needs to be done. I lead for the United Nations a global network of universities and think tanks, of which many institutions in Indonesia are members, such as the great universities in your country. And we measure each year the SDG progress. Where does Indonesia stand in the 2024 assessment by this Sustainable Development Solutions Network? Right in the middle. Indonesia ranked 78th out of 167 countries in the progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Could be worse, but could be a lot better. What do the indicators show as some of the weak points for Indonesia? Well, surprisingly, even the health standards and the nutrition standards are not at all what they should be. When it comes to hunger, for example, there is still a lot of stunting and even wasting of young children, meaning very much underweight for age or underweight for height. And this suggests poor nutrition for the poorer parts of society. And poor nutrition leads to lifetime adverse consequences. Poor nutrition in childhood has permanent effects throughout a lifetime. So this is one place where the indicators already show a bright red blinking light, attend to the undernourishment. And of course, your new president has said that school feeding will be a central pillar of the new government's program. That's right on target because of what we see in terms of the childhood nutrition. Maternal mortality rates are quite high in Indonesia. 170 deaths of mothers in childbirth out of 100,000 live births. This is a very high rate, completely controllable, but there isn't emergency obstetrical care available for large parts of the population, and the death rates are very high. Life expectancy in Indonesia, according to the data that I'm looking at, is only 68 years. In Japan, it's 86 years. So you can see 18 years difference. This is something that really can be fixed. And what I find very concerning, but a key indicator for Indonesia, is the quality of education. It's not where it should be. Indonesia is part of what is called the PISA process. Many of you will know it. It's the program of international student assessment of the OECD. It measures on a comparable basis the performance of 15-year-olds around the world. And Indonesia, fortunately, is part of that annual assessment. It measures the schooling performance in 3 areas: reading, mathematics, and science. And Indonesia does quite poorly, actually, near the bottom of those 80 countries that are part of PISA, far below what Indonesia needs to achieve its economic objectives. There are other areas of major concern. I would say the environmental areas, both the protection of the marine and coastal areas of Indonesia, which is SDG 14, and the protection of the land areas, SDG 15, for example, deforestation, show that there is under protection of both the marine and the terrestrial ecosystems of Indonesia. This is an area that should be of vital concern for Indonesia. First of all, you have a magnificent country of astounding beauty and biodiversity, and not just biodiversity, but unique biodiversity, because as everybody knows, Indonesia has a unique ecosystem, species that don't exist anyplace else in the world, and this needs protection, but that's a lot of work and a lot of resources, and it's not happening in the coastal areas, in the fisheries, in the rainforests, in the other biomes of Indonesia. So this is, I would say, all what you learn from indicators tracking sustainable development, that Indonesia has some basic important work to do. Let me say in the most straightforward terms, economic growth comes from investment. Investment in human capital, which means nutrition, healthcare, and education, and investment in infrastructure, in clean energy, in water and sanitation, in resilient infrastructure, roads, fast rail, and so forth, and adaptation to ongoing global climate change. And with that strong human capital, healthy, skilled, well-educated young people, and a strong infrastructure, which in the 21st century means zero carbon energy systems, a supportive infrastructure of public transport, intercity rail, fast rail, and so forth, and especially digital technologies, then you get a lot of business development as well. And Indonesia, being in the fastest growing region of the world, East Asia, will be able to achieve rapid economic growth as a major country in Southeast Asia, but in fast-growing East Asia, and especially, by the way, now Southeast Asia's connected to two giants that are growing rapidly, China and India. As long as the skills are there, as long as the health is there, as long as the physical infrastructure, especially the digital infrastructure, the transport infrastructure, the climate resilient infrastructure, the low carbon energy infrastructure are in place, Indonesia will be able to achieve rapid economic growth. So the benchmarks for sustainable development actually tell a lot. By the way, they indicate one other major point. SDG 9 is about advances in technology and innovation. And here too, Indonesia has homework to do. According to the official data, which may be a bit out of date, the internet usage in Indonesia is only 66%. This is quite low in a world where broadband internet and online services need to be ubiquitous. And also the research and development spending in Indonesia, according to the most recent data, is only 0.3 of 1% of GDP. Imagine in Korea, the research and development budget is more than 4% of GDP. In China, it's about 2.7% of GDP. But in Indonesia, it's only 0.3 of 1% of GDP. And so this is another area where higher skills of young people and a higher university enrollment and completion rate and a higher rate of investment by government in science and technology is a core part of what will need to be done to achieve the kind of rapid economic development that Indonesia seeks. Now, the question that I was asked was, what about geopolitics in all of this? And let me make a couple of points on this. First, we are in a period of high tension geopolitically. The US is at war with Russia. And I mean a hot war, because the war in Ukraine is really a war between the United States and Russia. The US is in very high tension with China over Taiwan and over the South China Sea, over the Straits of Malacca and the Indian Ocean and so forth. But let me say categorically, there is no basic reason for these tensions and no excuse for the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine was caused by the United States, not by Russia, but by the United States, by its insistence over Russia's objection of expanding NATO to Ukraine. This was the provocation that led to the Ukraine war. And worse than that, the United States toppled the government in Ukraine in February 2014. It engaged in what we call a covert regime change operation, bringing down a neutralist government because the United States wanted a pro-NATO government. So it participated in a violent coup, which I think people in the region in Southeast Asia understand quite well. This is a policy the United States never should have done, especially against Russia's red lines. And so now we have a war which could be stopped really instantaneously if the United States were smart enough to say to the Russian leadership, we, the United States, will stop NATO enlargement. period. Because this is the basic reason for this war. Of course, in the West, it's painted differently, that this is Putin's unprovoked aggression. But that's not true. This was a provoked war that came from the U.S. Over-ambitious to be the hegemon and saying that no other country, not Russia or China, should tell the United States what to do. When it comes to the tensions in your region, here too, the United States, in my opinion, is the provocative party, because the United States should stop intervening on the Taiwan issue. Especially, it should stop selling armaments to Taiwan. Already back in 1982, in the communique of that year, the United States and the People's Republic of China agreed that the United States would phase out its military shipments to Taiwan. That was 42 years ago. But the United States is not phasing out these shipments. It's expanding the shipments. This is a provocation. And the United States is expanding its military presence in your region, of course, in Japan, in Korea, in Australia, because it's trying to surround China. This is not a good idea. And China is not, in my opinion, threatening the countries of Southeast Asia in the South China Sea and in the Indian Ocean. It is trying to protect its sea lanes from choke points in the Straits of Malacca or the South China Sea or the so-called First Island chain, because the United States is intent on imposing choke points if necessary. In other words, I would like the great powers to settle down and stop provoking each other and give space and stop trying to insist that you can move NATO or you can ship arms to Taiwan. I would like more prudence and responsibility by the United States, my own country, because this would calm down tensions tremendously. We don't need an arms race. We don't need an arms buildup. We don't need hot wars. We need the big powers to keep out of each other's lane, as it were. Now, what about Indonesia? What about countries of Southeast Asia? Of course, they don't want to choose sides. Indonesia wants good trade relations with the United States, with Europe, with China, with Korea, with Japan, and so forth. And that should be the national policy. But Indonesia should not be made to choose one side or the other by anybody. And the United States certainly should never say to Indonesia, don't trade with China, don't be part of the Belt and Road Initiative, don't engage in joint ventures. This is ridiculous, because Indonesia's strongest, largest, most important trade partner is China, without question. It's logistically obvious, it is economically and financially obvious, and it's going to be true not just for Indonesia, but for all of the countries of the ASEAN region. This is how economic geography works. You trade with your neighbors, and trade diminishes by the square of the distance between countries, just like the gravity equation. And we even name the trade relationship the gravity model in economics. Like gravity, countries that are close together trade more, countries that are farther away trade less. And so China's going to be the main trading partner of ASEAN, period. And the United States needs to understand that and to respect that, by the way, and not to try to intervene or to make countries choose sides. Now, it seems to me that all of this leads to two major policy recommendations that I would like to extend. First, every country needs a public investment strategy. And it needs this at multiple timescales. So Indonesia needs an annual budget, of course. It needs a 5-year budget, but it also needs a 20-year fiscal plan and economic plan. So I would appeal to Bapenas to make 3 scenarios, one for the year, one for the term of the new administration, and one for 20 years to 2045, because all 3 time horizons are critical for Indonesia to make the right kind of public investment decisions and to have the fiscal policy that will support that. Indonesia will need to finance a lot of investments in infrastructure and education and healthcare and in other areas, and it will need a fiscal policy that can support that. It will need more revenues, by the way, as a share of GDP, because right now Indonesia collects less than 20% of national income and government revenues, and this is much too low for the high growth, high investment scenario that Indonesia seeks and can achieve. So the first point is use sustainable development as the framework. The second point is make public investment plans at 3 different scales: short-term, medium-term, and rather long-term. 1 year, 5 years, 20 years, 3 different scenarios. And the third is make plans at different geographic scales. Indonesia needs a national plan, of course, but ASEAN absolutely needs an ASEAN scale plan for digital transformation, because the digital backbone will be an ASEAN digital backbone. It needs an ASEAN energy strategy for decarbonization at the scale of the 800 million people in ASEAN, because the hydropower of Lao PDR or of Cambodia is going to also connect through Thailand and Malaysia to Singapore. This is going to be an ASEAN-wide grid, and the whole transformation that's needed from a fossil fuel base to a wind, solar, hydro, geothermal, ocean, and nuclear strategy for a zero carbon energy system will mean an interconnected grid across ASEAN, but actually an interconnection that should also include China, and that also should include Australia with a submarine cable, as has been talked about for many years. And so this should be a regional grid for maximum efficiency, and that reflects this interconnectedness. And ASEAN also needs an ecological strategy that is at the scale of ASEAN as well, to protect the rainforest regions and to protect the coastal and fisheries regions of the Indian Ocean as well. So this is the second scale, an Indonesia strategy, but an ASEAN-wide strategy. And you're lucky because the ASEAN Secretariat is, of course, in Jakarta. And that's good, because as the biggest country of ASEAN, Indonesia really should help to steer the ASEAN strategy. Now, there's a third scale. ASEAN diplomatically should engage actively with China. There should be an ASEAN-China strategy, especially through the Belt and Road Initiative, the New Development Bank, the AIIB, and other financial institutions. But ASEAN should also, and does have, an ASEAN-EU strategy. So Europe has its European Green Deal, ASEAN needs its ASEAN Green Deal. And of course, Indonesia should help to steer that. And I would hope that there would be a US-ASEAN relationship, that there would be an ASEAN-Japan and Korea relationship, and so forth. But my point is that one needs planning at the ASEAN scale as well. And finally, Indonesia is one of the world's most important countries, and a country of 300 million people. And a G20 country has a major global voice to play as well. So not only is Indonesia a leader within ASEAN, but it is a world leader as well. And Indonesia's voice in the G20 process and at the United Nations on sustainable development, on the global financial architecture, on new special funding, for example, to protect the tropical rainforest, which is a Brazil priority in COP 30, which will be in Brazil next November. Indonesia can play a very leading role in all of this. So let me close here. Just to summarize, the right framework is sustainable development. The benchmarking according to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement are extremely important. The multiple time horizons, 1 year, 5 year, and 20 years, are all objects for planning. The different geographic scales at the national level and at the regional ASEAN level and at the global level are also absolutely key for Indonesia. Let me finally say, I think that Indonesia's growth prospects are very strong if they're well designed and well planned, with a major focus, an overwhelming focus on the quality of education, on science and technology, and on integration economically with China and with the neighbors of ASEAN and with India. This is the fastest growing region of the world, and Indonesia will be a core part of that world-leading economic growth. So thank you very much for letting me share these brief thoughts with you today.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sachs. Thank you for the insights and also ammunition for our Q&A session. And now I'll give the stage to Professor Arif. We have listened to Professor Sachs' take on how we should, Indonesia in this case, should really foster not only our domestic plan, but also our positioning on a global stage by starting with ASEAN, our position in ASEAN. But I'm interested to hear your take about this issue.
Thank you, Mbak Andini. First, I'd like to say hi to Jeff. Hi, Jeff.
Greetings.
It's an honor to be here to discuss your presentations. Before I continue, I think to serve my job as a discussant, I'd like to paraphrase some of Jeff's points that maybe next I will also like to follow up. Yeah? The first, we have at least 3 challenges ahead. Globally, we have technological change that has implication on future of works. We have 1.5-degree warming potential, that challenge. Yeah? But I'd like to address 3 keywords: that multipolar world under multiple objective. So that's 2 keywords I think underline what I'm going to say next. And also, Jeff mentions also many development homework that Indonesia has. It's very common to everyone that we have lower life years expectancy compared to Japan, PISA score low, and then health standard, particularly malnutrition. But last thing that he mentioned that I like the most is when he said about SDG 9, because that's the core of the sustained growth, innovation. So let me share my view. What my intention is, I'd like to ask you to repeat the questions about whether or not we have fully explored all alternative about global governance in addressing both climate agenda and development. Because we understand very well, if you look at the pink chart here. So even if we combine all the nationally determined contributions of climate change, it will only reduce the emission in 2100 by minus 2.6% compared to 2019. But to avoid 1.5 degree warming, we actually need minus 43%. See, the gap is high. So I'd like to say that maybe why this is almost like, I know it's a big thing to reduce to minus 2.6, but to avoid catastrophic impact of climate change, we most likely will fail. So some people say it is about the politics, but to my colleague, all the economists, I think the answer, is mostly economics. So we haven't really solved the personal dilemma problem. Because climate change issue, the mitigation benefit is basically public goods. You don't get the benefit right away. So you people tend to free ride. So unlike Montreal Protocol for ozone layer depletion, for example, that we can address quite successfully, climate change is a very different game in terms of scale, in terms of the time horizon. So it seems that we haven't solved this free riding problem in the global climate governance. Well, people start to come up with ideas. William Nordos come up with the climate club, for example. Or maybe you're aware about custom border adjustment mechanism. That's also one aspect that economics try to propose on how to solve this prisoner's dilemma problem. So if we don't address the prisoner dilemma problem of free riding, it's most likely we cannot achieve success in global climate actions. Now, developing countries is getting more important in addressing these issues because 75% 2020 emissions coming from developing countries now. For the past decade increased 95% coming from developing countries. The prisoner dilemma will be more serious looking at the developing country has even more agenda that may be conflicting with the development agenda. Okay? Yet, look at China, look at Vietnam. Okay? China in 25 years managed to double its GDP per CO2. They managed to decouple sulfur dioxide and NOx emissions 3 times faster than OECD. Look at Vietnam, our neighbor. Now they have a solar energy 10% in their energy mix, highest in Southeast Asia. Now, and also the ambition is even much higher than that. So what I'm saying is, even though we haven't solved this prisoner dilemma issue, even though developing country has their development agenda that is urgent, yet we can still see some progress in the global south. When you look at carefully, I read the development planning of China, a lot of paper on Vietnam, I come to conclusion that what they're doing, maybe they have climate change in their agenda, but they are not primary concern. Their primary concern is national interest. Public health, modernizations, energy security. So it's not really the international pressure is not really their prime motivation. These are their prime motivations. So I ask, have we fully explored and accounted for the potential co-benefit of climate actions in developing countries' negotiations? Or in other words, could these co-benefits be leveraged to reshape the payoff matrix of the prisoner dilemma so that we can solve it? So next slide, please. So this is what I propose. People propose climate mainstreaming, okay? So climate mainstreaming is an attempt to integrate climate agenda into development agenda. So in this graph, it's a movement from left to right. There are risks to this. Why? Aid diversions. Aid diversions mean you may get the aid commitment from donor may be diverted. Okay, beneficiary misalignment. If you focus on climate focus development agenda, you may overlook poorer regions. You may add conditionality to development aid. And also institutional capacity constraints. It's difficult to monitor how we do environment development agenda, and now we have to also have climate agenda. Okay? So, why don't we also look at vertically? In addition to low integration of climate to full integration of climate, we also see national priority of their development and remap all of these connections between development and climate agenda. Because if you look only at the bottom part, maybe you may end up with the last one, climate-centric initiative, low development priority, high climate relevance. You may end up with synergistic priority, but I doubt you will find a lot. Okay? I just give you an example. Clean development mechanism. I think it's a good example of climate-centric initiatives. Why? Because the agenda is to help developed countries to clean up. Okay, so it's a climate-centric initiatives. So what I mean is, in addition to moving left to right, you have also moving from left bottom to the right bottom. And you can also compromise by moving left a little bit. For example, you may compromise a bit on the climate change agenda, but you still have high development priority, moderate climate relevance, so you have balanced growth priority. Okay? You may lose one synergistic priority development agenda, but you may unearth, you may uncover a lot of large numbers of other development agenda that if you add it up, you may end up getting a higher emissions benefit. Who knows? So that's one view. So this is my suggestions of the global climate development governance. Last slide, why I really pushed on this, because I will show you the next slide, please. 3 things. First, developing countries are facing now new development challenges, different. See, you have middle income trap, growth slowdown. Everybody want to escape middle income trap. Most developing countries, emerging economy are urbanized, yet our urban planning is not that good. So if you see electrifications of transport, that's not, you cannot only see it from climate perspective, but you can only see how poor people can be mobile from their home to their office, and they reduce your out-of-pocket expenses. So that's the development agenda. But on top of it, also the climate agenda, clean water, groundwater management, energy efficiency, and also the structural transformation today that developing countries face is different than in 1980s. We have premature industrialization. Forget about Africa copying Asian miracles. No way, different. Now everybody facing tertiarization. See, if there is no option, reindustrialization may be preferable to many people, including in Indonesia. But the difficulty of achieving reindustrialization should give us, should make us to anticipate it won't work. So we have to have plan B. But from the climate perspective, if we focus on facilitating tertiarization rather than supporting reindustrialization, that may not work. That tertiarization will have more climate benefit because it's use less materials, use less energy compared to reindustrialization. So this angle may have been overlooked. also future of works. So that's the first reason. The second reason, long time ago, Washington consensus of free market has been dominating the narrative of development. Now it changed. Now we have more diverse array of alternative development narratives. People conveniently talk about redistribution rather than market, governance or institution other than hard infrastructures. Sorry. Development state, talk it every day. Domestic focus, Prabowo has been very domestic focused. Global challenge, maybe not the primary objective. We have quick growth gain, self-sufficiency in free trade, research ecosystem building or technology transfers. So this is more diverse now. So the menu of development is more. And it comes to my last point. The menu of development narrative is a lot more now. The seller and the provider also more. Now we have new players and partnership emerging to diversify landscape of international development support. Even Rwanda has Rwanda Corporation. Even Indonesia has Indonesian aid. China, WUS everywhere, WUS, electrification. So OECD now reconsidering their narrative of development at the moment, because I was invited to talk in their ambassadors meeting a few months ago. They are reconsidering, looking at this new diversity in both menu of development and the supplier of development. So that ends my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. We have a little bit of time for Q&A, for discussion. And please, both Professor Sachs and also Professor Arif, you can jump into commenting each other's perspective, or if you want to add on to each other's answers. So I would like to ask a question for Professor Sachs first. You mentioned about how we are in the multipolar world and every country has their own objective. And you mentioned also the objective of Indonesia right now is to build the human resources by basically to feed the nation from very early age by the school feeding program. And then you also have been, you mentioned the importance of cooperation, economic cooperation over competition. But as we are now in the trend of like focusing on our own objective, how can we cooperate? You know, how can Indonesia cooperate with ASEAN or even the big players such as China and the US, considering they also have their own objective? So how can we have a healthy economic cooperation as opposed to competition? Professor.
Great, thank you. First, let me compliment Arif on a wonderful presentation. And to say that this idea of looking holistically at development and how green development and digital development is not simply for climate action, but for the broader strategy is exactly right. I think one example of that is China in 2014, 10 years ago, unveiling what they called the Made in China 2025 program. What China did a decade ago was to identify what would be the leading economic technologies, especially in transport, in precision agriculture, in low carbon energy, in digital. And they said, well, we want to be leaders in those sectors. So they identified 10 strategic technologies, and they spent a decade with promoting the science and the technology, favoring the development of electric vehicles, battery supply chains, 5G, and so forth. And 10 years later, China is in the lead of most of those sectors. Not every one, but most of them. And that is a holistic approach. because it wasn't just targeting low carbon energy, for example. It was saying we want to be leaders in the new technologies and the production of these sectors. Well, Indonesia can do and should do the same thing. Indonesia, of course, has strategic minerals. It has technological capacities. It has manufacturing together with China or Japan or other countries that are critical in the supply chains of the leading technologies. And so this is an area where strategic thinking will not only address, say, the climate issue, but will address the overall economic development issue. I have to emphasize, though, that the excellence of education is crucial for this. And that means the really strong graduates at the high school level in math, in coding, digital technologies, and so forth. That will build Indonesia's role in the global supply chains considerably. And investing, as China did at the national level, in the R&D, in the science and technology, in boosting the role of universities as incubators of new high-tech firms and so forth, also will be extremely important. You ask about how to cooperate in such an environment. The main way is through region-scale infrastructure. ASEAN aims to decouple its energy sector from its carbon emissions. But if you analyze that carefully, the way to do that includes a regional scale power grid. In other words, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos PDR, Indonesia, Thailand, Myanmar, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, all interconnected into one power grid. And as I mentioned, that same system can be interconnected with China and Mongolia, can be interconnected with Australia. That will make more efficient, low-cost power and more resilient power available for everybody. Of course, it needs to be planned. It's not something that's going to happen on a market base alone. So that's a planning process. Similarly, protecting the watersheds, the shared river systems in ASEAN, like the Mekong or the Irrawaddy, which are shared by many countries, or the fisheries, which are fished by many countries. This is also a group process. China, of course, has the Belt and Road Initiative, but Indonesia should really plan, and ASEAN should plan carefully with China, how to make port facilities, how to turn hydrogen for shipping, because that's a region-wide initiative as well. So cooperation comes especially through joint investment projects, to answer the question, but to give a long-winded answer to it.
So Professor Arif, maybe you can also share your perspective on this, because how can we approach a more holistic policy, since you're also a member of the Economic Council, and then we hear Professor Sachs mention about we all should also put forward ASEAN as our power, since Indonesia is the largest economy in the region. How can we have that more wholesome policy to achieve our nation's objective, but also playing catch up with the region?
That's the $1 million questions. I think even though the framework of how to navigate this multiple objective is the same across countries, but I think their policy recipes may not be necessarily the same. It really depends. My example of China and Vietnam may not work here in Indonesia because of different political institutions. So if it's about policy, I always tell this to any colleague of mine who want to be in the policies. I said that Indonesia is in the phase of building foundation. There are so many things to reform, right? So sustainable development goals and everything is long-term horizon. So to do that, we have to build foundations. But to build foundation, you have to let go the thought of being celebrated once you finish your term. And that's hard. Because when you build foundation that you have to let go, you will be celebrated. And this is called democratic myopia thesis. So long-term horizon is difficult if you have short political cycles. So I think the task is now, maybe if you want to keep the democracy, the only way of doing this is just to have this event like this more as part of deliberations. And the SDGs, that Jeff keep mentioning, maybe some of people really have a pessimistic view about the achievement. But if you look at this way, SDG is a global deliberations that remind people, especially in a democratic country that suffer democratic myopia thesis, that there are long-term horizon. You know what I mean? So that's I think maybe my take on this.
Very well. You can also ask questions to Professor Sachs.
I have a burning question for Jeff actually. Do you have any tips or tricks, because you talk with many political leaders, many leaders of the world today, how to how we solve this democratic myopia thesis among people, leaders that live in the short political cycle so that they can think long term? Do you have any?
Thank you. Yeah, well, we haven't solved it in the United States, that's for sure. But I think that there are two ways to address it. One is planning. Indonesia has a strong planning tradition. I'm a big fan of Bappenas. I would formalize a 2045 plan, not only a vision, but actually a quantified strategy. So this is one thing that I would emphasize, is the planning framework. Of course, we have a famous expression from our President Dwight Eisenhower, who was also a military general. He said that plans are useless, but planning is everything. And what he meant by that is the systematic action of planning helps you to clarify. Of course, you'll change what your plans are over time, but the systematic emphasis on planning is crucial. And this is very important for infrastructure, for science and technology, for industrial policy. So a long planning horizon. The second is a regional plan of action, as I keep emphasizing, because if ASEAN comes up with a grid and the energy system is interconnected, and Indonesia is going to add in this piece, and Lao PDR is going to add in this piece, and Cambodia is going to add in this piece, and China is going to add in this piece, then politically, it's not just an internal decision. It's part of a regional process. And I think that that's very important also. It means that the politicians know that it's something bigger than their administration. It's something that is going to be temporally bigger, but also geographically bigger. And that more or less pushes each government to take a longer perspective and a wider perspective as well. The truth is, no one has fully solved this problem, but I think that, I would say that East Asia, Southeast Asia does a better job of this than other regions of the world. And the United States is an example as a bad example, because we don't even have a planning ministry. So we just have a very short-term perspective right now.
So I would like to ask both of you then, post-pandemic, and you mentioned about planning, Professor Sachs, what do we learn so far about planning correctly? Since, you know, the pandemic taught us a lot about how to have a cooperation, but at that time it was more of competition, right, to gain vaccines, for examples. So what are the lessons learned about planning ahead, looking at the trend right now? Professor Sachs.
I should add one more important point about planning, and that is it's not only government planning, it's private sector planning as well. And where the United States actually excels is in the venture capital area, where a very large amount of money is put into ventures that don't earn any return for 5 or 10 years, but are technologically geared for the long-term future. And I do think that this is an area where Indonesia can really be creative and foster more financing for long-term technological change, partly through government, which should be supporting the technology ecosystem, but also by encouraging a venture capital approach where the universities are incubating startups, where the government is congenial to a wide range of startups and favorable tax treatment and financial treatment for startups, and encouraging a venture capital approach and capital market as well. Because while the US government plans very badly, the private investors pour huge amounts of money into forward-looking ventures. And I think that this is extremely important. When it comes to what we have learned, oh my God, we didn't learn very much from COVID, I'm afraid. Not very many good lessons. But again, I think the advantage for Indonesia is look at your neighborhood. You're in a neighborhood of fast growth right now, where technology is really central in the focus of India, of China, of many countries. And that's a good thing. Go with that, be part of that, strategize what does made in Indonesia 2035 look like? What are the key sectors where Indonesia expects to be playing a leadership role in 10 years? You'll make it, you'll achieve it.
Professor Arif, from Indonesia
I think
perspective.
my answer is short to that. The key is resilience. And to build resilience, we need an art of balancing both security, it means energy, health security, as well as food, for example, security, with partnerships. Naturally, we cannot avoid not depending on each other. So alliance is important. So I think it's an art of balancing both sufficiency in terms of security as well as partnership and alliance. Remember, the first country who sent vaccine is China at that time when we don't have much resources. So that's an example of how alliance can also help.
Okay, Professor Sachs, I'm interested to know how your take on the upcoming Trump administration. How do you foresee the economic cooperation between Indonesia and the US, or the US and ASEAN in a bigger scale? Since, as you said, we have passed the pandemic and it happened during the first Trump administration. How do you foresee the upcoming one based on what we've learned so far?
Well, I think in truth it's going to be an unstable period. Unfortunately, from my point of view, Trump is really a protectionist in his sentiment. I think that's bad economics, but he is very much encouraged to throw on high tariffs, to make threats, and so on. Of course, his main target is China. This is regrettable from my point of view because I don't want those tensions with China. In the short term, it could spill over positively, as it already has, to other places in the region that are now getting business investment that otherwise would have gone to China. And China itself is putting production facilities in Vietnam or in Indonesia or in Malaysia because the U.S. is blocking exports from China. What I fear is that Trump being Trump, he'll block not only exports from China directly, but indirect exports from Chinese-based companies or companies that are using Chinese inputs in Indonesia or in other places in ASEAN. So I don't really see a lot of clarity coming from the U.S. side. And maybe the U.S. will try to cultivate good relations with ASEAN as part of its anti-China strategy. But then it will put pressure on ASEAN to break links with China, which makes absolutely no sense at all. So I think that everybody should take a deep breath, understand that there's going to be unpredictability, threats, instability. But actually, as I've emphasized, Indonesia's long-term strategy is to have good trade relations with everybody, not to choose sides. Certainly, China will be Indonesia's most important trading partner for years and years to come, and its most important investing partner and infrastructure partner as well. The United States may not like that, but this is just the reality of geography. And so I think that of course, every country should try, and ASEAN should try to insist on good trade relations. Maybe good things will happen, but I fear that it's going to be an unstable and unpredictable period from the point of view of U.S. policy.
Then I go over to you, Professor Arief. How do you foresee President Prabowo's administration to navigate with what's going on with America and also with China, as we see that President Prabowo visited both countries and also ASEAN as a president-elect, right? So how do you foresee the current administration for economic cooperation?
I think our president fully understands that Trump presidency, as well as the increasing tensions between China and US, has both opportunity and challenges. I mean, two ways. I know that our trade will be affected, but also, well, economically speaking, maybe we can take advantage of the vacuum in the export. From China, maybe China will increase more investment here to get more value added of that. So I think the president understands it very well. But not only economically, I think Indonesia is a big player in the global diplomacy too. I think some time ago in ADBI conference, Professor Wing Tae-woo from Davis suggests specifically to increase the role of Asia and Europe to bridge the what he called World War II between China and US. So maybe we, he mentions about the North Asia, the one that is already developed, like China, Japan and Korea. But I don't see that Indonesia can also play as significant role as them too, in terms of bridging these tensions between China and US.
Very well. Okay, we still have a little bit of time. So if we're talking about sustainable development, Professor Sachs mentioned a lot about green economy as a cornerstone for sustainable development. So maybe you can share your thoughts, Professor. How can nations position the green transition not as a cost, but as a driver of economic opportunity, particularly countries like Indonesia, which we, as you mentioned, we are rich in natural resources. So how can we use this green economy as a power tool for us, I guess?
I think there are two things that need to be done. Actually, three things that need to be done. They're kind of homework. One is take the mental experiment. Suppose Indonesia really is going to get to net zero, whether it's 2050 or 2060 or 2070, but I think it's going to be 2050 in the end for the world because of the severity of the climate crisis. How can that be done? That is an engineering assessment. That requires modeling of what will the power sector look like. We know some basics. Indonesia and other countries are going to need vastly more power generation than they have right now, both for economic growth and because sectors like automobiles will be electrified rather than running on petroleum. So there's going to have to be a massive expansion of power, but the power generation needs to be zero emission power generation. How can that be done? Well, of course, all of the different choices, wind, solar, and so forth. But what will be the mix for Indonesia? That will depend also on what the trade is in zero carbon power. So Indonesia needs to prepare for electric vehicles. It needs to be prepared for hydrogen economy. It needs to be prepared for zero carbon power generation, and not just in slogans or in concepts, but quantitatively over the next 25 years. And that has to be put into formal plans. This is one point. The second point is that this will involve a lot of new manufactured capacity. For example, photovoltaics or wind turbines or batteries or hydrogen or electric vehicles. Now, Indonesia should be producing that hardware as part of its own industrial policy. Because yes, it's true that Indonesia will be a predominantly service economy because everybody will be in terms of jobs. But Indonesia is a major country, obviously, for strategic minerals, for nickel and others. It will be a producer of batteries for sure. It will be a producer, therefore, of a lot of the downstream technologies of a green digital economy. That's where industrial planning and policy comes in. That's where the science and technology policies need to be integrated. So the first is make the plans, understand what a clean grid looks like, understand what the added benefit would be of interconnections geographically across countries, and then understand the industrial development side of this, because Indonesia doesn't want merely to buy all this equipment from China, but actually to make it, to be a manufacturing base. Indonesia is a huge country. It's going to need a lot of this, and it should be manufacturing it as well. So industrial policy comes to the fore on the production side, training, attracting foreign investors. A lot of Chinese companies will want to produce in Indonesia for the ASEAN market and so forth.
Professor Arif.
Thank you. I'd like to start with a very interesting anecdotal examples. I did a research on how long is the longest intersections in US. You should stop in the intersection, 6 minutes. In my town, in Kiara Condong, Soekarno-Hatta, people in Bandung, 12 minutes. People stop for having a porridge just to cross the road, you know. There's a very examples of actually we have if you start counting the full cost of your actions, not only the market or tangible benefit, but start counting the full cost, for example, the time you spend on the road, how much money you spend on mobility, how much money you buy medicines because you have respiratory disease because of the pollution. Now the thing changed. The way we decide things changed, and maybe that's what's missing in our calculations of cost benefit in many parts of our life, including in the policies. So green growth and green. So why do you think China is ahead in desulfurizations of coal power plant? Why do you think Vietnam is ahead in green energy? In the case of Vietnam, it's outage. It's the electrical outage of their industries. That's in the case of Vietnam. In the case of China, the people demand more cleaner air. In the case of China, so green growth is feasible there if you start counting all the thing intangible into your cost calculation. So I think we should start from there. So that's green economy is all about, or green growth is all about.
I hope it's not going to be a long way to go for us then. Okay, so very well. We still have very few minutes. I would like to hear from both speakers since we experience a lot of shifts this year in 2024, geopolitical, geoeconomic, a lot of transition, right? So what can we expect basically from 2025 based on what happened this year? Professor Arif, you can go ahead first.
Well, we will have the start of a new leader, right? Perhaps new visions, a little bit new visions. Yeah? I can see that in domestically, we will hear more the narrative of welfare in the coming years because it seems that the government look at very closely about the increase of welfare of the people, not only economic growth but also welfare. So that's what we expect. Hopefully it's good. I'm sure it's good for me personally. Yeah, it's a good, as long as it's not turn out to be a populist narrative. So that's what I want to see from Indonesian part. Globally, I think I'm not an expert of global politics or global politics. Well, of course, you will expect more tensions because of the Trump administration, and it's a global player. And I think also it increased already existing tension that already in Europe and the Middle East. So then we have to be watch out for things like that.
Professor Sachs, what do you expect in 2025?
Let me say a few words about the international side. First, I expect the BRICS countries to continue to expand as a group, new members. I hope that Indonesia plays an important role in that grouping because I think that it is an important grouping. Second, it's not only the United States with the new leadership, but Europe has a new European Union Commission, a new European Union President. The head of the European Union Sustainable Development Division is Dr. Teresa Rivera from Spain. She's a very big proponent of the European Green Deal. And I think that Europe and ASEAN can really partner on a lot of this SDG Green Deal programming. And so I expect that the EU will be reaching out to ASEAN, therefore to Indonesia, in that role. I believe that BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative of China, will play a larger role in 2025. Indonesia is a critical part of that, so I believe that that will also help. I think the focus on green transformation will continue to accelerate because 2024 will be setting a new record for temperature, again, above 1.5 degrees Celsius. The environmental crisis is very advanced, and this will push the green agenda. The G20 will be quite important. Next year will be in South Africa. Indonesia continues to be a leader of the G20 process, from Bali to Brazil to South Africa. So I think that is quite important. And then, of course, the United States political change to the Trump administration. There are many good things in what I just said, in the BRICS, in EU, ASEAN, in BRI, in the G20, and there will be an instability also introduced by Trump. But I think on the whole, for the emerging economies, this can be a positive period. And this is what I would really stress. Keep the longer term perspective. Don't panic with a lot of noise that will be in the international system. Keep the investments towards the green and digital economy and towards the human capital. And that will be the appropriate way to take advantage of the changing world scene.
Professor Sachs, thank you very much. On that note, let's hope that 2025, may we find common grounds and true adversaries, and may we foster together as a nation and in the region. Thank you very much, Professor Sachs, and also Professor Arif. I think we have a photo session first, Professor, before we let you go. I know it's really late there, but let's take a picture first. Silakan dari fotografernya.
All right, thank you very much. Please help me to have a big applause for the moderator, speaker, and discussions, and you may return to your seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for your active participation during the first session we just. And before moving on to the second session,
fasilitasi, dan kolaborasi. Yang dipelihara dengan satu visi. Didorong oleh kemampuan untuk melakukan perubahan, lahirlah sebuah inovasi. Dan semangat yang melatar belakangi tekad kuat untuk membawa Indonesia menjadi lebih baik, lebih sehat. Semangat untuk membuat Indonesia terus bergerak maju menuju masa depan yang gemilang. Dengan melakukan pengembangan dari satu kebaikan menghadirkan manfaat terbaik bagi dunia. Kini, inovasi-inovasi itu sudah ada. The goodness innovation.
Hai, aku Regita, pegawai Kementerian Keuangan. Setiap berangkat ke kantor, aku tuh sering sambil mikir banyak hal. Salah satunya anggaran pendapatan dan belanja negara yang setiap tahunnya dirumuskan. Kalian tahu nggak sih, kalau APBN merupakan instrumen penting dalam menjaga keberlanjutan ekonomi Indonesia. Dengan penuh optimisme dan kehati-hatian, pemerintah ternyata merancang APBN 2025 sebagai jembatan menuju Indonesia Emas 2045. Aku tahu sih, perjalanan menuju Indonesia Emas 2045 pastinya nggak mudah. Dalam beberapa tahun terakhir aja, Indonesia harus menghadapi berbagai risiko global. Kayak suku bunga global yang bertahan tinggi, eskalasi tensi geopolitik, volatilitas harga komoditas, proyeksi pertumbuhan ekonomi global yang stagnan, meningkatnya peran teknologi dan AI, perubahan iklim, serta penuaan demografi secara global. Banyak banget kan? Waduh, makin berat ya. Nah, di sini APBN diperlukan untuk merespon berbagai dinamika tersebut, agar ekonomi masyarakat tetap terjaga dan tujuan nasional juga bisa tercapai. Dan jangan lupa kalau tahun 2025 akan menjadi tahun transisi pemerintahan Indonesia. Maka dari itu, APBN 2025 diarahkan untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan ekonomi yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan, mendukung transisi yang lancar dan efektif. APBN 2025 dirancang untuk merespon dinamika perekonomian, menjawab tantangan, dan mendukung agenda pembangunan. Makanya, APBN harus dijaga tetap sehat dan kredibel. Caranya melalui collecting more, spending better, dan innovative financing. Ada juga yang namanya sasaran pembangunan, yang pada tahun 2025 menargetkan tingkat kemiskinan pada rentang 7-8%, tingkat kemiskinan ekstrim optimis di 0, Gini rasio pada rentang 0,379 sampai 0,382. Selain itu, nilai tukar petani ditargetkan pada rentang 115 sampai 120 dan nilai tukar nelayan pada 105 sampai 108. Nah, atas dasar sasaran pembangunan tersebut dan memperhatikan perkembangan perekonomian terkini, pemerintah telah menetapkan asumsi dasar ekonomi makro. Pertama, kinerja ekonomi harus tetap resilient dengan pertumbuhan yang ditargetkan stabil di angka 5,2% dan inflasi yang terjaga pada 2,5%. Selain itu, nilai tukar rupiah ditargetkan sebesar Rp16.000 per USD, suku bunga SBN 10 tahun sebesar 7%, harga minyak mentah disepakati sebesar 82 USD per barel, serta lifting minyak sebesar 605.000 barel per hari, dan lifting gas sekitar 1 juta barel setara minyak per hari. Dengan dasar itulah postur APBN 2025 disusun dengan cermat. Pendapatan negara ditargetkan sebesar Rp3.005,1 triliun, sedangkan belanja negara mencapai Rp3.621,3 triliun. Terus, defisit APBN ditargetkan tetap terjaga pada 2,53% dari PDB. Defisit ini ternyata berada dalam tingkat moderat loh. Gunanya itu untuk memberikan ruang bagi pertumbuhan sekaligus menjaga stabilitas fiskal. Nah, terus gimana supaya pendapatan negara tahun 2025 optimal? Dengan tetap menjaga iklim investasi dan keberlanjutan dunia usaha. Lalu, untuk ningkatin penerimaan perpajakan, caranya dengan mendorong efektivitas pelaksanaan reformasi perpajakan agar meningkatkan basis perpajakan dan kepatuhan melalui penerapan Cortex, CISA 4.0, dan Simbara. Di sisi lain, sistem perpajakan juga terus didorong agar semakin kompatibel dengan struktur perekonomian dan sistem perpajakan global. Selain itu, agar PNBP semakin optimal, dapat dilakukan melalui optimalisasi pengelolaan aset dan SDA, inovasi layanan, perbaikan tata kelola, dan pelaksanaan pengawasan PNBP untuk meningkatkan kepatuhan, peningkatan sinergi antar instansi pemerintah, termasuk perluasan pemanfaatan teknologi dan informasi. Nah, APBN 2025 juga punya sejumlah sektor prioritas. Pertama, prioritas di sektor pendidikan untuk meningkatkan kualitas SDM melalui anggaran pendidikan, termasuk program makan bergizi gratis, beasiswa, dan pembangunan sekolah unggulan. Sektor prioritas berikutnya di bidang kesehatan yang anggarannya dialokasikan untuk menekan stunting, meningkatkan layanan kesehatan, dan menyediakan pemeriksaan kesehatan gratis. Perlindungan sosial juga menjadi sektor prioritas dengan alokasi anggaran untuk mengentas kemiskinan dan menurunkan kesenjangan. Penyalurannya antara lain melalui program Keluarga Harapan, Kartu Sembako, PIP, KIP Kuliah, penyaluran subsidi BBM dan LPG tabung 3 kg, dan sebagainya. Selain itu, pengalokasian anggaran prioritas juga untuk mempercepat pembangunan infrastruktur strategis, mulai dari irigasi, jalan tol, hingga digitalisasi layanan publik. Ketahanan pangan juga dioptimalkan dengan meningkatkan produktivitas pertanian melalui penguatan sarpras dan infrastruktur pertanian, peningkatan akses pembiayaan petani, dan penguatan cadangan pangan nasional. Terakhir, anggaran prioritas juga fokus untuk meningkatkan hukum dan hankam. Ya ampun, overthinking macam apa ya sampai sekompleks ini? Yang jelas, APBN 2025 bukan hanya angka di atas kertas, tapi juga instrumen arah dan strategi untuk mendukung denyut jantung perekonomian Indonesia. Dengan menjaga stabilitas, inklusivitas, dan keberlanjutan, APBN akan terus mendukung masa depan yang lebih cerah bagi bangsa Indonesia. Pantau terus APBN kita, kawal terus uang kita!
Asia and the Pacific has been transforming before our eyes. Its share in world GDP is increasing, and this robust growth has dramatically reduced poverty in the region. Yet, many people remain poor, and inequality is a growing concern. Climate change, environmental stress, and natural disasters pose growing risks. Advanced technologies like artificial intelligence and robotics are accelerating, and the challenge for the region is to capitalize on these developments. Several countries are aging fast, while in others, an expanding youth population presents both opportunities and challenges. In response to this changing landscape, the Asian Development Bank has developed its new corporate strategy, Strategy 2030. Building on 50 years of strong development partnership, ADB will sustain its efforts to eradicate extreme poverty. We will continue to work for an Asia and the Pacific that's prosperous, where countries experience steady economic growth and better opportunities for people. Inclusive, where the gains and opportunities are shared by all. Resilient, where vulnerable countries and communities can withstand crises that affect them. And sustainable, where economic growth happens in harmony with nature. Strategy 2030 is aligned with major global commitments. There's still a lot of work to do, as the region needs $1.7 trillion a year between 2016 and 2030 to meet its infrastructure needs. We'll continue to be the trusted partner of our developing member countries, adding value through financing, knowledge and partnerships. We'll provide integrated solutions and use advanced technologies to match clients' needs. As the region changes, the countries also change in different ways. To respond, we'll customize our approach to each country, making sure we maximize results each time. We'll focus on 7 priorities: addressing poverty and inequality, accelerating gender equality in every element of ADB's operations, tackling disasters, taking strong and urgent climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, and promoting environmental sustainability, making cities more livable, promoting rural development and food security, strengthening governance and institutions, and fostering regional cooperation and integration. ADB will offer solutions in these areas by integrating its expertise across a range of sectors and themes. We'll scale up our private sector operations while staying focused on development impact. We'll partner with others to mobilize more funds and expertise to support our clients better. And we'll make sure that our knowledge is shared with those who need it, when they need it. We'll improve our own operations to become a stronger, better, and faster ADB. Let's work together to build a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific.
Bumi kita sedang terluka, dan sudah lama ia meneriakkan sinyal-sinyal bahaya. Pemanasan global adalah ancaman nyata yang terus menghantui dan perlahan mengubah dunia kita. Banyak manusia dengan pongahnya hidup tanpa peduli akan alam dan mengakibatkan punahnya kehidupan. Dan bumi tidak akan layak huni lagi. Tidak lagi aku, tapi kita. Bersama-sama kita memobilisasi dan menyinergikan sumber daya yang kita miliki untuk lingkungan hidup yang lebih baik. Waktu memang tidak bisa diputar kembali, namun kita masih bisa berperan untuk melestarikan alam, serta memberikan habitat yang baik, tidak hanya untuk manusia, tapi juga untuk satwa di sekeliling kita. bergerak untuk bumi, untuk masa depan.
PDOH, Organisasi Pengelola Dana Lingkungan, untuk lingkungan Indonesia yang lebih lestari.
Visi Indonesia Emas 2045 bukan wacana belaka. Segenap daya dan upaya punggawa negara tanpa lelah menata karya menuju cita bersama, walau tantangan menghadang asa. Kerja keras 1 dekade berbuah maslahat. Indonesia kian melaju-maju. Di tengah beragam gejolak dan resesi negara-negara di dunia, ekonomi Indonesia tetap mampu tumbuh di kisaran 5% dengan inflasi terkendali rendah. Sumber daya penggerak mesin perekonomian itu bernama APBN. Bukan sekadar deretan angka di atas kertas, APBN menjadi pijakan utama untuk melindungi dan menyejahterakan rakyat. APBN berfokus pada investasi sumber daya manusia Indonesia. Beragam bantuan untuk memperluas akses dan kualitas pendidikan diberikan. Berbagai macam subsidi dan belanja jaring pengaman sosial menjamin masyarakat miskin dan rentan menikmati manfaat sebesar-besarnya dari kemajuan ekonomi. Pemerataan pembangunan menyentuh segala lapisan, membuka peluang tumbuh bersama, membangun dari pinggiran, dari desa, dari daerah terluar, menopang peradaban bangsa.
Saya pikir ini menjadi belanja-belanja yang tentunya diharapkan dalam jangka menengah panjang ini dapat bisa mendukung ya, visi Indonesia Emas 2045 agar pendapatan per kapita kita ini bisa secara nasional bisa meningkat dan kita berhasil menjadi keluar dari negara berpenghasilan menengah.
Masa depan Indonesia yang penuh peluang dan harapan terbentang di hadapan. APBN sehat menjadi landasan kuat keberlanjutan pembangunan negeri. APBN mendorong pertumbuhan dan pemerataan, menjaga stabilitas.
What is a future worth living? A life without fear, a roof over your head, safety and security, education and employment, health and dignity, equal opportunities, freedom, peace. A society that protects the rights of the individual, that embraces sustainable change for people and the environment. These goals drive us. We are working to achieve them together with our partners and clients. The challenge, an increasingly uncertain world. We think globally and act locally. What we do works because we are implementing policies, because we are shaping digital change, because we are breaking new ground and creating new perspectives. Together we stand for change, for our planet and for its people. For a future worth living around the world.
Berawal dari fasilitasi dan kolaborasi kolaborasi. Yang dipelihara dengan satu visi. Didorong oleh kemampuan untuk melakukan perubahan. Lahirlah sebuah inovasi. Dan semangat yang melatar belakangi tekad kuat untuk membawa Indonesia menjadi lebih baik, lebih sehat. Semangat untuk membuat Indonesia terus bergerak maju menuju masa depan yang gemilang. Dengan melakukan pengembangan dari satu kebaikan menghadirkan manfaat terbaik bagi dunia. Kini, inovasi-inovasi itu sudah ada. The goodness innovation.
Hai, aku Regita, pegawai Kementerian Keuangan. Setiap berangkat ke kantor, aku tuh sering sambil mikir banyak hal. Salah satunya anggaran pendapatan dan belanja negara yang setiap tahunnya dirumuskan. Kalian tahu nggak sih, kalau APBN merupakan instrumen penting dalam menjaga keberlanjutan ekonomi Indonesia. Dengan penuh optimisme dan kehati-hatian, pemerintah ternyata merancang APBN 2025 sebagai jembatan menuju Indonesia Emas 2045. Aku tahu sih, perjalanan menuju Indonesia Emas 2045 pastinya nggak mudah. Dalam beberapa tahun terakhir aja, Indonesia harus menghadapi berbagai risiko global. Kayak suku bunga global yang bertahan tinggi, eskalasi tensi geopolitik, volatilitas harga komoditas, proyeksi pertumbuhan ekonomi global yang stagnan, meningkatnya peran teknologi dan AI, perubahan iklim, serta penuaan demografi secara global. Banyak banget kan? Waduh, makin berat ya. Nah, di sini APBN diperlukan untuk merespon berbagai dinamika tersebut, agar ekonomi masyarakat tetap terjaga dan tujuan nasional juga bisa tercapai. Dan jangan lupa kalau tahun 2025 akan menjadi tahun transisi pemerintahan Indonesia. Maka dari itu, APBN 2025 diarahkan untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan ekonomi yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan, mendukung transisi yang lancar dan efektif. APBN 2025 dirancang untuk merespon dinamika perekonomian, menjawab tantangan, dan mendukung agenda pembangunan. Makanya, APBN harus dijaga tetap sehat dan kredibel. Caranya melalui collecting more, spending better, dan innovative financing. Ada juga yang namanya sasaran pembangunan, yang pada tahun 2025 menargetkan tingkat kemiskinan pada rentang 7-8%, tingkat kemiskinan ekstrim optimis di 0, Gini rasio pada rentang 0,379 sampai 0,382. Selain itu, nilai tukar petani ditargetkan pada rentang 115 sampai 120 dan nilai tukar nelayan pada 105 sampai 108. Nah, atas dasar sasaran pembangunan tersebut dan memperhatikan perkembangan perekonomian terkini, pemerintah telah menetapkan asumsi dasar ekonomi makro. Pertama, kinerja ekonomi harus tetap resilient dengan pertumbuhan yang ditargetkan stabil di angka 5,2% dan inflasi yang terjaga pada 2,5%. Selain itu, nilai tukar rupiah ditargetkan sebesar Rp16.000 per USD, suku bunga SBN 10 tahun sebesar 7%, harga minyak mentah disepakati sebesar 82 USD per barel, serta lifting minyak sebesar 605.000 barel per hari, dan lifting gas sekitar 1 juta barel setara minyak per hari. Dengan dasar itulah postur APBN 2025 disusun dengan cermat. Pendapatan negara ditargetkan sebesar Rp3.005,1 triliun, sedangkan belanja negara mencapai Rp3.621,3 triliun. Terus, defisit APBN ditargetkan tetap terjaga pada 2,53% dari PDB. Defisit ini ternyata berada dalam tingkat moderat loh. Gunanya itu untuk memberikan ruang bagi pertumbuhan sekaligus menjaga stabilitas fiskal. Nah, terus gimana supaya pendapatan negara tahun 2025 optimal? Dengan tetap menjaga iklim investasi dan keberlanjutan dunia usaha. Lalu, untuk ningkatin penerimaan perpajakan, caranya dengan mendorong efektivitas pelaksanaan reformasi perpajakan agar meningkatkan basis perpajakan dan kepatuhan melalui penerapan Cortex, CISA 4.0, dan Simbara. Di sisi lain, sistem perpajakan juga terus didorong agar semakin kompatibel dengan struktur perekonomian dan sistem perpajakan global. Selain itu, agar PNBP semakin optimal, dapat dilakukan melalui optimalisasi pengelolaan aset dan SDA, inovasi layanan, perbaikan tata kelola, dan pelaksanaan pengawasan PNBP untuk meningkatkan kepatuhan, peningkatan sinergi antar instansi pemerintah, termasuk perluasan pemanfaatan teknologi dan informasi. Nah, APBN 2025 juga punya sejumlah sektor prioritas. Pertama, prioritas di sektor pendidikan untuk meningkatkan kualitas SDM melalui anggaran pendidikan, termasuk program makan bergizi gratis, beasiswa, dan pembangunan sekolah unggulan. Sektor prioritas berikutnya di bidang kesehatan yang anggarannya dialokasikan untuk menekan stunting, meningkatkan layanan kesehatan, dan menyediakan pemeriksaan kesehatan gratis. Perlindungan sosial juga menjadi sektor prioritas dengan alokasi anggaran untuk mengentas kemiskinan dan menurunkan kesenjangan. Penyalurannya antara lain melalui program Keluarga Harapan, Kartu Sembako, PIP, KIP Kuliah, penyaluran subsidi BBM dan LPG tabung 3 kg, dan sebagainya. Selain itu, pengalokasian anggaran prioritas juga untuk mempercepat pembangunan infrastruktur strategis, mulai dari irigasi, jalan tol, hingga digitalisasi layanan publik. Ketahanan pangan juga dioptimalkan dengan meningkatkan produktivitas pertanian melalui penguatan sarpras dan infrastruktur pertanian, peningkatan akses pembiayaan petani, dan penguatan cadangan pangan nasional. Terakhir, anggaran prioritas juga fokus untuk meningkatkan hukum dan hankam. Ya ampun, overthinking macam apa ya sampai sekompleks ini? Yang jelas, APBN 2025 bukan hanya angka di atas kertas, tapi juga instrumen arah dan strategi untuk mendukung denyut jantung perekonomian Indonesia. Dengan menjaga stabilitas, inklusivitas, dan keberlanjutan, APBN akan terus mendukung masa depan yang lebih cerah bagi bangsa Indonesia. Pantau terus APBN kita, kawal terus uang kita!
Asia and the Pacific has been transforming before our eyes. Its share in world GDP is increasing, and this robust growth has dramatically reduced poverty in the region. Yet, many people remain poor, and inequality is a growing concern. Climate change, environmental stress, and natural disasters pose growing risks. Advanced technologies like artificial intelligence and robotics are accelerating, and the challenge for the region is to capitalize on these developments. Several countries are aging fast, while in others, an expanding youth population presents both opportunities and challenges. In response to this changing landscape, the Asian Development Bank has developed its new corporate strategy, Strategy 2030. Building on 50 years of strong development partnership, ADB will sustain its efforts to eradicate extreme poverty. We will continue to work for an Asia and the Pacific that's prosperous, where countries experience steady economic growth and better opportunities for people. Inclusive, where the gains and opportunities are shared by all. Resilient, where vulnerable countries and communities can withstand crises that affect them. And sustainable, where economic growth happens in harmony with nature. Strategy 2030 is aligned with major global commitments. There's still a lot of work to do, as the region needs $1.7 trillion a year between 2016 and 2030 to meet its infrastructure needs. We'll continue to be the trusted partner of our developing member countries, adding value through financing, knowledge and partnerships. We'll provide integrated solutions and use advanced technologies to match clients' needs. As the region changes, the countries also change in different ways. To respond, we'll customize our approach to each country, making sure we maximize results each time. We'll focus on 7 priorities: addressing poverty and inequality, accelerating gender equality in every element of ADB's operations, tackling disasters, taking strong and urgent climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, and promoting environmental sustainability, making cities more livable, promoting rural development and food security, strengthening governance and institutions, and fostering regional cooperation and integration. ADB will offer solutions in these areas by integrating its expertise across a range of sectors and themes. We'll scale up our private sector operations while staying focused on development impact. We'll partner with others to mobilize more funds and expertise to support our clients better. And we'll make sure that our knowledge is shared with those who need it, when they need it. We'll improve our own operations to become a stronger, better and faster ADB. Let's work together to build a prosperous, inclusive, resilient and sustainable Asia and the Pacific.
Bumi kita sedang terluka, dan sudah lama ia meneriakkan sinyal-sinyal bahaya. Pemanasan global adalah ancaman nyata yang terus menghantui dan perlahan mengubah dunia kita. Banyak manusia dengan pongahnya hidup tanpa peduli akan alam dan mengakibatkan punahnya kehidupan. Dan bumi tidak akan layak huni lagi. Tidak lagi aku, tapi kita. Bersama-sama kita memobilisasi dan menyinergikan sumber daya yang kita miliki untuk lingkungan hidup yang lebih baik. Waktu memang tidak bisa diputar kembali, namun kita masih bisa berperan untuk melestarikan alam, serta memberikan habitat yang baik, tidak hanya untuk manusia, tapi juga untuk satwa di sekeliling kita. bersatu dan bergerak untuk bumi, untuk masa depan.
PDOH, Organisasi Pengelola Dana Lingkungan, untuk lingkungan Indonesia yang lebih lestari.
Visi Indonesia Emas 2045 bukan wacana belaka. Segenap daya dan upaya punggawa negara tanpa lelah menata karya menuju cita bersama. Walau tantangan menghadang asa. Kerja keras 1 dekade berbuah maslahat. Indonesia kian melaju-maju. Di tengah beragam gejolak dan resesi negara-negara di dunia, ekonomi Indonesia tetap mampu tumbuh di kisaran 5% dengan inflasi terkendali rendah. Sumber daya penggerak mesin perekonomian itu bernama APBN. Bukan sekadar deretan angka di atas kertas, APBN menjadi pijakan utama untuk melindungi dan menyejahterakan rakyat. APBN berfokus pada investasi sumber daya manusia Indonesia. Beragam bantuan untuk memperluas akses dan kualitas pendidikan diberikan. Berbagai macam subsidi dan belanja jaring pengaman sosial menjamin masyarakat miskin dan rentan menikmati manfaat sebesar-besarnya dari kemajuan ekonomi. Pemerataan pembangunan menyentuh segala lapisan, membuka peluang tumbuh bersama, membangun dari pinggiran, dari desa, dari daerah terluar, menopang peradaban bangsa.
Saya pikir ini menjadi belanja-belanja yang tentunya diharapkan dalam jangka menengah panjang ini dapat bisa mendukung ya, visi Indonesia Emas 2045 agar pendapatan per kapita kita ini bisa secara nasional bisa meningkat dan kita berhasil menjadi keluar dari negara berpenghasilan menengah.
Masa depan Indonesia yang penuh peluang dan harapan terbentang di hadapan. APBN sehat menjadi landasan kuat keberlanjutan pembangunan negeri. APBN mendorong pertumbuhan dan pemerataan, menjaga stabilitas.
What is a future worth living? A life without fear, a roof over your head, safety and security, education and employment, health and dignity, equal opportunities, freedom, peace. A society that protects the rights of the individual, that embraces sustainable change for people and the environment. These goals drive us. We are working to achieve them together with our partners and clients. The challenge, an increasingly uncertain world. We think globally and act locally. What we do works because we are implementing policies, because we are shaping digital change, because we are breaking new ground and creating new perspectives. Together we stand for change, for our planet and for its people, for a future worth living around the world.
Berawal dari fasilitasi kolaborasi. Yang dipelihara dengan satu visi. Didorong oleh kemampuan untuk melakukan perubahan, lahirlah sebuah inovasi. Dan semangat yang melatar belakangi tekad kuat untuk membawa Indonesia menjadi lebih baik, lebih sehat. Semangat untuk membuat Indonesia terus bergerak maju menuju masa depan yang gemilang. Dengan melakukan pengembangan dari satu kebaikan menghadirkan manfaat terbaik bagi dunia. Kini, inovasi-inovasi itu sudah ada. The goodness innovation.
Hai, aku Regita, pegawai Kementerian Keuangan. Setiap berangkat ke kantor, aku tuh sering sambil mikir banyak hal. Salah satunya anggaran pendapatan dan belanja negara yang setiap tahunnya dirumuskan. Kalian tahu nggak sih, kalau APBN merupakan instrumen penting dalam menjaga keberlanjutan ekonomi Indonesia. Dengan penuh optimisme dan kehati-hatian, pemerintah ternyata merancang APBN 2025 sebagai jembatan menuju Indonesia Emas 2045. Aku tahu sih, perjalanan menuju Indonesia Emas 2045 pastinya nggak mudah. Dalam beberapa tahun terakhir aja, Indonesia harus menghadapi berbagai risiko global. Kayak suku bunga global yang bertahan tinggi, eskalasi tensi geopolitik, volatilitas harga komoditas, proyeksi pertumbuhan ekonomi global yang stagnan, meningkatnya peran teknologi dan AI, perubahan iklim, serta penuaan demografi secara global. Banyak banget kan? Waduh, makin berat ya. Nah, di sini APBN diperlukan untuk merespon berbagai dinamika tersebut, agar ekonomi masyarakat tetap terjaga dan tujuan nasional juga bisa tercapai. Dan jangan lupa kalau tahun 2025 akan menjadi tahun transisi pemerintahan Indonesia. Maka dari itu, APBN 2025 diarahkan untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan ekonomi yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan, mendukung transisi yang lancar dan efektif. APBN 2025 dirancang untuk merespon dinamika perekonomian, menjawab tantangan, dan mendukung agenda pembangunan. Makanya, APBN harus dijaga tetap sehat dan kredibel. Caranya melalui collecting more, spending better, dan innovative financing. Ada juga yang namanya sasaran pembangunan, yang pada tahun 2025 menargetkan tingkat kemiskinan pada rentang 7-8%, tingkat kemiskinan ekstrim optimis di 0, Gini rasio pada rentang 0,379 sampai 0,382. Selain itu, nilai tukar petani ditargetkan pada rentang 115 sampai 120 dan nilai tukar nelayan pada 105 sampai 108. Nah, atas dasar sasaran pembangunan tersebut dan memperhatikan perkembangan perekonomian terkini, pemerintah telah menetapkan asumsi dasar ekonomi makro. Pertama, kinerja ekonomi harus tetap resilient dengan pertumbuhan yang ditargetkan stabil di angka 5,2% dan inflasi yang terjaga pada 2,5%. Selain itu, nilai tukar rupiah ditargetkan sebesar Rp16.000 per USD, suku bunga SBN 10 tahun sebesar 7%, harga minyak mentah disepakati sebesar 82 USD per barel, serta lifting minyak sebesar 605.000 barel per hari, dan lifting gas sekitar 1 juta barel setara minyak per hari. Dengan dasar itulah postur APBN 2025 disusun dengan cermat. Pendapatan negara ditargetkan sebesar Rp3.005,1 triliun, sedangkan belanja negara mencapai Rp3.621,3 triliun. Terus, defisit APBN ditargetkan tetap terjaga pada 2,53% dari PDB. Defisit ini ternyata berada dalam tingkat moderat loh. Gunanya itu untuk memberikan ruang bagi pertumbuhan sekaligus menjaga stabilitas fiskal. Nah, terus gimana supaya pendapatan negara tahun 2025 optimal? Dengan tetap menjaga iklim investasi dan keberlanjutan dunia usaha. Lalu, untuk ningkatin penerimaan perpajakan, caranya dengan mendorong efektivitas pelaksanaan reformasi perpajakan agar meningkatkan basis perpajakan dan kepatuhan melalui penerapan Cortex, CISA 4.0, dan Simbara. Di sisi lain, sistem perpajakan juga terus didorong agar semakin kompatibel dengan struktur perekonomian dan sistem perpajakan global. Selain itu, agar PNBP semakin optimal, dapat dilakukan melalui optimalisasi pengelolaan aset dan SDA, inovasi layanan, perbaikan tata kelola, dan pelaksanaan pengawasan PNBP untuk meningkatkan kepatuhan, peningkatan sinergi antar instansi pemerintah, termasuk perluasan pemanfaatan teknologi dan informasi. Nah, APBN 2025 juga punya sejumlah sektor prioritas. Pertama, prioritas di sektor pendidikan untuk meningkatkan kualitas SDM melalui anggaran pendidikan, termasuk program makan bergizi gratis, beasiswa, dan pembangunan sekolah unggulan. Sektor prioritas berikutnya di bidang kesehatan yang anggarannya dialokasikan untuk menekan stunting, meningkatkan layanan kesehatan, dan menyediakan pemeriksaan kesehatan gratis. Perlindungan sosial juga menjadi sektor prioritas dengan alokasi anggaran untuk mengentas kemiskinan dan menurunkan kesenjangan. Penyalurannya antara lain melalui program Keluarga Harapan, Kartu Sembako, PIP, KIP Kuliah, penyaluran subsidi BBM dan LPG tabung 3 kg, dan sebagainya. Selain itu, pengalokasian anggaran prioritas juga untuk mempercepat pembangunan infrastruktur strategis, mulai dari irigasi, jalan tol, hingga digitalisasi layanan publik. Ketahanan pangan juga dioptimalkan dengan meningkatkan produktivitas pertanian melalui penguatan sarpras dan infrastruktur pertanian, peningkatan akses pembiayaan petani, dan penguatan cadangan pangan nasional. Terakhir, anggaran prioritas juga fokus untuk meningkatkan hukum dan hankam. Ya ampun, overthinking macam apa ya sampai sekompleks ini? Yang jelas, APBN 2025 bukan hanya angka di atas kertas, tapi juga instrumen arah dan strategi untuk mendukung denyut jantung perekonomian Indonesia. Dengan menjaga stabilitas, inklusivitas, dan keberlanjutan, APBN akan terus mendukung masa depan yang lebih cerah bagi bangsa Indonesia. Pantau terus APBN kita, kawal terus uang kita!
Asia and the Pacific has been transforming before our eyes. Its share in world GDP is increasing, and this robust growth has dramatically reduced poverty in the region. Yet, many people remain poor, and inequality is a growing concern. Climate change, environmental stress, and natural disasters pose growing risks. Advanced technologies like artificial intelligence and robotics are accelerating, and the challenge for the region is to capitalize on these developments. Several countries are aging fast, while in others, an expanding youth population presents both opportunities and challenges. In response to this changing landscape, the Asian Development Bank has developed its new corporate strategy, Strategy 2030. Building on 50 years of strong development partnership, ADB will sustain its efforts to eradicate extreme poverty. We will continue to work for an Asia and the Pacific that's prosperous, where countries experience steady economic growth and better opportunities for people. Inclusive, where the gains and opportunities are shared by all. Resilient, where vulnerable countries and communities can withstand crises that affect them. And sustainable, where economic growth happens in harmony with nature. Strategy 2030 is aligned with major global commitments. There's still a lot of work to do, as the region needs $1.7 trillion a year between 2016 and 2030 to meet its infrastructure needs. We'll continue to be the trusted partner of our developing member countries, adding value through financing, knowledge and partnerships. We'll provide integrated solutions and use advanced technologies to match clients' needs. As the region changes, the countries also change in different ways. To respond, we'll customize our approach to each country, making sure we maximize results each time. We'll focus on 7 priorities: addressing poverty and inequality, accelerating gender equality in every element of ADB's operations, tackling disasters, taking strong and urgent climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, and promoting environmental sustainability, making cities more livable, promoting rural development and food security, strengthening governance and institutions, and fostering regional cooperation and integration. ADB will offer solutions in these areas by integrating its expertise across a range of sectors and themes. We'll scale up our private sector operations while staying focused on development impact. We'll partner with others to mobilize more funds and expertise to support our clients better. And we'll make sure that our knowledge is shared with those who need it, when they need it. We'll improve our own operations to become a stronger, better and faster ADB. Let's work together to build a prosperous, inclusive, resilient and sustainable Asia and the Pacific.
Bumi kita sedang terluka. Dan sudah lama ia meneriakkan sinyal-sinyal bahaya. Pemanasan global adalah ancaman nyata yang terus menghantui dan perlahan mengubah dunia kita. Banyak manusia dengan pongahnya hidup tanpa peduli akan alam dan mengakibatkan punahnya kehidupan. Dan bumi tidak akan layak huni lagi. Tidak lagi aku, tapi kita. Bersama-sama kita memobilisasi dan menyinergikan sumber daya yang kita miliki untuk lingkungan hidup yang lebih baik. Waktu memang tidak bisa diputar kembali. Namun kita masih bisa berperan untuk melestarikan alam, serta memberikan habitat yang baik, tidak hanya untuk manusia, tapi juga untuk satwa di sekeliling kita. saatnya bersatu dan bergerak untuk bumi, untuk masa depan.
PDOH, Organisasi Pengelola Dana Lingkungan, untuk lingkungan Indonesia yang lebih lestari.
Visi Indonesia Emas 2045 bukan wacana belaka. Segenap daya dan upaya punggawa negara tanpa lelah menata karya menuju cita bersama. Walau tantangan menghadang asa. Kerja keras 1 dekade berbuah maslahat. Indonesia kian melaju-maju. Di tengah beragam gejolak dan resesi negara-negara di dunia, ekonomi Indonesia tetap mampu tumbuh di kisaran 5% dengan inflasi terkendali rendah. Sumber daya penggerak mesin perekonomian itu bernama APBN. Bukan sekadar deretan angka di atas kertas, APBN menjadi pijakan utama untuk melindungi dan menyejahterakan rakyat. APBN berfokus pada investasi sumber daya manusia Indonesia. Beragam bantuan untuk memperluas akses dan kualitas pendidikan diberikan. Berbagai macam subsidi dan belanja jaring pengaman sosial menjamin masyarakat miskin dan rentan menikmati manfaat sebesar-besarnya dari kemajuan ekonomi. Pemerataan pembangunan menyentuh segala lapisan, membuka peluang tumbuh bersama, membangun dari pinggiran, dari desa, dari daerah terluar, menopang peradaban bangsa.
Saya pikir ini menjadi belanja-belanja yang tentunya diharapkan dalam jangka menengah panjang ini dapat bisa mendukung ya, visi Indonesia Emas 2045 agar pendapatan per kapita kita ini bisa secara nasional bisa meningkat dan kita berhasil menjadi keluar dari negara berpenghasilan menengah.
Masa depan Indonesia yang penuh peluang dan harapan terbentang di hadapan. APBN sehat menjadi landasan kuat keberlanjutan pembangunan negeri. APBN mendorong pertumbuhan dan pemerataan, menjaga stabilitas.
What is a future worth living? A life without fear, a roof over your head, safety and security, education and employment, health and dignity, equal opportunities, freedom, peace. A society that protects the rights of the individual, that embraces sustainable change for people and the environment. These goals drive us. We are working to achieve them together with our partners and clients. The challenge, an increasingly uncertain world. We think globally and act locally. What we do works because we are implementing policies, because we are shaping digital change, because we are breaking new ground and creating new perspectives. Together we stand for change, for our planet and for its people. For a future worth living around the world.
dari fasilitasi dan kolaborasi. Yang dipelihara dengan satu visi. Didorong oleh kemampuan untuk melakukan perubahan, lahirlah sebuah inovasi. Dan semangat yang melatar belakangi tekad kuat untuk membawa Indonesia menjadi lebih baik, lebih sehat. Semangat untuk membuat Indonesia terus bergerak maju menuju masa depan yang gemilang. Dengan melakukan pengembangan dari satu kebaikan menghadirkan manfaat terbaik bagi dunia. Kini, inovasi-inovasi itu sudah ada. The goodness innovation.
Hai, aku Regita, pegawai Kementerian Keuangan. Setiap berangkat ke kantor, aku tuh sering sambil mikir banyak hal. Salah satunya anggaran pendapatan dan belanja negara yang setiap tahunnya dirumuskan. Kalian tahu nggak sih, kalau APBN merupakan instrumen penting dalam menjaga keberlanjutan ekonomi Indonesia. Dengan penuh optimisme dan kehati-hatian, pemerintah ternyata merancang APBN 2025 sebagai jembatan menuju Indonesia Emas 2045. Aku tahu sih, perjalanan menuju Indonesia Emas 2045 pastinya nggak mudah. Dalam beberapa tahun terakhir aja, Indonesia harus menghadapi berbagai risiko global. Kayak suku bunga global yang bertahan tinggi, eskalasi tensi geopolitik, volatilitas harga komoditas, proyeksi pertumbuhan ekonomi global yang stagnan, meningkatnya peran teknologi dan AI, perubahan iklim, serta penuaan demografi secara global. Banyak banget kan? Waduh, makin berat ya. Nah, di sini APBN diperlukan untuk merespon berbagai dinamika tersebut, agar ekonomi masyarakat tetap terjaga dan tujuan nasional juga bisa tercapai. Dan jangan lupa kalau tahun 2025 akan menjadi tahun transisi pemerintahan Indonesia. Maka dari itu, APBN 2025 diarahkan untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan ekonomi yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan, mendukung transisi yang lancar dan efektif. APBN 2025 dirancang untuk merespon dinamika perekonomian, menjawab tantangan, dan mendukung agenda pembangunan. Makanya, APBN harus dijaga tetap sehat dan kredibel. Caranya melalui collecting more, spending better, dan innovative financing.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ada juga yang namanya sasaran pembangunan
selamat siang.
Yang pada tahun 2025 menargetkan tingkat kemiskinan pada rentang 7-8%.
Assalamualaikum
Tingkat
warahmatullahi
kemiskinan
wabarakatuh.
ekstrim optimis di 0. Ini rasio pada rentang 0,379 sampai 0,382. Selain itu, nilai tukar petani ditargetkan pada rentang 115 sampai 120 dan nilai tukar nelayan pada 105 sampai 108. Nah, atas dasar sasaran pembangunan tersebut dan memperhatikan perkembangan perekonomian terkini, pemerintah telah menetapkan asumsi dasar ekonomi makro. Pertama, kinerja ekonomi harus tetap resilient dengan pertumbuhan yang ditargetkan stabil di angka 5,2% dan inflasi yang terjaga pada 2,5%. Selain itu, nilai tukar rupiah ditargetkan sebesar Rp16.000 per USD, suku bunga SBN 10 tahun sebesar 7%, harga minyak mentah disepakati sebesar 82 USD per barel, serta lifting minyak sebesar 605.000 barel per hari, dan lifting gas sekitar 1 juta barel setara minyak per hari. Dengan dasar itulah postur APBN 2025 disusun dengan cermat. Pendapatan negara ditargetkan sebesar Rp3.005,1 triliun, sedangkan belanja negara mencapai Rp3.621,3 triliun. Terus, defisit APBN ditargetkan tetap terjaga pada 2,53% dari PDB. Defisit ini ternyata berada dalam tingkat moderat loh. Gunanya itu untuk memberikan ruang bagi pertumbuhan sekaligus menjaga stabilitas fiskal. Nah, terus gimana supaya pendapatan negara tahun 2025 optimal? Dengan tetap menjaga iklim investasi dan keberlanjutan dunia usaha. Lalu, untuk ningkatin penerimaan perpajakan, caranya dengan mendorong efektivitas pelaksanaan reformasi perpajakan agar meningkatkan basis perpajakan dan kepatuhan melalui penerapan Cortex, CISA 4.0, dan Simbara. Di sisi lain, sistem perpajakan juga terus didorong agar semakin kompatibel dengan struktur perekonomian dan sistem perpajakan global. Selain itu, agar PNBP semakin optimal, dapat dilakukan melalui optimalisasi pengelolaan aset dan SDA, inovasi layanan, perbaikan tata kelola, dan pelaksanaan pengawasan PNBP untuk meningkatkan kepatuhan, peningkatan sinergi antar instansi pemerintah, termasuk perluasan pemanfaatan teknologi dan informasi. Nah, APBN 2025 juga punya sejumlah sektor prioritas. Pertama, prioritas di sektor pendidikan untuk meningkatkan kualitas SDM melalui anggaran pendidikan, termasuk program makan bergizi gratis, beasiswa, dan pembangunan sekolah unggulan. Sektor prioritas berikutnya di bidang kesehatan yang anggarannya dialokasikan untuk menekan stunting, meningkatkan layanan kesehatan, dan menyediakan pemeriksaan kesehatan gratis. Perlindungan sosial juga menjadi sektor prioritas dengan alokasi anggaran untuk mengentas kemiskinan dan menurunkan kesenjangan. Penyalurannya antara lain melalui program Keluarga Harapan, Kartu Sembako, PIP, KIP Kuliah, penyaluran subsidi BBM dan LPG tabung 3 kg, dan sebagainya. Selain itu, pengalokasian anggaran prioritas juga untuk mempercepat pembangunan infrastruktur strategis, mulai dari irigasi, jalan tol, hingga digitalisasi layanan publik. Ketahanan pangan juga dioptimalkan dengan meningkatkan produktivitas pertanian melalui penguatan sarpras dan infrastruktur pertanian, peningkatan akses pembiayaan petani, dan penguatan cadangan pangan nasional. Terakhir, anggaran prioritas juga fokus untuk meningkatkan hukum dan hankam. Ya ampun, overthinking macam apa ya sampai sekompleks ini? Yang jelas, APBN 2025 bukan hanya angka di atas kertas, tapi juga instrumen arah dan strategi untuk mendukung denyut jantung perekonomian Indonesia. Dengan menjaga stabilitas, inklusivitas, dan keberlanjutan, APBN akan terus mendukung masa depan yang lebih cerah bagi bangsa Indonesia. Pantau terus APBN kita, kawal terus uang kita.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, selamat siang waktu
Asia and the Pacific has been transforming before our eyes.
I'm very sorry that I cannot be there
Its
in person
share in
as
world
I have
GDP
to attend
is increasing.
the cabinet meeting
And this
today
robust growth
exactly at
has
3
dramatically
p.m.
reduced poverty
Jakarta
in the
time.
region.
Today I'll be talking about
Yet,
future skills for
many
accelerating
people
strong
remain
and
poor,
sustainable growth.
and
I'm Stella
inequality
Christie,
is
the
a
Vice
growing
Minister of
concern.
Education, Science and Technology.
Climate change, environmental stress,
The first
and
point that I
natural
want to drive
disasters
is
pose
that
growing
economic
risks.
growth depends on
Advanced
science
technologies
and
like
technology.
artificial intelligence
This
and
may be
robotics
a
are
point
accelerating,
that everyone
and the
is aware
challenge
of.
for the region
But
is to
if we
capitalize
see
on these
the
developments.
policy that is happening right
Several
now,
countries are
especially in
aging fast,
Indonesia,
while in others,
there is
an
really
expanding
a
youth
big need to
population
drive
presents
home this
both
message that
opportunities
economic
and
growth
challenges.
truly depends on science and technology.
In response to this
So we
changing
start
landscape,
with,
the
what we
Asian
have.
Development Bank
The
has
pathway
developed
is
its new corporate strategy, Strategy 2030. Building on 50 years of strong development partnership, ADB will sustain its efforts to eradicate extreme poverty. We will continue to work for an Asia and the Pacific that's prosperous, where countries experience steady economic growth and better opportunities for people. Inclusive, where the gains and opportunities are shared by all. Resilient, where vulnerable countries and communities can withstand crises that affect them. And sustainable, where economic growth happens in harmony with nature. Strategy 2030 is aligned with major global commitments. There's still a lot of work to do, as the region needs $1.7 trillion a year between 2016 and 2030 to meet its infrastructure needs. We'll continue to be the trusted partner of our developing member countries, adding value through financing, knowledge and partnerships. We'll provide integrated solutions and use advanced technologies to match clients' needs. As the region changes, the countries also change in different ways. To respond, we'll customize our approach to each country, making sure we maximize results each time. We'll focus on 7 priorities: addressing poverty and inequality, accelerating gender equality in every element of ADB's operations, tackling disasters, taking strong and urgent climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, and promoting environmental sustainability, making cities more livable, promoting rural development and food security, strengthening governance and institutions, and fostering regional cooperation and integration. ADB will offer solutions in these areas by integrating its expertise across a range of sectors and themes. We'll scale up our private sector operations on development impact. We'll partner with others to mobilize more funds and expertise to support our clients better. And we'll make sure that our knowledge is shared with those who need it, when they need it. We'll improve our own operations to become a stronger, better, and inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific.
Bumi kita sedang terluka, dan sudah lama ia meneriakkan sinyal-sinyal bahaya. Pemanasan global adalah ancaman nyata yang terus menghantui dan perlahan mengubah dunia kita. Banyak manusia dengan pongahnya hidup tanpa peduli akan alam dan mengakibatkan punahnya kehidupan. Dan bumi tidak akan layak huni lagi. Tidak lagi aku, tapi kita. Bersama-sama kita memobilisasi dan menyinergikan sumber daya yang kita miliki untuk lingkungan hidup yang lebih baik. Waktu memang tidak bisa diputar kembali, namun kita masih bisa berperan untuk melestarikan alam, serta memberikan habitat yang baik, tidak hanya untuk manusia, tapi juga untuk satwa di sekeliling kita. saatnya bersatu dan bergerak untuk bumi, untuk masa depan.
IPDOH, Organisasi Pengelola Dana Lingkungan, untuk lingkungan Indonesia yang lebih lestari.
Visi Indonesia Emas 2045 bukan wacana belaka. Segenap daya dan upaya punggawa negara tanpa lelah menata karya menuju cita bersama. Walau tantangan menghadang asa. Kerja keras 1 dekade berbuah maslahat. Indonesia kian melaju-maju. Di tengah beragam gejolak dan resesi negara-negara di dunia, ekonomi Indonesia tetap mampu tumbuh di kisaran 5% dengan inflasi terkendali rendah. Sumber daya penggerak mesin perekonomian itu bernama APBN. Bukan sekadar deretan angka di atas kertas, APBN menjadi pijakan utama untuk melindungi dan menyejahterakan rakyat. APBN berfokus pada investasi sumber daya manusia Indonesia. Beragam bantuan untuk memperluas akses dan kualitas pendidikan diberikan. Berbagai macam subsidi dan belanja jaring pengaman sosial menjamin masyarakat miskin dan rentan menikmati manfaat sebesar-besarnya dari kemajuan ekonomi. Pemerataan pembangunan menyentuh segala lapisan, membuka peluang tumbuh bersama, membangun dari pinggiran, dari desa, dari daerah terluar, menopang peradaban bangsa.
Saya pikir ini menjadi belanja-belanja yang tentunya diharapkan dalam jangka menengah panjang ini dapat bisa mendukung ya, visi Indonesia Emas 2045 agar pendapatan per kapita kita ini bisa secara nasional bisa meningkat dan kita berhasil menjadi keluar dari negara berpenghasilan menengah.
Masa depan Indonesia yang penuh peluang dan harapan terbentang di hadapan. APBN sehat menjadi landasan kuat keberlanjutan pembangunan negeri. APBN mendorong pertumbuhan dan pemerataan, menjaga stabilitas.
What is a future worth living? A life without fear, a roof over your head, safety and security, education and employment, health and dignity, equal opportunities, freedom, peace. A society that protects the rights of the individual, that embraces sustainable change for people and the environment. These goals drive us. We are working to achieve them together with our partners and clients. The challenge, an increasingly uncertain world. We think globally and act locally. What we do works because we are implementing policies, because we are shaping digital change, because we are breaking new ground and creating new perspectives. Together we stand for change, for our planet and for its people. For a future worth living around the world.
berawal dari fasilitasi dan kolaborasi. Yang dipelihara dengan satu visi. Didorong oleh kemampuan untuk melakukan perubahan, lahirlah sebuah inovasi. Dan semangat yang melatar belakangi tekad kuat untuk membawa Indonesia menjadi lebih baik, lebih sehat. Semangat untuk membuat Indonesia terus bergerak maju menuju masa depan yang gemilang. Dengan melakukan pengembangan dari satu kebaikan menghadirkan manfaat terbaik bagi dunia. Kini, inovasi-inovasi itu sudah ada. The goodness innovation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in person as I have to attend
aku Regita, pegawai
the
Kementerian
cabinet meeting
Keuangan.
today exactly at 3 p.m.
Setiap berangkat ke
Jakarta
kantor,
time.
aku tuh sering sambil
Today I'll be
mikir
talking.
banyak hal. Salah satunya anggaran pendapatan dan belanja negara yang setiap tahunnya dirumuskan. Kalian tahu nggak sih, kalau APBN merupakan instrumen penting dalam menjaga keberlanjutan ekonomi Indonesia. Dengan penuh optimisme dan kehati-hatian, pemerintah ternyata merancang APBN 2025 sebagai jembatan menuju Indonesia Emas 2045. Aku tahu sih, perjalanan menuju Indonesia Emas 2045 pastinya nggak mudah. Dalam beberapa tahun terakhir aja, Indonesia harus menghadapi berbagai risiko global. Kayak suku bunga global yang bertahan tinggi, eskalasi tensi geopolitik, volatilitas harga komoditas, proyeksi pertumbuhan ekonomi global yang stagnan, meningkatnya peran teknologi dan AI, perubahan iklim, serta penuaan demografi secara global. Banyak banget kan? Waduh, makin berat ya. Nah, di sini APBN diperlukan untuk merespon berbagai dinamika tersebut, agar ekonomi masyarakat tetap terjaga dan tujuan nasional juga bisa tercapai. Dan jangan lupa kalau tahun 2025 akan menjadi tahun transisi pemerintahan Indonesia. Maka dari itu, APBN 2025 diarahkan untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan ekonomi yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan, mendukung transisi yang lancar dan efektif. APBN 2025 dirancang untuk merespon dinamika perekonomian, menjawab tantangan, dan mendukung agenda pembangunan. Makanya, APBN harus dijaga tetap sehat dan kredibel. Caranya melalui collecting more, spending better, dan innovative financing. Ada juga yang namanya sasaran pembangunan, yang pada tahun 2025 menargetkan tingkat kemiskinan pada rentang 7-8%, tingkat kemiskinan ekstrim optimis di 0, Gini rasio pada rentang 0,379 sampai 0,382. Selain itu, nilai tukar petani ditargetkan pada rentang 115 sampai 120 dan nilai tukar nelayan pada 105 sampai 108. Nah, atas dasar sasaran pembangunan tersebut dan memperhatikan perkembangan perekonomian terkini, pemerintah telah menetapkan asumsi dasar ekonomi makro. Pertama, kinerja ekonomi harus tetap resilient
is increasing. And this robust growth has dramatically reduced poverty in the region. Yet, many people remain poor, and inequality is a growing concern. Climate change, environmental stress, and natural disasters pose growing risks. Advanced technologies like artificial intelligence and robotics are accelerating, and the challenge for the region is to capitalize on these developments. Several countries are aging fast, while in others, an expanding youth population presents both opportunities and challenges. In response to this changing landscape, the Asian Development Bank has developed its new corporate strategy, Strategy 2030. Building on 50 years of strong development partnership, ADB will sustain its efforts to eradicate extreme poverty. We will continue to work for an Asia and the Pacific that's prosperous, where countries experience steady economic growth and better opportunities for people. Inclusive, where the gains and opportunities are shared by all. Resilient, where vulnerable countries and communities can withstand crises that affect them. And sustainable, where economic growth happens in harmony with nature. Strategy 2030 is aligned with major global commitments. There's still a lot of work to do, as the region needs $1.7 trillion a year between 2016 and 2030 to meet its infrastructure needs. We'll continue to be the trusted partner of our developing member countries, adding value through financing, knowledge and partnerships. We'll provide integrated solutions and use advanced technologies to match clients' needs. As the region changes, the countries also change in different ways. To respond, we'll customize our approach to each country, making sure we maximize results each time. We'll focus on 7 priorities: addressing poverty and inequality, accelerating gender equality in every element of ADB's operations, tackling disasters, taking strong and urgent climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, and promoting environmental sustainability, making cities more livable, promoting rural development and food security, strengthening governance and institutions, and fostering regional cooperation and integration. ADB will offer solutions in these areas by integrating its expertise across a range of sectors and themes. We'll scale up our private sector operations while staying focused on development impact. We'll partner with others to mobilize more funds and expertise to support our clients better. And we'll make sure that our knowledge is shared with those who need it, when they need it. We'll improve our own operations to become a stronger, better, and faster ADB. Let's work together to build a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the agenda shortly. May we kindly ask you to be seated? Thank you. Well, listening guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the second session, and under the theme, Future Skills for Accelerating Strong and Sustainable Growth. And this session will be moderated by Bapak Reza Angling Kusumo, Principal Country Economist, Indonesia Residence Mission, or IRM, Southeast Asia Department, ASEAN Development Bank. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our moderator and speakers. We wish you a fruitful discussion. Big applause for the speakers and also moderators.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good afternoon. Welcome to the second session of 13th Annual International Forum on Economic Development and Public Policy. My name is Reza Angling Kusumo, Principal Economist at ADB. I'm honored to be here to be your moderator this afternoon. This session is about future skills for accelerating strong and sustainable growth. As Indonesia is embarking on a journey toward a high-income economy, industrial transformation, and also green industrialization become increasingly important. During such transformation, of course, a significant portion of the labor force need to be moved to higher-paying, higher productivity jobs. And as a result, education and also preparing human capital with market-relevant skills are crucial, and also the role of government and private sectors in supporting education reforms and industry-driven skill development. With that short opening, we are fortunate to have with us this afternoon an excellent mix of panelists. We'll be sharing the valuable views and also discussing policies surrounding future skills and human capital development. Our first panelist is Ibu Stella Christie, our Vice Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology. Ibu Stella is scheduled to be here this afternoon. However, since there is a cabinet meeting that she has to attend, she will not be joining us in person. However, she will deliver her presentation online. Ibu Stella, before she was joining the cabinet, she was a tenured professor at Tsinghua University and also director of Child Cognitive Center at the same university. Our second speaker will be Mr. Fokin Chong. He is a principal social sector specialist at the Asian Development Bank. Pak Chong has more than 25 years of experience in technical vocational education training. He has managed and supported ADB, higher education projects in India, Bangladesh, the Philippines, Cambodia, and also Indonesia. Our second speaker is Dr. Yun Park. Dr. Park is a world-leading expert in digital skills, ethics, and sustainability. She is the founder of DQ Institute and Human X Global Standards for Digital Economy. She has also been recognized as World Economic Forum Young Global Leader, Ashoka Fellow, Eisenhower Fellow, and received multiple UNESCO prizes. Our fourth speaker is Mr. Andreas Schleicher. He is the Director for Education and Skills, OECD. Mr. Schleicher is well known for leading worldwide tests which offer insights into different national education systems. His main concentration is on developing data-driven strategies meant to raise education standards. He holds an honorary professorship at the University of Heidelberg. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, let us first listen to the online presentation by our Vice Minister, Professor Stella Christie.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, selamat siang waktu sedang menonton ini. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in person as I have to attend the cabinet meeting today exactly at 3 p.m. Jakarta time. Today I'll be talking about future skills for accelerating strong and sustainable growth. I'm Stella Christie, the Vice Minister of Education, Science and Technology. The first point that I want to drive is that economic growth depends on science and technology. This may be a point that everyone is aware of, but if we see the policy that is happening right now, especially in Indonesia, there is really a big need to drive home this message that economic growth truly depends on science and technology. So if we start with what we have, the pathway is very clear. Indonesia's capital is very large. We have an amazing amount of rich natural resources, and we also have a very large population that can be a resources on its own. And these will drive growth, as President Prabowo has put very clearly that the growth should be achieved through food security, energy security, and downstreaming. Now, this arrow from Indonesia's capital to growth will not work unless there is something in between. And that between is nothing else other than science and technology. So let me give an illustrations that I think all of you are very familiar with. This is Indonesia's downstreaming strategic priorities. The Ministry of Investment and Downstream Industry has looked at Indonesia's rich natural resources and are able to tell us what are the resources that we are very fortunate to have in our country, and the 28 of them are here: mineral, coals, oil, natural gas, agriculture, marine, fisheries, and forestry. But as you all know, the critical bit is not to only have this thing, it's not enough. In fact, what we need to do is to actually do something about all these things, right? So Indonesia, for example, has the largest nickel reserve in the world. But if we do not have the science and technology to actually change that natural resources, we will not have an economic gain from that nickel. This is the same thing for everything. Another example that I can take here is seaweed. This is an Indonesian rumput laut. So seaweed, we are the number 2 producers of seaweed in the world. However, again, what we currently have not really optimized is how do we actually change this seaweed, downstream the seaweed into other products that will bring greater economic value. This is why it's very clear that science and technology is the critical bit that has to change from rich resources to growth. Okay, so how do we do science and technology? Well, first of all, it's the humans who do the research. And again, this may sound a little funny, but like, why do we say that it's the humans? And I want to drive home this message because often there is a little bit forgetfulness about it is actually the humans who have to do the research. And you have to actually very carefully look at what is the situations of the human capital right now in Indonesia, and is it actually really conducive to produce scientific and technological outputs? All right, so if we talk about the human capital, then we, of course, need to look at the Human Capital Index. And Indonesia's Human Capital Index currently is ranked 96 out of 175 countries in the world. We are 0.54. That means with optimum health, a child born in Indonesia is predicted to achieve only 54% of their potential productivity. So if we optimize everything about a child born in Indonesia, the health in particular, they will only achieve 54% of their potential productivity. That means as a nation, that huge human resources will be about half of them will not achieve the full potential. Okay. So this is also clear that Indonesia's HCI is below the average of East Asia and Pacific. The average is 0.59 and below the upper middle income countries, which is 0.56. We are also below the HCI of neighboring countries like Vietnam, 0.69, Malaysia, 0.61, and Thailand, 0.61. One highlight that I want to share with all of you here is that the expected years of schooling is 12.4 years. This is good. That means that the expected years of schooling actually span all the way up to high school. However, when the OECD calculated the learning adjusted years of schooling, that means how much of the schooling truly achieve a learning outcome. That is only 7.8 years. So remember, the point is that humans do the research. And that means that the humans have to be skillful, they have to be knowledgeable. If already that the knowledge that in average is only 7.8 years, then we're a little bit doubtful whether our humans can actually really drive those research with that knowledge that they only have for 7.8 years. Okay, so in order to look at this question, whether the knowledge is actually enough, we can look at another index, and that is the Global Innovation Index. When we look at the Global Innovation Index, we actually see even clearer picture about the current states of Indonesia's human capital. Now, the Global Innovation Index actually directly measures the things that I have talked with you just now. We have strengths, and strengths are very good, so we need to highlight the strengths. We're quite strong in market sophistication. According to the Global Innovation Index, we're also quite strong in institution. However, we have weaknesses, and these weaknesses are actually the very ones that make it that we do not have an optimal human capital that can produce science and technology. So first, we are rank 90, so higher numbers actually means a lower rank. So human capital and research, we are way below Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia. And then on business sophistication, we are again way below Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. On knowledge and technology output, we are again below Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. And if we dissect Indonesia's Global Innovation Index, we can take a look what really is these indexes. Well, first on human capital and research. Well, that's very clear. So this Global Innovation Index, or GII, actually measures the expenditure on education, the school life expectancy, the graduates in science and engineering, also the gross expenditure on R&D. So we're not doing that great on all these. Secondly, on business sophistication, the name is business, but what it really is about the workers' knowledge and the innovation linkages that's made between the businesses, and as well as knowledge absorption. And the other thing is knowledge and technology output. So the very output itself, so in terms of knowledge creation, knowledge impact, knowledge diffusion. Again, don't forget, when to have creation, to have knowledge diffusions, to have knowledgeable workers, to have innovations, to have knowledge absorption, all these things are about the humans. All these things are about the people. And so the people, that's why my point here is that the people are the one who's doing the research that produce scientific and technological output, and we do not yet currently have an optimal level of those humans doing those research. Second point is if we look at the research distribution by focus field. So at the bottom here, I remind you, these are our national priorities. That means what are the resources that we want to do downstreaming, and we're very strong in terms of owning these national resources. And remember that the ones that we own, we want to actually do something about them, and that's can only be done through science and technology. But if we look at the data that's today, this is data from my ministry, taken from the kinds of research that is done by all national universities, only national universities, faculty and students. You can see here the percentages. In social and humanities is 40.9%, but maritime, well, you have this maritime, the marine is actually the national priorities, but the maritime resource is only 2.6%. That means very, very few people are actually researching about our seaweed and how can we actually downstream the seaweed, even though we're #2 producer of seaweed in the world. Likewise with advanced materials. There are only 6.2% research that is actually done in advanced materials, where we actually are extremely rich with these materials that we need to downstream, like nickel, silica, bauxite, into downstream products. But if we don't do the research in advanced materials, we'll never be able to do that. So the research distributions currently are not aligned with the national priorities. Same point here, the research distributions are not aligned by national priorities. However, this time the data is from the research spending by LPDP. LPDP, for those of you who do not know, is the National Endowment for Scholarships and Research, for Education and Research. So you can see that the spending here again by LPDP, this is one particular project called RISPRO. It's a research focus area, and health and medicine is on top, that's great. But we see here maritime is very little, again, even though marine is actually our national priorities. And you can see the same pattern if we look at the total fund in certain research focus area. It's very good that food and agriculture and forestry is actually number 2, that this is very good, that's aligned with the national foresters. But energy is still very low, lower than the social humanities, art and culture. We also have blue economy that's quite low. And again, maritime is very low. And this is particularly striking given that we are a maritime country. We are extremely rich in our resources in the maritime. So we really need to align research activities with national and strategic priorities, because this is really crucial in order to drive meaningful innovation and support sustainable growth. Again, if we look at the funding allocations by LPDP, is that there is enormous amount, the blue bar, that is spent on scholarships. And only a tiny bit amount that is spent on research. That's the red bar. You can see here that the proportion of the red to blue is staggering. Okay, so funding scholarships are great because that create better human capitals in terms of knowledge and skills. However, if you do not match that with funding the research, then these people who have better knowledge and better skill, the high skilled people, cannot be absorbed. Because the research is necessary, you need to fund the research in order to create the industry that actually based on innovations and technology, in order to absorb this highly skilled workforce. So that's why this funding allocation is currently not the most strategic. You have to actually really focus on the research funding as well as to keep continuing the great work that we have done with the funding the scholarships. Okay, so my point before is that humans do research within human do research, but these humans have to do research within an ecosystem. And it's very critical that the ecosystem of research must be rooted in universities. The ones that work is if you have an ecosystem of research that is in universities. So let me tell you the best practices. Basically, all the most successful countries do it this way. That the research are mostly done in universities, not in a single institution, but in universities. And you can also see that clusters of innovations always start with universities. You have Stanford that gives rise to Silicon Valley, all the Google, the AI industries, that all starts with Stanford as well as other universities around it, like UC Berkeley and all the universities in the Bay Area. Another example from China is obviously Tsinghua University is the one that drives Zhongguancun. This is another Silicon Valley of China with a lot of startups and very big companies now. I want to also give another example from Tel Aviv University and Weizmann Institute. This is what creates the Israel Innovation Cluster. So all the innovation clusters always start with universities. And it really is that causal direction. You have to have the university first, then you can have innovative industries close to the universities. So if you don't have the universities, you're not going to be able to create these innovative clusters. So why? You may be asking why is the case? Why is the case? Why? Well, let me give you some of the reasons. The first one, that in universities, you have constant inflow of young people that are going to be willing to do the research. So they are going to be constantly to have a research mindset and research. And research doesn't have to always be done in laboratories. Like research can also create innovations in the industry, as you have seen in Stanford, Silicon Valley. Okay. Research in universities also directly trains new generations of researchers and innovators. And so this is very efficient. You get the input as both a research and educational outcome. So that's extremely efficient. Contrast this with institution that only does research. And that's also good, but you cannot only have that. If you only have that, then you don't have the trickle down of knowledge effect where you actually train the young people to actually do research and have a research mindset. Okay. There is also bottom-up research initiatives by professors and young people, and this creates innovations. A lot of the new innovations, Google again, or AI industry, or the current AI, those are bottom-up research initiatives from professors and young people. And all these things creates what really is the take-home and important key why ecosystem of research must be rooted in universities. And that is, we know that competition begets quality. And when competition begets quality, when research is done at many universities, instead of one centralized institutions, you naturally get competition that begets quality. So if we look at our universities right now, they are not actually incentivized to do research. This is the KPI of how the ministry, our ministry of education, of higher education, science and technology evaluates universities. And you can see there are 8 KPIs and only one KPI is actually about research. The other 7 is actually not about research at all. So we need to think about this as a big homework for us and also for all of us to incentivize the universities to do research through the KPI. Okay. In the last part, I want to talk about how to create ecosystems that actually support humans that will produce science and technology. Well, the first thing is that we need to have a clear mindset. We have heard sometimes that Indonesia has to choose between innovation-led versus investment-led. This is, I think, not what we should do. We shouldn't be choosing, we should do both. And these are the data that from World Intellectual Property Organization, where it shows very clearly countries with higher spending of research and development as a percentage of GDP tend to dominate the Global Innovation Index, and they also have higher resident patents per capita. So my point here is very simple, is that spending on research and development is a form of investment. So you have to do both innovation-led and investment-led. So it's rather than versus, you have to do and. And this and also needs something, which is that you have to have homegrown innovations. You have to have homegrown innovations. You have to have homegrown research. You should collaborate with external partners. You should do technology transfer. It's necessary, otherwise you will not get started. Okay, so it's necessary. However, we also must start to innovate our way into homegrown technologies and know-how. Why? If we do not do that, if we only plainly imitate and simply import the technology without actually doing something about those technologies that we imported, this is really not a long-term solution. A, it is not efficient. Cost-wise, this is very high cost. B, we will always get the obsolete and less productive technologies. Obviously, other countries will not want to give us always like the most recent technologies that they have. They will only give us like the obsolete and the low-quality technologies. And most importantly, it will create dependence. So Indonesia cannot be dependent. And in order for us to not be dependent, we need to actually have a homegrown technology, homegrown science, which we collaborate with external ones. So in the reframing of our mindset, this is my one take-home message. If you do not remember anything else from these presentations, I hope you remember that research is investment. Research is not sunk costs. This is a very critical point. And when you know that research is an investment, that research is not sunk costs, then there are 2 main suggestions that I would like to share for the ministries. When evaluating research expenditure, ministries should always include a column for the growth and benefits generated by the research. That means in your spreadsheet, you cannot only have costs and expenditure of the research. It has to also be paired with what are the benefits. And universities should do impact studies, quantitative impact studies on the research that they do to supply the relevant growth of data. I have 2 other suggestions. We also need to give incentives to drive industry investment in research. The first one is that we need to give incentives to the individuals doing research. That is the university faculty, dosen peneliti in Bahasa Indonesia. And we have to give this both financial and non-financial incentives. So we need to give a proportion of the research grant directly to the individual researcher, directly to the faculty. And we also have to create non-financial incentives. We have to reduce bureaucracy. Otherwise, the peneliti, the dosen, the researchers in Indonesia, they wouldn't want to do research. And I have heard this from my colleagues loud and clear. Okay. The second one, we also need to give incentive to the ecosystem itself that supports the individuals to do research. And that's the first one is to the universities. That is, when a faculty, any faculty from that university gets a grant, a proportion of that grant must be given to the university as overhead. Otherwise, why would the university actually will support that particular faculty to do research? So the university has to benefit from the grant. Secondly, we also must create ecosystem tax incentives for R&D investments by industry and by outside donors. And I know that this has been done. So I've actually taken a look of it. I apologize, it's in Indonesian, but there are tax holiday, tax allowance, and super tax deductions. But I've also in this talk a lot to the industry, and many of them actually say overly complex bureaucracy prevents them from investing. So while the incentives are there, you must match the incentives with simple bureaucracies. So the tax incentives are not wasted, so on so forth. Right. Lastly, let me close by summarizing that we have large natural resources and a large population. This is our strong capital. We definitely are poised to actually achieve great growth, as President Prabowo has said, 8% economic growth. But we need science and technology to do this. And in particular, the science and technology doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from humans, individuals. And these humans and individuals have to be put in a supportive ecosystem. And economic policy are the ones that creates the conditions for incentivizing the individuals, for incentivizing the ecosystem. And to work together, then we can create science and technology for development that eventually will result in growth. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, selamat siang.
Okay, thank you for Professor Stella Christie for a very valuable insights into policies for human capital development as well as ecosystem of research for growth in Indonesia. Next, in the interest of time, I would like to invite our second speaker, Mr. Foky Chong. Yeah, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Pak Rizal. The presentation just now was so relevant, because ADB, currently we have 3 ongoing projects with 10 universities. 5 of them actually focus on research and development. Unfortunately, Ibu Stella is not here, otherwise, we will have a great conversation on that. My presentation is slightly different, looking at the role of government and private sector in supporting education reform and industry-driven skill development. So I kind of wanted to unpack, the role of government and private sector. So on my left-hand side, I have, spelled out the roles of the government, and on my right-hand side is on the private sector. When we talk about the education sector, I generally in my presentation, I talk about the K-12 education, the technical vocational education and training, as well as higher education, although those who are well-versed in the education sector probably would, know that, each of the subsector education, differs quite a fair bit, right? Overall, for government, when it comes to, the role of education, mainly, they definitely have to look in policies, right? Education policies. And the few fundamentals of making education policies include equity, making sure that all the schools are the same, meaning they are equally good. But unfortunately, in many countries that we're involved with, many of the public schools usually are underinvested, so they are not made the same, right? I mean, you just need to ask yourself this question, where do you send your kids to school? And those who can afford usually send them to the private schools, right? Because the standard of the public school is not so good. So that is one of the big challenge. Access to education, leave no child behind. That's really important. I don't know whether any of you remember the story way back in 2016. There was news coming from Japan. I think it was in Hokkaido, in the northern part of the Hokkaido Island. there was a child, I think she was doing her junior high school, and there was a train. She was the only child from the village, and the Japanese government actually kept the train running 2 times a day. They were supposed to shut it, years ago, but they keep the train running for 3 years just to make sure that, the girl can go to school and go back home, right? Access to education to that extent. I thought that was a really good example. Quality, really important, right? I think in the last few couple of weeks, I've been seeing quite a big focus on improving the quality of education. The slide disappear. Somebody is touching the computer. Yeah, on quality, I think just a couple of days ago, I think the president announced to increase the salary of teachers by 100%, right? I think, the education system, we really need to take care of the teachers, and only quality teachers can you produce quality students. I think the other big initiative, that was announced as one of the 8 priorities of the government, of the new president, is on improving, upgrading the infrastructure of schools. There are quite a number of schools that are damaged or need urgent repair, and I think those are really important, right, to improve the quality. And of course, relevant, I think a large part of my discussion today, on industry-driven skill development really, is about relevance of education system to the need of the employers, right? I will talk more about that. I think coming out from COVID, stepping out of the shadow of COVID, I think, resilience is really important, right? How do you make sure that your education system, continue to deliver and bring an impact to the students, good learning outcome, right? In spite of having COVID-19 or, some other disaster that the schools are forced to close. And I think that is where there's a strong focus on digitalization in delivering of education, right? So financing, really important. My next point on the government role, right? If we don't provide enough financing, right? Then how can we actually, improve the quality of the schools and provide, access and equitable, education to all the children? Here, I just want to quickly flash to the next slide. Maybe it's a little bit too small, but it sort of show, some in terms of the public spending on education as a share of GDP. And surprisingly, you'll see like, Singapore invested, as a percentage share of GDP, the lowest, whereas Australia is the highest, right? But in terms of, say, the achievement, you can see, Singapore is probably, quite well known for its education. That's because, almost all the public schools are of good qualities, right? It doesn't really matter if the parents don't send their kids to private schools in Singapore, right? So something to really think about, how much, Indonesia is spending. I think this morning the Minister of Finance was saying that Indonesia spent about 20% of the government's budget, 2023 budget, on education. So the big question is, with the increase in the salaries for teachers, is that 20% going to increase? Of course, I think it will increase. But then the big question is, would the government be able to get sufficient budget to finance, that increase? Plus the many other needs, And that is where, I sort of think that doing the right things right is really important, meaning making sure that, look at the impact of the investment and, is that going to bring a great result in terms of, improving the learning outcome of the students and ensuring that there's no leakages in education investment. That's really important, right? I'll talk a little bit about incentive a little bit later. In terms of delivery, I think most of the Southeast Asian country has a lot of public schools, including Indonesia. right? That is a public, government delivering education. But there are also, of course, private schools that are also involved in delivery, and those are really elite, schools, in my opinion, right? And usually, it doesn't need a lot of government financing to sort of subsidize, elite schools. And curriculum, teachers, school administration. If the government is running the schools, of course, these are things that the government has to do, the role, in terms of ensuring the curriculums are relevant to the need of the private sectors, particularly for technical vocational education and training, as well as higher education. Teachers training, quality of teachers, really important. Above all, the role of government, one really critical one, if you have to look at it, is it, social goods, right? If you see as a social goods, then that is where, the financing for education got to increase. If you look at the average of OECD countries, I think that is about 4.95%, investment in terms of percentage of GDP, right, for education. But Indonesia, I think, is only about 3.4, 3.5%. So I think there's still margin to, go significantly higher if education is seen as important social goods, and it has to be seen as a strong, important social goods, from K-12 to technical vocational education and training. Particularly in TVET, I think there is a very underinvested and underlooked subsector of education, because students who typically go into technical vocational education and training, they do not come from a very well-to-do family background. And that's why, TVET comes in to make sure that, they make learn the good skills, and then after that, they can, make a good, decent living, right? In Singapore, I usually, have a lot of conversation with their Institute of Technical Education, which is kind of interesting. And one time they told me, in Singapore, the government invests a lot in the ITE, mainly because, if the students of ITE complete their study, they get about average 1,500 Singapore dollars as a fresh graduate. And, a boy and a girl, if they meet each other in schools, they later get married, they combine their incomes about 3,000 plus Singapore dollar as a fresh graduate. And they make actually, they can live a decent living, in life, after graduation from schools. So in a way, if you don't invest in TVET, then, the chance that, the students don't get a decent job, or worse, they get into crimes, that will be a big social cost to the country. So that is the government role. On the right-hand side is a private sector role. Usually private sectors, if you look at it, is really about dollar and cents, right? The private sectors, they need to make money. And I've sort of split them up into several categories of private sectors. That includes the private education providers. So those are mainly the private schools, but in many countries where there's a strong focus, or by parents, who wants to see their children excel, then there's a strong focus on private tuition, meaning schooling outside the normal school hours, right? And countries like Singapore, India, South Korea, China, the parents actually spend a lot of money, for their kids outside the normal school hours, right? And then, of course, we cannot forget about vendors, meaning private companies that actually provide education technologies, provide equipment supply, or content creation, for the school system. And then, very important, the employers. Those are the ones, that really, linked to the need of having relevant education curriculum training, so that the graduate of the schools can really work, in the companies without companies having to further invest in more training. One really good example is Intel, in Vietnam, when they first set up their plant in 2006. they actually, put out, millions of dollars to work with the vocational schools as well as universities to put in place curriculum for semiconductor training. I see I only have about another 3 more minutes. So, I want to sort of, I only have 2 slides, by the way, so not to worry. So this is my last slide, on some policy directions. I sort of categorize, into employers. Usually from employers, if you see the current system anywhere in the world, they will definitely participate, in apprenticeship program, usually the big companies, on-the-job training, whether, students are, well-trained or not, they will do some sort of on-the-job training, especially to the context of the companies, as well as safety requirements, internship, industry-led training centers. There are a lot of companies that also set up, training centers, in many other countries. Innovation, I think that's really important, bringing, innovation into companies and getting companies to involve institutions, be it the TVET level or higher education, to partake in innovation, implementing new technologies, so on and so forth. And of course, some of the schools, there are private sector representatives in the management board. We have a lot of private sector, practitioners that are involved in curriculum standard setting. And also, of course, I mentioned Intel in Vietnam. They actually fund, a lot of training program for semiconductor training. And then the other group is the private education providers, that from K-12, higher education, TVET, lifelong learning center, as well as online, learning providers, and then the last group is the PPP developers, operators, which is very challenging. As far as I know, in Indonesia, there were about maybe 3 or 4 PPP projects involved in the education sectors. So for the employers, in terms of policy direction, is really about financial grant, to employers that participate in apprenticeship program, maybe even tax incentive. I think those are in place in many countries, but in reality, how many of the companies actually file their tax incentive? There's a big question mark. For financial grant, in Singapore, I'm quite familiar because I used to work there, managing apprenticeship program way back in 1998. The grant given to companies for taking one apprentice is 11,000. And currently it stands at $14,000. I don't think that is, in country like Indonesia, something to look into. And then, ensuring that the on-job training is structured. Structured means the teachers, involved in training, in the training of trainees or apprentices. They are also well-trained. There's a proper training program for them, and there's a task list to follow. For the private education providers, we have country like Chile, which has a training voucher scheme. For 20 years they have been implementing it, but then they realized that it's not really working so well, and they are doing some changes to it. But in Singapore, under the Skill Future Singapore, there is a training voucher that is provided to all citizens in the country, where they can use it to attend training either with the public or with the private, training providers. And there's a way also to encourage the private sector to come in to become a training providers. And the other thing is about interest-free loan. India, a few years ago, they implemented under the National Skill Development Council, they implemented this PMKVY program, which is short-term training program to train youth so that they can get employment. And many of the private sector were encouraged to set up training schools with interest-free loan. But I think many of the companies also become stuck when they, financial issues, when they're about to pay back their loan, even though it's interest-free, right? And then the last bit, just a few more seconds, the PPP developers, I think one of the really important points to look at, I think trying to finance the education sector, even with 20% or more of the public budget, may not be sufficient, So the big question is, how can Indonesia unlock, resources that are already available but sort of not seen, For example, could schools that are located, in land that are in prime area be allowed to also, bring in private sector developers to build, a bigger building, where part of it is used by the schools, but the rest of it can be used for commercial purpose that can bring in rental income, for the schools. This is just one example, But there are, also other pay-per-use approach with vendors, be it for equipment or for, especially digital content, or the learning management information system. I stop here, so, sorry that I exceed the time a little bit.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Chong, for give applause to Pak Chong. Thank you, Pak Chong, for sharing your views on the roles of government and private sector in promoting education reform and also industry-driven skills development. We take note that the importance of seeing education as very important social goods as Indonesia is transforming towards a higher income country. Okay, next I would like to invite Dr. Union Park. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Are you still awake after the lunch? Can you project the PowerPoint, please? It's my honor to be part of this important event. My talk is about the digital skills in global green digital economy. So today, you heard a lot about green economy and digital economy. And what I want to present is combine these two, green digital economy. Is slide, it's not ready? Okay, maybe I can sing during the, we can have a slide ready. So until my 15 minutes start, I guess they gave me a little bit more of time. So for those who never heard about the DQ Institute, DQ stands for Digital Intelligence, like IQ and EQ, and now we need a DQ. So it's not drama queen, it's not dairy queen, so please remember DQ as digital intelligence. Okay, great. So DQ is now the IEEE global standard for digital literacy, digital skills, and digital readiness. And started with our conversation with Andreas in 2018 in OECD and IEEE and World Economic Forum through the setting up the common language across industry sectors as well as education sectors. So now it has been used and referenced by more than 100 countries. Of course, we can talk about a lot about what is digital skills because it is something that very fluid and a moving target as the technology moves. But if you are asking me what is actually one word to just summarize what is a DQ, especially in this AI era, I would like to say that's 100x. Can we make individuals to have the 100x their capability by leveraging AI and technology to what? To transform the problems into opportunities. This morning, the minister talked about we should not hide the problems. But I'd like to say problems are good because this is an opportunity for us to transform. Since 2020, it became a standard. It has been used for a lot of national digital skills strategy. It was defined as a digital human capital. I will not going to read. It was proposed in this year, the UNGA, when we talk about the Pact for the Future, when 193 nations agreed to promote the digital literacy, digital skills, and digital capability. But I would like to actually summarize as a 3C. A lot of people, when talk about digital skills, they usually say, oh, AI leaders, AI skills. But in order to get to the smart and intelligent AI leaders, you want to have the whole population to have a digital literacy, AI literacy, to make them to become wise digital citizens who can make a decision. And with that, citizens we want to have the trustworthy creators who do not actually create it with AI harm, rather than who can design and develop human-centered creations. And then with that knowledge, we want to have competitiveness, how to innovate, how to create the values. So I want to actually, not going into digital skills more in depth, I want to actually talk about what is digital skills for. So where are the opportunities? So again, when you see the problem, you have to say, welcome problems, this is my opportunities, right? So problem equals money. So where is the biggest problem today? We talk about the climate risk all the time, right? Existential threats. But what are the new existential threats we talk about? It's AI risk. AI changing the labor market, AI changing the way we do the work, AI changing everything today, we are living today we talk about AGI, right? Okay, along the line, this is $100 trillion question. Can we utilize AI to solve sustainability issue while managing AI risk? Why 100 trillion? Because by 2030, we're expecting another $100 trillion of GDP unlocked by AI, but we are struggling to have financing the climate-related funding. So can we actually solve this together? That's what we call green digital economy. Green, maximize sustainability utilizing AI and digital. While we minimizing AI, then we believe that's a great way to achieve the UN SDG and beyond 2030. It is not a new concept. Actually, it was started with Indonesia. Maybe you do not know. So last year was a 50th years anniversary between Korea and Indonesia. And one of the big agreements was that let's promote a green and digital economy, a science, technology, innovation, and carbon neutrality. And it was agreed in Jakarta, Indonesia, and followed in Korea. We actually started about green digital economic platform. And I want to actually introduce this concept a little bit further. What do we mean by green digital economic platform? When we think about digital economy, yes, we are living in the new world. It's not just about Earth. We are living in physical and digital world. So if you think about digital economy, it's a sum of value created in this physical world. And with that concept of new world, we have to redefine about sustainability in the next level. So now we are talking about circular economy as a paradigm for sustainability for this physical world. We're representing reduce, reuse, recycle. And this is actually a great concept for this Earth alone. But if you're thinking about digital and physical, it doesn't apply there. So we propose about cross-economy. This was proposed in last year Davos together with the Aramco, the Saudi Arabia, as well as TEJE, which is a think tank linked with Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and Nanyang Technological University. So this is a concept that we talk about how we can maximize sustainability with technology. So also, I like just one word for summarizing everything. If you ask me about what is a cross-economy in one word, can we transform waste into wealth? By transforming waste into high-value materials and create a new business, a new industry, and multiply impact through the digital. So let me give a little bit of details. Transform using AI and technology. So what is most wasted and common and neglected materials? This is very relevant in Indonesia because you're so rich in materials. And can we transform into high-value materials through the R&D that Ibu Stella just mentioned about? And this actually can apply to the digital dimension, physical to digital, for enhancing operational efficiency, and digital risk to the also physical well-being. But this is giving you a bit tangible example. Do you know where the ITC industry was born? It was not Silicon Valley. It was from sand. Do you find the value in the sand? When sand was transformed into wafer, it actually created the chips, computer chips that enables the whole ICT industry. So with this concept, actually we are asking the question, where the next wealth creator? Is your nation, what are the most neglected? What are the most waste? What are the common materials in your nations? So, with that, Ibu Stella also mentioned about the strategic investment. That requires a strategic investment. Currently, ESG fund investment is big for sustainability, but in digital economy, ESG also needs to be evolved into digital ESG. And Secretary Ban Ki-moon also emphasized about importance of digital ESG in order to achieve SDG. So how does that link back to DQ? So if you think about DQ, also this is very aligned with the transform. Whole population needs to understand about what are the spot opportunities through the AI literacy, digital literacy. And they need to equip with the digital skills, with the ethics. And they need to understand how to multiply their wealth, sustainability, and impact with the third C. So I'm going to actually quickly introduce that, how this can be applied in Indonesia. That what we discussed in last year, 50th anniversary between Korea and Indonesia. So our focus was that how can we transform underserved area into the green digital economic zone to foster not just about the economic growth, also at the digital well-being and earthly sustainability. It's a holy grail. Can we achieve three all together? So we developed this through this coalition called the TDFD, Task Force on Digital-Related Financial Disclosure. So if you're familiar with the environmental part, TCFD, TNFD, you probably have heard of. But they're very much focused on finance and then the financing part. But what we wanted to say in TDFD is not just investment. We also have a full loop of education and research and development. And this was in collaboration with Taeje Institute in Korea and NTU in Singapore, Center for Cross Economy. So what we were actually thinking about is that can we reverse the order? So currently, like lots of investment, 4% in Korea case R&D into education and university and research. But the problem that Korea and Singapore also are struggling is about how can we translate research into actually commercializations, and how come there's not enough startup and innovations in there? It's very important to understand that this is very important to have this R&D environment to go to the next level. But when the developing country try to catch up, it can be quite expensive and slow. So our actually suggestion is that can we reverse this order? Can we actually have a strategic investment, having in that mind that we are going to revive our local community? And then we connect with the global research network. So we actually identify about the cross-economy technology based on what we really have. And then we need to localize actually the digital skills education based on the needs, not from the whole thing. So in that way, we wanted to have the real revival of the local communities. And I want to give an example. So this Ulleungdo is very small island and between the Korea and Japan. And this is beautiful island, but that has a great problem, economic problem, because there has been the rapid decline of the population over 30 years. So reduced down to the 44% last 30 years. And then also the economic also downtrend. So there was also the 15% decline over 2 or 3 years. So what was actually discussed through this cross-economic concept, the Gyeongsang-bukdo actually the government and say, hey, we're going to actually like strategically invest and then revive this Ulleungdo. And they're looking for what are the most common things in Ulleungdo, right? That was a maple syrup. In Korea, we called it gorose. And gorose is basically, at the time, like this is old people, like, no, I'm sorry to call it old people. I'm very politically incorrect. But they actually drink it without understanding its value. But when it actually combined and then with the technology, it can be actually transformed into maple syrup, and that can go to the medicine and well-being industry, and that actually help also the sustainability in multi-dimension. So it was invested in Handong University, which is a Korea university, and then now they're actually building the new startups based on that. So what we wanted to say, I am quite early usually, which is not usually the case. My suggestion is that, let's actually, we need to build the digital skills, and there's a systematic way we can do it. But how can we do it effectively to ensure that that brings economic growth, sustainability, and digital well-being all together? So this is our proposal, and I'd love to actually have a further conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park. Next, I would like to invite Andreas Schleiser.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope I can get my slides up as well. Thank you very much. And I want to start us off with something that we all have in our minds still, the pandemic that has disrupted both the supply and demand for skills at a pace we have not seen before. And the future will always surprise us. Climate change is going to disrupt our lives a lot more than the pandemic, and artificial intelligence, puts many things to the test that we took for granted in the development of skills. We know how to educate second-class robots, people who are good at repeating what we told them. But, ChatGPT has made that superfluous now. It no longer rewards us for remembering answers, but for asking the right questions, the inquiry. And you're going to see so many more disruptors that will change the world in which we live and the kind of skills that we need for the future. We've been tracking the development of skills at the OECD over the last 20 years now, looking at what students in school know and what adults know. And I'll just show you one variable, picking up what Stella Christie highlighted, the importance of science and mathematical skills. And when you look over the last 20 years, in the OECD area, the development has not been good. Actually, math and science skills have not improved. Actually, they deteriorated in the last years. We see a few countries that have done better. Now you can see how Singapore has moved from good to great. That's a success story. You can also see parts of China, Japan, Estonia on a positive track. In Europe, you can look to Portugal, Hungary, Turkey, quite impressive in improving its outcomes. At the low end of the spectrum, in the Middle East, Qatar, moving forward. You can see Peru, you can see Brazil, but it's just, a handful of countries, or a dozen of countries that have seen real improvements in raising the quality of their mathematics and science skills. Now, if you look at, readiness of people, you can see in many countries around the world, we have a large share, sometimes the majority of young people not even reaching the basic foundations. Our economy doesn't need only science skills for the few people who become engineers, but it needs them for everyone. If you take the case of Indonesia, if you would actually get everyone below the line, above the line, and it's an achievable goal. Some countries have managed that. This would add about, almost 7 times the size of Indonesia's economy over the life cycle of those people now in school. it really shows us how much wealth our countries could generate by equipping more people with better skills to collaborate, compete, and connect in ways that drive our economies forward. Now, the value to be generated is far superior to anything that you can extract from natural resources. So how do we do that? And by the way, the story doesn't end with earnings. You can see, better skilled people also are happier with their lives. They show greater health. They are more likely to, engage in political processes. So there are many benefits. But, math and science are really, really important. And you can see, I highlighted before, Singapore has moved to the top. But they're not enough in the times in which we live. Actually, if you look a little bit down, you can see actually Singaporean kids do really well in school in math and science, but they're not happy children. You can see the orange bar is very short. They don't show much emotional resilience. The green bar is short. Can you reimagine, reinvent yourself when you wake up in a different world? In today's economy, that is critically important. Can you learn for jobs that have not been created? Can you use technologies that have not been invented? Can you solve social problems we cannot yet imagine? If I contrast this with Indonesia, it's actually interesting. The yellow bar is still very short. Indonesia still is a long way to go to equip people with better math and science skills. But you can see Indonesian kids actually, have a good sense of belonging, great sense of identity. They have a good sense of emotional resilience. They can reinvent themselves when the context changes. They show a good level of agency. They can do things. They do not just know, but they can actually mobilize their cognitive, social, emotional resources. So in a way, in preparing for the 21st century, a lot of progress still needed on math and science. At the same time, some of the other prerequisites are actually interestingly developed. Now, if you compare, Singapore and Indonesia, you may ask yourself, maybe you have to make a choice. Either the kids are happy like in Indonesia and then they won't achieve very well in science, or we focus, on math and science and then, kids will get very unhappy. But you look at Denmark. Very interesting. You can see Danish kids are doing very well in school. They are actually happy children. They show good level of agency, good level of emotional resilience, strong quality of social relationships. That's a third really important skill dimension in the 21st century. Can you live with yourself? Can you live and work with people who are different from you? Can you live with this planet? And you can see, openness to other ideas. Danish kids are quite good on many dimensions, and that really shows we can reconcile the different skill dimensions that are for the future. And it's not the only country. I could show you a fair number of countries that have become quite good in preparing kids for their future. Why is it so important? Well, we see global conflict on the rise. We all see it all around us. That is driving, diversity in our societies, global migration on the rise. In OECD countries, it's creating major tensions. And one of those tensions is protectionism. You can look at, global trade, harmful trade interventions rapidly on the rise. They're actually working against the interconnected world from which we have benefited so long. And they are actually part of this is the human dimension, the skill dimension underpinning it. For a long time, inequality has dropped, but now you can see actually within countries, we see a growing gap between wealthy and poor, and much of this is related to the skills. Those who have the right skills never had the life chances they see today. But those who struggle with the transition to the digital economy actually face increasing penalties now. On the one hand, you see here our countries become more similar. The interconnected world actually creates opportunities, but within countries, we see those tensions now that people well prepared, have unlimited opportunities, while people at the low end of the skill spectrum see declining life prospects, and that creates, tensions in our societies. Young people increasingly change their jobs, and that's a great thing. But it means, we need to skill people to actually, learn. In the past, we used to learn to do the work. Now learning is the work. Can you actually, reconfigure yourself for a different kind of, when you have been a brown engineer, can become a green engineer. Deploy your skills in a different context. That is not just about cognitive abilities, but also about social emotional dispositions. Rising, if you look at the green economy, we can see on the one hand, trademarks, commercialization, that's a great thing. At the same time, the last years, the innovation, patents, not on a good trend. There's something happening, innovation, entrepreneurship, where we need more of that. Now, on the positive side, if you look at employment, for the first time, we see more people now in the clean energy sector than in the brown energy sector. That's a really interesting development. It shows that, at a quiet pace, we have lots of issues to address on the climate front, but at the workplace, things are changing. Now, the skill combination, composition that you need is becoming quite different as we speak. No? And once again, routine tasks are diminishing. No? The kind of things that are easy to teach, easy to test, are disappearing, evaporating from our labor market. Technology-intensive tasks are on the rise. And when you put the two things together, that's the future of work. No? Some people say, well, it's going to create more jobs than it destroys. Other people say it destroys more jobs than it creates. We do not know those answers yet, particularly not with artificial intelligence, but the direction of travel is pretty clear, and the implications that has for skill development are very, very clear. You can see that here, in graphical terms. Social skills, non-routine analytical skills on the rise. Can you think out of the box, combine information in new ways? Can you, again, work with people who are different from you? Can you connect the dots across different subject areas where the next innovation is going to come from? Those things are incredibly important. Artificial intelligence is changing everything. This is just an example in the medical sector. When you look at the skills, the numbers are still very small. When you look at, the talent pool among men and women, you talk about a few percentage. And when you look at, AI job postings, it's still very limited. But, we're going to see an exponential rise. AI will be everywhere. AI is not going to replace jobs, probably. But people who are good at using AI are going to replace people who struggle with the digital transition. That is pretty clear. So that's going to be something part of everybody's kind of, and you can see that changing jobs and so on. Diffusion of the internet. And you can see basically now everybody is using the internet in most parts. Here, this is about the OECD countries, but it's pretty much penetrating the world by now, and it's changing the way we use our skills, changing the way we learn. In the past, learning was a place. Today, learning is an activity, and great places of work are great places of learning these days. And good places of learning, universities and so on, are also great places where people can use the skills in their work. The integration of, working and learning is taking place now. The traditional universities that are in an ivory tower will have a hard time in the future, where people will need to adapt and modify their skills, and so on. So, this is actually the other side of the coin. We test the knowledge and skills of young people with global tests, and here you can see 15-year-olds got close to 60% of the reading tasks right and half the mathematics tasks. But when we gave that same test to ChatGPT, you could see in reading, technology is better. You can say, well, large language models are built for that, but even in mathematics, artificial intelligence approached the skills of 15-year-olds. Mathematics is harder for AI, it requires some conceptual understanding, the modeling skills, but when we did that 6 months afterwards, you could see how AI had progressed. And 1 year afterwards, even on mathematics, AI got better than humans. And that really pushes us to think harder what makes us human in this kind of new world. We also need to look at the downsides of the technological war. You can see, we all know it. Smartphone addiction is on the rise everywhere. And issues around mental health have become the kind of dominant concerns of people in many, many places. You compare that, with traditional concerns, and you can actually see that, can we actually live well with those new technologies? It's going to require another set of important skills. It's about, your capacity to manage your emotions, your capacity to live with other people, to deal with uncertainty, ambiguity, things that we may dislike as humans in tomorrow's world will become incredibly important. It's all about, keeping, on the one hand, this world in balance, and we just heard it, sustainability is going to be very, very important to this, but at the same time also enabling people to live in a world that is structurally imbalanced and to thrive in a world where tomorrow is going to be different from today. Some people, call this as a race between education and technology. Before the first industrial revolution, neither technology nor education mattered much for the vast majority of people. We all lived self-sufficient somewhere and could manage ourselves. Now, the Industrial Revolution was the first time where at scale, technology was ahead of the skills of people, and it created huge amount of social pain. People were not ready for that. Well, then we built schools, we made people compatible with the norms of the industrial economy, and it created generations of prosperity. But, since those days, we haven't done very much about education. We have produced more of the same skills. But nowadays, the digital revolution, transitions us. It actually, we see that same social pain that, on the one hand, we have people with university degrees who cannot find good jobs, and at the same time, employers tell you we cannot find the people with the skills we need. That is the kind of gap that is opening up, and that is the gap that we need to reverse. Giving people better skills to collaborate, compete, and connect, but also giving people better opportunities, more ownership over what they learn and how they learn and where they learn and when in their lives they learn. Again, making places of work places of learning and making places of learning that are very, very good in anticipating the evolution of skill demand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas, for a very reflective presentation. Okay, we have about 10 minutes for a Q&A. So allow me now to moderate. Perhaps I would like to invite the first 3 questions from the audience. If any. Okay. Okay. Perhaps let me start with a question. The issue with future skills, of course, many of our youth, say in Indonesia, would need to reskill or upskill their need to be more employable in the labor market. But then with them having to work and at the same time upgrade their skills, that would incur costs for them. Intertemporally, that would be costly. Any policy recommendations on that note? Maybe from Andreas, Dr. Park, and Bachong. Andreas first, maybe?
Yeah, I think the first thing that we see is that, unfortunately, upskilling and reskilling works well for the people who are very skilled. Generally, when you look at the people who continue to learn, it's those people who have actually acquired solid foundations. It's much, much harder to upskill and reskill those who need them most. Think of a truck driver today, tomorrow their cars will be automated. Are they going to invest in logistics? And that's really the hard part. And one of the things that, a country like Indonesia can do is, move away from very lumpy degrees and qualifications. It takes you 3-4 years to study. People will just not do it. To a much more fine-grained credentialing systems, things like micro-credentials, where you at the workplace can decide, I really like to take that direction. I want to add a little bit to my skills, and my employer is going to recognize me to this. I think the upskilling and reskilling agenda, particularly for the most marginalized, for the people without strong skills, really depends that we become much more nuanced in recognizing the skills of people. And the second part is, again, giving people greater ownership over what they learn, how they learn, whether they learn best at the workplace or in educational institutions, and also when in their lives they learn. In the past, we stacked up all of that education up front, and many people do not even want to go back because they studied for very long. In the future, we need to, distribute learning much more equally over the life cycle. But it's a tough agenda. We have just next week, we are publishing the OECD survey of adult skills. And what you're going to see is that over the last 10 years, we've seen actually very little real progress on the upskilling and reskilling agenda. It's a really tough agenda.
Can I add on to that? I think we need to recognize that, like Andrea just shared, now we are in the social pressure. A major driver of social pressure is that the equation is broken. Equation that worked my generation, where I graduated from top university, I get the better outcome. So I invested my kids to go to the best university, where I know that they will get a great job, great life outcome. That equation is broken. So now, it is very difficult for us to understand about this. I think this is the most difficult time to raise our kids. My kids are 17 and 15. I don't have a confidence to say, if you go to Harvard, you're going to have a good life. I cannot say that anymore. So we have to recognize this pressure toward to the young people. And second thing is about that, we need to think about the reskilling and upskilling. Actually, when we see that the corporate do not participate that well, why? Because it's expensive. And that's why the government comes, like Singapore, like SkillFuture and give the money to ensure that this reskilling is happening. But if you think about it, Singapore, Korea, they're aging population. Indonesia, you have young people. So what we need to actually think about is that how we can empower these young people with the techno entrepreneurship. They need to know how to have this AI literacy and AI skills and all this part in a very agile way, just like Andrea said about micro-credential. And they need to actually not just about employ themselves, but also they have a capability to employ it in other countries as needed. As a gig economy and creative economy, things are moving very fast. And we actually need to have this agile mindset from the government perspective and corporate perspective. So one thing that I think is very important is about interoperability of this credential. So not just about Indonesia alone. When they get the credential, they need to get higher in Singapore. They need to get higher in Korea. They need to get higher in US. So how can we have this systematically changing, very agile way for the young people? But at the same time, we have to be mindful about this old generation of skilling from the government and then in cooperation with private sectors.
Let me add on also, from the policy side, I think having a lifelong learning framework is really important. I think Indonesia has a lifelong learning framework, maybe, it was established in 2015. I'm not too sure whether it was updated. But I think, what is not so sure, or not clear to me is how much funding actually goes into lifelong learning, right? If you talk about reskilling, upgrading is really, also a lot about lifelong learning, So first, is the financing to it, and then next, which government agency, actually own it. So I think, to me, these two are really important. I think if you look at South Korea actually have a lifelong learning institute. And then in Singapore is a SkillFuture Singapore. And, the framework is very well spelled out, And many countries these days, they also do the industry transformation map, sort of identifying what are the changes that's coming to each of the industry, be it in digital skill set, be it in climate change, or be it in the local context. So in a way, it's sort of help to map out, the kind of skill set that's needed, and where the workforce are at this point of time, what kind of skill set is lacking. So, the relevant resources, can be put in place, not just only, financing the potential upgrader or workforce that requires training, but also to make sure that, there are enough financing to invest, in training courses by the training providers. I stop here.
Thank you, Pak Chong. Okay, I think still have 15 minutes or less. I would like to invite our colleagues from the Ministry of Finance, if you have any questions. Cannot see. Or from the development partners. Well, okay. Oh, there, yeah. For Ibu Yuyung Park. Yeah.
Yes, actually, question it is in the screen is, oh, you see the question as well. Yes, definitely. I think Indonesia is a perfect country to actually start the green digital economy concept. The reason being is two things. One, as the Minister Stella said, you have lots of resources. Number two, you have young people. There's actually, like, giving you an example. So when we had this conference with the last year, we talked about how can we transform North Kalimantan into the EdTech hub. I want to give you as an example. So North Kalimantan, those of you, like, there is not much of it, currently, like, a modern industry is happening. And when you look at, I never been there, but I only saw the picture, and then I saw the friendly monkeys, and then also the great carbon sink possibly over there. So when we actually have a conversation, they had a plan to use that forestry into the carbon sink. And that's it. That was a plan. And when we actually adopt the green digital economy concept, why don't we utilize actually this carbon sink? It's not just carbon sink. Let's actually build this across economy of pollen industry. If you think about pollen, right, it's allergen. You never thought that pollen can make money, right? But in that forestry, if you just shake it, pollen just like kilometers of pollens you can generate. And if this pollen can be transformed into microgel, this microgel can be transformed into paper, bioplastic, and all this the new soft robotic industry can generate from this pollen. So that's the innovation that the IP is been developed in, for instance, Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. So if there is actually connection between about the local university in North Kalimantan and then say, hey, we are going to actually licensing out this pollen industry and set up the factory over there. And then generate microgel and then actually going and making it into the papers and bioplastic. Think about it. There's a threefold benefit of doing it. One, you have a trusted carbon sink because now it's being generated and monitored with the AI. Number two, you have extra revenue from the pollen company. Number three, you're going to have a carbon offset because you didn't cut the tree to make a paper. So you can see that it's enhancing sustainability, right? Because you preserve the carbon and you generate the carbon credit and extra carbon credit. And that actually boosts the local economy. And then their digital well-being increase because there will be boost of digital skills within that regions. So you can see that this is actually blueprints that we discuss about this North Kalimantan. And you can think about this exactly same examples into all the resources that you think about. So, and you have a young and vibrant young people. And next year, 2025, will be 70th anniversary of Bandung Conference, right? So we talk about geopolitical tension, and I think Indonesia is a unique country. It's blessed with all these different things that none of Korea or Singapore or Europe have. So I believe that Indonesia is a right place, and you have everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Andreas, there's one for you, I think.
Disappeared. You can get back. Yeah, I think it's a difficult question, but first of all, I think there are some really good examples in the region. If you look at Vietnam, for example, it's been incredibly successful in upgrading its skilled supply in a very short time by prioritizing, investment in innovation, investment in education, and I think. The challenge is there, but I do think actually in some areas, those countries that have a longer way to go are at an advantage. Some of the education systems that are very well developed, well established, have actually the hardest time to change the paradigm under which they operate. And I think this is an opportunity for an education system that is still more in flux to jumpstart and digitize. I also believe that over the last years, actually, Indonesia has seen huge progress in leveraging digital technologies, advancing its, human capacities in education, development of teachers, creating platforms to bring people together. I think all of those are really very, very powerful investments that I have no doubt will actually be a fruit in this. But the challenge is very significant. If you look at the university sector, it's still very much geared towards very kind of development of abstract knowledge, whereas what is often needed are the applied skills, the practical skills. Now, better integration of learning and working will be absolutely key to this. We cannot assume that the formal education sector alone can manage the degree of upskilling and reskilling that will be required. The integration of businesses, enterprises in this will be very, very important. Most upskilling and reskilling actually does take place at the workplace. The question is, can we recognize those skills? Can we make those skills better connected and integrated? And I do think, but I would say, I think actually Indonesia has many assets. It has, first of all, a large youth population. If you have an aging demography, you have a much harder time to adjust. I think with a young population, a population that develops many of the important skills in the 21st century. I've shown you some data on that. I do believe that actually the country is quite well position. But the hardest question for all our societies is how do we balance investment in the present with investments in the future? And I do think that is really the challenge confronting the country as many other countries will be. I mean, in that sense, I think Korea was a great model in the 50s and 60s. When it was a poor country, it said, actually, we're going to put our resources not in the present, but into the future. And I do think that's the kind of question I think Indonesia will confront as well. But with that, I do think the conditions are good.
Okay. Yes, please.
Since we still have a few more minutes, I just add on to Andre. Here we ADB, we have 10 universities that we are involved with. And 5 of them are among the top public universities in Indonesia. I think one of the challenge we see is the use of advanced technology. When it comes to procurement of most advanced equipment for research, for training, I think there's a gap there. I think when it comes to technology, you can't say you want to train the best brain, or you want to do the most advanced research when your equipment, your research facilities are, aging, right? So I think that aspect of it, has to be, expedited. The other, challenge, of course, is, ability to send, the researcher and also the professor, for oversee, collaboration, research collaboration. I think those are really important, because, the ability to get, exposed to the technology, that is the most advanced, will, help to sort of bring it back to Indonesia. One specific example that we come across during our project implementation is that, some of the laboratory are still using, standalone computers to compute, the data generated from research. So typically, what it means is, layman terms, in universities, in more advanced universities, they will be able to generate the result or do the simulation, in less than, let's say, 3 days. Whereas here, some of these laboratories that are using standalone computers, they will take like 3 months to generate the result or simulate the result. So, the speed is not there as well. So I think in a way, Indonesia really need to look into how it can change the way, the university procure, and also, do collaboration, and also, things that are not currently working well, those has to be replaced as well. I stop here.
Okay. Indeed, this has been a very intellectually enriching discussion on behalf of the Ministry of Finance and also the organizing committee. I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all of you panelists, Pak Chong, Dr. Park, and also Professor Andreas, for your sharing of thoughts, views, and also some solutions, concrete solutions for Indonesia. Let me end there, and I would like to return the mic to MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stay on the stage to take a photo session. Okay. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we big applause for moderator speakers for sharing insight.
It's another fun year this year with a new interesting topic, but let me allow the speakers to also joining me, if that's okay, the MC, yeah? Let us start this session, please. This is going to be challenging, but I hope interesting session because I think most people feel a bit tired and sleepy. So let us start with the temperature checks before I introduce our distinguished speakers. Let me start with a quiz or question. We're going to talk about positioning green transition as new opportunities. How many of you believe that green transition will be new opportunities for Indonesia? Raise your hand. Temperature check. Oh, no, not many people believe in this. I'm a bit nervous. I thought many people will believe in this. I hope our panel can change your view. This is only less than 20% of you raise your hand, but I'm happy Pa Febrio raised his hand. David too, so you both believe in that. All right, second question is going to be more challenging because none of you believe this is going to be new opportunities. How many of you think Indonesia can deliver it, can grab these opportunities? All right, still not really optimistic. Oh, but our panel is quite optimistic. All right, that's good. Still, less than 20%, a bit nervous, but hopefully that cheer up the room a little bit. Allow me to introduce our three distinguished speakers. Let me start with Dean Tetsushi Sonobe. He's the Dean and CEO of Asian Development Bank Institute. I don't think he needs that much introduction, but just to do my job a little bit here, Dean Sonobe is sort of like the Dean and CEO of the ADBI, a think tank of Asian Development Bank based in Tokyo, who promote the realization of a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific through policy research and capacity building. He obtained his PhD in economics from Yale University and BA in economics from the University of Tokyo. I think if you Google him, you will find a lot of interesting papers, books of his research that quite relevant, including industrial cluster, human capital development, and particularly the role of industrial cluster and market competition in industrial development in developing Asia and other regions. So that's very relevant to this topic. Welcome, Dean Sonobe. And our second speaker is Natasha. Natasha Beskorner is the head of public sector policy of Amazon Web Services for Asia, Pacific, and Japan. So Natasha leads public sector policy focusing on public sector cloud adoption and for digital transformation. So before joining AWS, I think Natasha, you mentioned that you design, manage investment and policy-based and technical assistance program on digital development at the World Bank. So apparently in this stage, I share time with, we never overlap, but share same institution with Natasha. And also our third speaker, Alexandre Hugo Laure, who's a private sector coordinator for Indonesia and Timor-Leste of the World Bank. He's a senior private sector specialist at the Finance and Competitiveness and Innovation Global Practice at the World Bank, and currently responsible for coordinating those activities in Indonesia and Timor-Leste. He focused on attracting investment, improving business environment, fostering green and digital technology. So please join me welcoming all our three speakers today. Let us start with you, Dean Sonobe. You will be focusing your remark or presentation, I guess, around this topic of, how this green transformation becoming sort of like the global trends and how to capitalize on the global trends. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibdera, and Chairman Febrio Kacharib, all distinguished participants. Selamat siang. So it's an honor to share my thoughts this important session in this very important conference. So I'm going to talk about my personal view on green growth strategy and the prospect of Indonesia's success in that strategy. So are you seeing my slide? Oh, yes, yes. So, yeah. Here is, okay. So this is just my personal view of green growth strategy. So green growth strategy that I want to recommend to Indonesia is centered around industrial policy that promote green product industry. And also it promotes creative economy together, so at the same time. So creative economy includes those printing, publishing, or the visual art, and movie industry, music, and variety of those activities. So, and I will also argue that Indonesia has great advantage in such green product industries and creative economy, and because stronger creative economy will help green product industries both in domestic and export markets, and also help Indonesia strengthen its soft power as green nation. So, and then also for this purpose, Indonesia should develop industrial clusters consisting of creative economy, green product industries, as well as universities. And then that kind of clusters will mitigate the geographical concentration and the congestion of economic activities in Jakarta, and then help the national economy as a whole. Just the same one. Okay, yeah. No. Yeah. So by green product industries, I mean those industries. But this is not only manufacturing, but also agriculture, forestry, and fishery industries. So those industries that produce either consumer goods, which are new products or substitute of existing products that are produced and delivered through supply chains with low GHG footprint and also ecological footprint, including products from the primary sector. Or the intermediary input or capital goods. Those products are used as input to green energy transition or green transportation transition, green manufacturing or construction transition, such as batteries, solar panels, windmills, and green cement and steel, green steel. Or corporate disclosure, which also help the mitigation. I mean climate change mitigation, such as electricity, smart meters that generate frequent and accurate data automatically. And also nature-based climate solutions and development of carbon credit market, such as drones with moisture and temperature sensors and video cameras used for mapping trees. And so many green products will be digital or artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. And I agree completely with Yoo-Hyun Park in the previous session that green and digital economy should be promoted together. And then also you can see in the screen, there's another item, which is input to circular economy. Products that can be reused, recycled, and repaired. And as you know, industrial development or development of new industry is not easy because it is blocked by the serious market failures. So the government can help industrial development by correcting market failures through, for example, research and development subsidies, and also measures that reduce transaction costs, and so on. But when it comes to the development of green product industries, what is special or unique and significant challenge that required additional public support? So then, So major challenge for green products would be the many consumers and micro, small, and medium enterprises are not willing to pay a higher price for products just because they are green. So in other words, they don't know the real value of those green products. So for those who studied economics, so it may be easier to understand if I use a terminology like a social value and private value. So those who don't really appreciate green products, their private value of green products is just same as the private value of non-green alternative. But actually, the social value, the value for the society as a whole of green product is much higher than the private. And then the social value of the non-green alternative would be lower than private value. So this gap between social and private values of green product could be filled by the Pigouvian, so-called Pigouvian subsidy. So giving subsidy to green product or producers will be not just environmentally good, but also economically good. So this is a good industrial policy. And then alternatively, this is about lack of perception or appreciation. So it is important to create value in the mind of the people. So the creative economy can play a role, or advertisement, right? So the subsidy, the gap may be reduced by subsidizing advertising campaigns that highlight the value of green products to consumers and the small businesses. So up to here, this is really common to the world, any country. And then all countries today should try to promote green product industry in a very broad sense, including agriculture, those primary sectors. But in the case of Indonesia, I'd like to recommend both, right? So maybe in some cases, the subsidy to Pigouvian subsidy will be more direct and stronger impact, and there's no need to advertise, subsidize advertisement. But in the case of Indonesia, because Indonesia has been promoting creative economy for many years, and actually the industry is big in Indonesia. So if the creative economy is subsidized, that will also a nice industrial policy for creative economy, generating more incomes and jobs, right, in that sector. And at the same time, can change the perception of consumers and small businesses. And also creative promotion would help to address the gap between social and private values of nature-based solutions. So this can promote the carbon credit market, and also this creative economy, the advertisement can go beyond the border of the nation, and then it may help the cultivating and penetrating the foreign markets. So subsidy to the green subsidy to consumers and the small users of green product impact will be remain just limited to within the country. It will not go to the other country because it's very difficult to give subsidy to the consumers in other countries. But advertisement can go beyond the border. And also, creative economy becomes strong, and then it can be a soft power over the country. You know, the Japan, many people outside Japan loves Japan because of anime and that kind of soft power. So image of the country as a green nation will really help the country to maintain its neutrality in the era of geoeconomic and geopolitical tensions. So let's go to next slide. Doesn't go. That's too much, too fast. So I'd like to emphasize the great advantages of this country. So the country has abundant nature-based solutions and also strong creative economy. So the number of people engaged in this industry, in this sector, is 70 million. And in the US, despite the very strong movie industry there, just 5 million. So Indonesia is a really strong creative economy country. And as you know, the nickel, the number one endowment of nickel in the world. So it can go to batteries, and then not only batteries, but battery-related industries like e-vehicle production. So this country can have a great possibility to expand the manufacturing of such products. And then manufacturing is not easy to start, but this country already have a big capacity. So 19 million people working in the sector, and then that accounts for the largest share of GDP in the country. And also, this big size of manufacturing sector will be a great advantage to do, to produce wide variety of items, not only the mechanical thing, but also AI, and the AI plus Internet of Things and green products. Lots of variety of those items could be produced in Indonesia. And also the large and young population will help. So this supports more manufacturing capacity, and then also to attract the world top universities to this country, because China has now the world top universities, but population will be shrinking. But Indonesia is growing, so more and more young people in this country. So why university? Was special mention. So because ecosystem of research must be rooted in universities. This is what Vice Minister Stella Christie just emphasized in the previous session. I completely agree with her. So maybe this is the end of my presentation. So in this presentation, I couldn't cover the geographic aspect of green growth strategy, but I myself is, as if Della introduced me, I'm a cluster-based industrial development specialist. So maybe I wish to talk about this in the Q&A session.
Thank you, Dean Sonobe. I think that's a good introduction to the topic, and basically it's quite interesting because you mentioned something that is quite new to me. That is actually to look at the creative economy is one of the sectors that Indonesia can rely on to really bring people together and create the value for these green industries. But also to look at that more broadly to create what you call the research manufacturing creative economy compound cluster, which hopefully you'll touch on that later, including how maybe from your experience other countries address the challenge and barriers in their green industries development. Let me come to Natasha, who will touch on clean energy for sustainable development. I hope you can sort of like bring light a little bit on the sort of like how industries develop this green industry from your angle, but also the demand for renewable energy and how clean energy can support the development of the green industry, also from your experience with AWS. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Budela. Selamat sore, and it's good to be back here in Indonesia. There's been a lot of discussion about collaboration between government, researchers, private sector. I'm from the private sector, and I hope that in my remarks today I can talk a little bit about what we're doing as a global company to address some of the sustainability and green transition challenges, how we're supporting other organizations and companies, and also what some of these collaboration mechanisms might look like. So let me just quickly start with our overall climate pledge. So at Amazon, which includes retail, video, creative, content, and the part that I come from, which is the infrastructure, the cloud computing and the data centers, we've actually we've made a number of well-known commitments about being net zero carbon by 2040. We've actually supported an investment fund that helps to decarbonize, and we're very much committed to the goals and objectives of the Paris Agreement. Every year we actually release a report on how we address sustainable issues in our own organization. And in the last sustainability report, which I certainly encourage you to have a look at, we've highlighted a few milestones. So one of these, and perhaps the most important one for the green transition discussion, is that we've achieved 100% matching of all the electricity consumed that we consume globally in our operations by renewable energy. And that's actually 7 years ahead of the goal that we'd set for ourselves for 2030. We've decreased our own carbon intensity by 13%. We've successfully managed a reduction in carbon emissions, and we're actually the #1 purchaser of renewable energy in the world. While energy is a very critical part of our sustainability efforts, we do also look at how we can reduce water usage and how we can actually give back more water than we use to communities. So we're about 41% into that goal, which we want to achieve 100% by 2030. Just a quick fact, we deploy a lot of electric vehicles and have last year developed about 680 million packages around the world with EVs. But the journey is not over, and we consider this to be an unfinished agenda with a lot more to be achieved. So just on the renewable energy side, we are actually now supporting more than 500 renewable energy projects around the world. So that includes investments in solar, in wind, and 83 of those projects are actually in Asia Pacific. I mean, there are a lot of numbers here, but essentially we can only see this increasing over the years because we know that the global demand for energy is going up, including from the technology sector. So this is a really important program. Now, I think So 2 years ago, here in Nusa Dua, I wasn't here, one of my colleagues was here, we actually announced that we were collaborating with PLN to develop solar projects here in Indonesia. Actually, these are 4 solar energy projects in Java, Bali. They're ongoing, and the schedule for launch is in 2025. So, I mean, this again is across Asia Pacific. We're also working in Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore. But this is an important milestone here in Indonesia. I'd mentioned that we're committed to being water positive. In Indonesia, we have some projects here also with PDAM and also with community water replenishment. And these are projects where we actually provide water replenishment for villages and work with the PDAM for leak reduction. So I'll talk a little bit about how the technology, how cloud services actually help to achieve sustainability objectives. There's basically three ways. One is through the sustainability of the cloud infrastructure and technologies itself. The second is when organizations, whether it's commercial businesses or governments or universities or cloud users, actually deploy their workloads on the cloud, how can that help them to achieve their sustainability objectives? And thirdly, what are some of the resources, the data resources that can be provided through the cloud for this purpose? So first of all, looking at sustainability of the cloud itself. And so when I say the cloud, I basically mean the global network of data centers, network and infrastructure that runs cloud services, whether it's storage, database, Gen AI, machine learning, or the myriad IT services that then are now managed in the cloud. So a report came out earlier this year. It was done by Accenture about what the carbon impact was of moving workloads to the cloud as opposed to running them in a conventional data center. And because of the investment in energy efficiency, ranging from the types of chips that are used to the type of concrete that's used in data centers, the conclusion was that using carbon accounting, that report demonstrated that actually running workloads in the cloud does have significant impacts on reducing carbon footprint. In Asia Pacific as a whole, this study also concluded that actually running workloads in the cloud does reduce carbon by emissions by up to 97%. So this is really, as I mentioned, from the hardware efficiencies to the use of cooling and power. This is really this is an average figure across the region, so I don't have an exact figure for Indonesia. But the overall picture is that using these economies of scale and carbon efficient and energy efficiencies does result in this overall reduction in carbon emissions. And I think the battery in this clicker probably needs to be renewed at some point, but not today. So the second area is how are sustainability objectives met by actually running workloads in the cloud? And for us, I mean, other cloud service providers have different terminologies, but there's basically once organizations run their IT services on cloud, there are various aspects to design and architecture and software management. And so one of the pillars of what we call the well-architected framework is on sustainability. So that means that as part of the design of the overall system and delivery services, the teams work together with the users of cloud services to help to understand what are the environmental impacts going to be of the services that they use, so whether it's database services or storage or whatever, and then to actually quantify those impacts and apply these practices to reduce the impacts. One of the tools that we use and make available is what's called a carbon footprint calculator. Okay, so this is a tool that allows users of cloud services to calculate carbon emissions from their workloads. At the moment, this covers Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and 2025, this will be also covering Scope 3 emissions, which are across the supply chain. What this also does is to help organizations understand what their historical carbon footprint has been, and then review how this changes over time. And the third area is really also to forecast what carbon emissions are likely to look like under different scenarios. So this is a carbon footprint tool that is available to users of cloud services. The third area is really, as I mentioned, how do we help achieve sustainability objectives through the cloud? And one of the challenges that we face, that any organization faces when trying to gauge sustainability, decarbonization, green transition, et cetera, is how to manage the very large volumes of data that are involved in this process. So what we have done is actually work on various data sets and created a data exchange, the AWS Data Exchange, which allows users to access many different types of data sets. Now, some of these are payable data sets. Some of them are free data sets. These are tools that are then available to companies, organizations, government agencies, but also to researchers who are looking at how to analyze and then manage the sustainability challenge. So I'll go a little bit deeper on the Sustainability Data Initiative, which essentially is a group of available data sets from various organizations, for example, NASA, NOAA, and it includes very large repositories of data on climate, weather forecasts, satellite imagery. I mean, if you try to download a lot of satellite images, this can overwhelm existing systems. So having these data sets available in the cloud and accessible freely to users is a very valuable asset to them. And it also complements the data that they will be managing internally with their organizations. The last area that I'm going to cover before this battery runs out of steam is really the energy systems of the future. So, I mean, we've heard about green products, and we heard this morning about this importance of energy security, energy sufficiency. And we know that governments all over the world, and in Indonesia, it's a top priority of the government to really manage this transition effectively. And the energy sector is becoming highly digitalized. So there are a lot of tools and resources that are available, like data lakes, IoTs, AI and machine learning, that can help to deliver these changes in performance. And many organizations are already using cloud services to help, for example, with grid modernization, energy storage, evaluation of alternative and renewable energy options. I'll give a very quick example in the interest of time. It's not an example from Indonesia, but it's an example of a company in India that's a very large renewable energy company, which is Greenco. And they have about more than 1,000, actually close to 2,000 wind turbines now. And previously they had to, it was very difficult for them to actually monitor what was happening with each of these, distributed turbines. But they developed an integrated monitoring system that allowed them really to capture and analyze in real time, how effective the energy was being deployed, what the uptake was. And as a company, they were also able to reduce the cost of actually running this system very extensively. So my last slide, I started off talking about collaboration, but I do want to come back to that because we have a number of partnership mechanisms that I'll briefly talk about and happy to answer questions about later. So I mentioned our climate pledge, which is to reach net zero carbon by 2040, and the Climate Pledge Fund. We have a number of different industry alliances around the world. We have projects such as the one with PLN here in Indonesia. We also have a program called the Clean Energy Accelerator, which is about partnering startup companies with larger energy companies to get mentorship, access to resources, access to IT resources and advice on handling different aspects of the energy transition. This year, actually, the 2024 cohort is covering companies that are active in Gen AI, energy storage, evaluating alternative energy sources. And then, various strategic partnerships. So we participate, for example, in the Asia Clean Energy Forum that ADB organized previously. So I'll stop there. And thank you very much for listening to me, and happy to respond to questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Very interesting how you share with us, different ways on Amazon's ways of embracing energy transition and digitalization, also the collaborative efforts. Before I give the floor to Alex, let me remind the audience to just, record your questions. There's a Slido barcode there. You can start recording your question to our speakers. But again, I guess let us come to our third speaker, Alexandro Hugolore. Please, I think you're going to start talking about this green industrial cluster, but feel free to touch base on a more strategic issues around green industries and, the clean energy and green transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dela. So I'm going to try to focus on how to foster green competitiveness in Indonesia from a practical manner. I have a 5-part presentation, which I may shorten if I'm running out of time. So now, the clock has started. So the first part we're going to look at is the importance of the private sector in achieving high income status in Indonesia. And as you know, the private sector is the largest provider of jobs, government revenue. It also is leading investment in most of emerging countries. Indonesia is aspiring of becoming a high-income country by 45, which means tomorrow. And to escape that middle-income trap, the country would have to grow by over 6% in the next 20 years, and would have to increase its productivity to at least 3% annually, which is an important improvement from the past performance in the last 20 years. And a key aspect of the full contribution of the private sector will be to ensure that there is a business dynamism with an improved investment climate in Indonesia. Some of you would have been here about a month and a half ago when we presented the World Development Report 2024 on escaping the middle income trap. But in a nutshell, what we presented is a 3I pathway to achieve high income status. And this will require a productive private sector. The 3I stands for investment, infusion, meaning infusion of technology, and innovation. And the very important challenge for Indonesia will be to move away from investing in capital to increasing productivity, which will be mostly driven by a reform to make market more efficient for the private sector. However, as you can see on the right-hand side of the slide, productivity has actually declined in 23 compared to 2015, and productivity actually lags behind most of our peers, whether in the region or outside of the region. When we look at the first I on investment, there are a few things that I wanted to highlight. Is that FDI is actually not at its full potential in Indonesia when you look at the percent to GDP. We also see that we are not attracting quality or technology-based, knowledge-based FDI. And this we see by the very little intensity in R&D expenditure in FDI. We also see that most of FDI are coming from the domestic market and actually underperform when it comes to exporting product globally. The other thing that we're seeing is that while FDI are actually creating jobs, they are not actually creating quality jobs, meaning that actually in average wages decrease after FDI investment in FDI firm. And we see exactly the same from the domestic private sector. So those domestic firms benefiting from linkages are also not passing on their productivity gain to their workers. The second I on infusion here, to make a long story short, we actually have very low level of technology adoption in Indonesia. And this is a World Bank firm level survey we did on the adoption of technology last year. And so what we can see is that technology transfer is not necessarily happening except for the automotive sector. and also firms are not adopting international recognized quality certification or foreign licenses. Now, looking at the third eye, there is a need to stimulate private sector-led innovation here as well, and I think it resonates with the presentation we had before. We have very low R&D expenditure. 9% of it is from the private sector, which is absolutely abnormal compared to any other comparator globally. So there is no surprise that actually firms in Indonesia do not invest in R&D. They are unable to actually introduce innovation into the market. And again, Indonesia looks good on, when you look at the numbers, but per capita, then it's a bit more sad. So we actually look at the green and digital patents in Indonesia, and we see that in East Asia and Southeast Asia, we actually score the lowest when it comes to the number of green and digital patents per capita. Now, moving to the constraint that we see in terms of industrial development in Indonesia, and I'm sorry I'm speaking fast because I won't have time otherwise to get to the policy section. But as you know, the private sector is 66 million firms, mostly informal, and 99% of our private sector are micro and small firms in Indonesia. In the middle of the slide, you see that actually our small firms are performing very poorly compared to our peers, creating just 1% of output, which is up to 20 times less than some of our comparators, and also creating only 3% of the full-time jobs in the economy, which is up to 5 times less than in our comparators. When you look at the right-hand side of the slide here, what we see is that the top 5% of firms in Indonesia are controlling over 80% of the sales in the economy. And this is actually not normal, and it has been happening for the last 4 decades. And if you want to compare it to other countries, for example, in Turkey, those top 5% only control 20% of the total revenue in the economy. Now, I'm going to move to one point that is actually quite important in terms of the constraint to this industrial development. It is the quality of the business environment. So what we have seen is actually an increase in the efficiency of conducting businesses in Indonesia for the past 15 years, meaning that it takes you less time and money to do business in Indonesia. However, when you compare key business transactions, there is actually what we call an increase in the uncertainty of conducting this business transaction, which means that there is a very high coefficient of variation depending on the firm size and depending on where you're located in the country. And we have recently published a report showing that actually the cost of complying to government regulation is one of the top 3 constraints to firm productivity in Indonesia. Now here, just to start going into the detail, there are demand and supply side constraints to SME access to finance. So most of firms in Indonesia will tell you that green technology is not a priority. And then they'll say that they lack the information and then the financial resources. We run some simulation, and in fact, the investing in green is quite expensive, and there are marginal gain in terms of profit. So there is no incentive, and you'll be surprised to know that there is more supply of green finance than there is of demand of green finance, meaning that the private sector cannot absorb what the bank could push in the market in terms of green loans. And we're going to see that a bit later. So in our survey, we saw that the green technology and the adoption of green management practices is quite low in Indonesia, whether you're looking at basic energy efficiency technology or more complex adoption of system. And obviously, the smaller the firm and the lower the adoption. And on the right-hand side, you see that Indonesia is actually lagging most of its structural peer. In terms of key constraint for industrial development, there is a need to promote more contestable market. And on the left-hand side, you can see that Indonesia has the second most restrictive public market regulation in the world after China, and also has the most presence of publicly owned enterprise in sectors which would otherwise be led by the private sector. And when you ask to the firm what is the key driver for technology adoption, they say that it is competition. And on the right-hand side, on the bottom, you can see that there is an inverted U-shape between competition and innovation, meaning that the more competition you have and the more likely you are to adopt technology or innovate. So now going to the opportunities. Obviously, and I think it was said, climate mitigation and adaptation are an opportunity. They are an opportunity for green industrial agglomeration because firms usually tend to perform better. They can share risk and pool resources to notably provide, public or shared infrastructure. The elephant in the room is the supply of energy, which is quite carbon intensive. But there is also a lot to do on the climate adaptation side with, floods and also disaster, which are negatively impacting the sales of firms in Indonesia. And only, I think, about 12 or 13% of firms in Indonesia have insurance coverage to such disaster. When you, I think it died as well. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm going to get into a government program that is titled the Indonesia Strategic Economic Zones Program. This is in English. I wouldn't know how to say it in Bahasa Indonesia, but you have about 150 to 200 zones in the country, and we did a recent survey about a year ago, basically surveying those zones and the zones manager. So what we see is that most of them focus on industry, that they are mostly located in Java, and the good news is that most of zone managers, 77%, are actually privately owned. In the survey, we focus on manufacturing and industry, but in this zone program, it also include what we call the super priority tourism destination. Why are we here? Okay. So when we look at the private sector, as I mentioned before, 66 million of firms, and you try to apply a funnel approach looking at the Indonesian taxonomy, there is about 3.4 million of MSME that would be eligible under the Indonesian taxonomy to access green loans. And again, it stays to the mismatch because most of these firms are not being served due to the constraint that I mentioned before. As discussed, this zone program in Indonesia focused mostly on manufacturing, 55%. All the subsectors in the manufacturing sector are actually represented, and this will become even more true because now a manufacturing firm in Indonesia needs to be established in one of those zones. And one of the particular things that we saw when we look at technology adoption is that while some of the technology would be adopted, they are not necessarily utilized by the private sector, except for the automotive sector. And one of the case for green industrial agglomeration, for example, is that nationally about 7% of formal firms in Indonesia have a sort of wastewater treatment system, which is quite low, while 40% of the zones in Indonesia actually provide such services to their tenant firm. So this is a point in case in terms of sharing the cost of adopting those green technology or infrastructure, and there are many other examples where it makes sense at a cluster level to adopt those technology, while at the individual level of the firm, it doesn't actually make sense. So I'm gonna not be able to cover the fifth part on the policy direction, but maybe looking at the M&E for the performance of the zone, we came up with the Ministry of Coordinating Economic Affairs with a framework with 6 pillars to assess the performance of the zone. And this is consistent with the Ministry of Industry Eco-Industrial Park program, which currently has 5 pilot zones as eco-industrial park. When we look at the overall performance of industrial agglomeration, the long story short is that we have suboptimal level of FDI, we still see a lot of disparity in terms of gender representation and employment. And finally, we see very little technology adoption even happening within the zone. When you look at the green performance of industrial agglomeration, we see that it's performing well in Java, but there are still a long way to go in terms of adopting energy management system and also early warning system. So this one I will skip. And so maybe eco-industrial park is a good solution in Indonesia. As I said, there is 5 pilots. You could go to 100% of those zones being eco-industrial park, and it could help reduce, pollution, reduce waste, reduce greenhouse gas emission, and also has a positive impact on environmental, social, and governance standards to help export in destination market. So unfortunately, I won't be able to cover the last part, but I'll probably come to it in the Q&A.
Thank you, Alex. I think I can understand now why very limited people answer my question in the beginning. I think some of you share a lot of Alex's concern on the constraint faced by private sector to actually deliver this green transition. Hopefully we can discuss what's the solution, Alex. I'm hoping you have the answers, but let me start with Dean Sonobe. I guess back to our question of this conference is about the industrial policy, right? And after listening to, the other speakers, but also the speakers from the morning, Dean Sonobe, I guess my question is, what do you think? I mean, with the things that you already presented earlier around the opportunities for the green transition and things like that, what do you think is the key, actually, if countries, learning from other countries or emerging markets or developed countries in their history, what are the key to actually deliver this big transition like this? How Indonesia could be one of those countries to actually jump into these opportunities? What do you think is the key industrial policy there to deliver this? With all the constraints that Alex already shared, but the optimism that Natasha shared about that private sector can actually help you deliver some of that. Let me start there. Yeah.
Also, the voice is kind of, a bit difficult here,
Yeah.
right? So, percussion. I guess I understand maybe 70% of your question.
Sure.
So overall, I'm very, optimistic because I have seen this country 30 years ago, and then, that was a little before the East Asian financial crisis, and then after that, and then 10 years later, the global crisis. So now the wars and tensions, Indonesian economy has been always very resilient. And then nobody 30 years ago could expect that this country can have such a nice economic growth, really sustained for several, at least 3 decades. So it's really amazing. So that's why I'm very much optimistic. And then this, of course, there are lots of problems, too much congestion, too much pollution, and then the education, the PISA, performance. Those are worries, but at the same time, young people, have psychological well-being and the resilience and the agency. So, human resources need to be improved, but there are lots of possibility for the improvement, and the infrastructure must be developed more to reduce the congestion in the Jakarta. Lots of economic activities currently concentrated in that capital city must be spread, not just to the big new center. That's very difficult because of agglomeration economy is strong in Jakarta. But some economic activities can be done in relatively remote areas. Like if you look at fashion, garment industry, if you produce, high fashion items, then your factory or workshop must be located in the center of the biggest city. But if you produce uniforms or the jacket which are with construction workers wear, or you don't need to worry about changes in fashion. So those items can be produced in very remote towns, right? So different items have different level of extent of the necessity to be located in the center. So if you develop more industry infrastructures, it's possible to have a dispersion of so very realistic view about the agglomeration economies and the agglomeration diseconomies, and then you will find a nice balance. And gradually you can improve this problem, and then pollution will be also reduced. So I think if we look at the green product industries, as I said, the biggest problem is the demand side. They are not yet ready to appreciate sufficiently the green products. So that's an enemy, but that's a common enemy for the green industries across the world. And then I think the Indonesia's creative economy can help solve this problem. So that will be a great contribution to the world, as well as a great contribution to the economic development in this country, as well as climate action. So many people now think climate action and the development, economic development, one thing. Right? Without addressing climate vulnerability, you cannot have economic development. And then all those necessary things for climate action are the more capability of people and more technological development and the diffusion of new technologies. Those things are nothing but economic development. So those two things are the same direction. So you can just continue to make efforts to develop the economy in a sustainable way, and that will be also green, and will be appreciated from everyone.
Thank you. I guess the two issues there is to continue, the current policy to really enable this sort of like environment for the sector to continue to grow, but you're focusing more on the human capital there, but also the infrastructure to support that part of the trajectory.
Yeah, some people may think the lack of a shortage of finance is a problem. Yeah. So this is always a problem. Whether idea or project is fast, or then the money will come, or money is fast, and then without money, any project can be done. So it's just a chicken and egg problem. But as far as I have observed the economic development and the industrial development in many developing countries, always what is important first is the kind of idea, knowledge, and then also strong will to implement that ideas into some kind of action. Then the money will follow.
Yeah. Do you want to share your view there, Natasha, about like how Indonesia sort of like has this vision, right, to actually achieve the Vision 2045 and really try to translate the policy and strategy into that vision, and part of that is how private sector can play a bigger role in that sense. One way is through this green transition or green transformation that provide opportunities. You showcase how private sectors can actually deliver more and efficiency through this sort of like digital transformation and green transformation. But you want to say something more about how can, you work, I mean, you have an example of working with government across countries that you work with, how that can be translated into a faster acceleration, or what lessons you can share in that direction for the audience here, government of Indonesia, so they can actually, direct the policies toward that acceleration.
Thank you. I mean, I think maybe just stepping back and giving a bit of context. So, I mean, if we look at what global energy demand is heading towards over the next few years, I mean, there's been some international statistics out there. For example, the International Energy Agency is saying by 2050, we're looking at a 47% increase in demand for energy. Now, maybe that's an understatement. I mean, our company, we do a lot of work that's like AI intensive. Gen AI, of course, will be using more energy in the future. So there's a big challenge ahead, right? But on the other hand, the same prediction is also that by that time, so within the next 25 years or so, almost 70% of that energy demand will come from renewables. So I think if you think, how should that impact policy? Well, you think, well, make the environment for development of renewable energy favorable. And that is a very, it may sound like a very simplified, but it's a very important policy message, because certainly, many companies in the private sector, such as ourselves, we're already investing in renewables, and we're looking to invest even more in renewables, in Indonesia, which has a lot of resources in that area. So I think that policy environment that makes it attractive and compelling to invest in renewables, also in alternative sources of clean energy, is going to be something that is very important to the private sector. And then also, a policy environment that also fosters that collaboration between some of the smaller private companies and the big companies. I mentioned that we have this accelerator program, but this is something you might think about looking at. Thanks.
Thank you. Alex, you want to jump in there and share a bit of, like from those issues that you've shared just now, what do you think could be, the priority for actually, enabling those investment coming to the countries? I mean, what do you think is sort of like where to start, I guess, how to actually transition toward that, addressing all of those issues that you lay out earlier?
So obviously, I mean, all of those problems and constraints are an opportunity. And actually, before joining the World Bank, I was a climate entrepreneur in East Africa, and I'm still a very active business angel investor, and I only invest in green businesses. But I think one of the key opportunities of the green transition is to sort of address coordination failure. So to have private sector working together through this agglomeration, and having the public and the private sector also to work together. In the private sector, you have opportunity for what I mentioned, those business linkages. And here the government has a role to help larger firm structure suppliers development program that help improve the capability of our SMEs in Indonesia. You also have the opportunity to pay for infrastructure that would have otherwise not been able to be paid at the individual SME perspective by having those shared common infrastructure in wastewater, in renewable energy. And I think that this opportunity of addressing coordination failure actually provide a key role for the government. To me, it's not so difficult if you only have 200 zones in the country to assess the green needs and to put together some incentive scheme to go from 5 pilot eco-industrial park to maybe having 100% of them by 45. It shouldn't be that difficult. And I think that one of the things that the government can focus on when you are starting at such a low base of technology adoption is to make sure that those technology transfer are happening, but also to put in place the foundation for innovative startup and SME. Because you're never going to be high income by 45 if you have not such thing as an entrepreneurial ecosystem. And it's actually my specialty is private equity venture capital. It's very, very sad. It's even more sad than what I just presented in terms of the green opportunity. But you're not going to be able to succeed in this technology, knowledge-based future unless you have a very strong innovation capability in the private sector. And it's not normal that only 9% of R&D is the private sector. And there is also this opportunity of doing more of this public sector industry collaboration. And I think the Vice Minister also mentioned to make sure we democratize innovation opportunity in the university and also ensuring that our SME segment is also contributing to this innovation capability.
Thank you. I think we start receiving questions from Slido. First question partly to you, Alex. This is related to what topic you just mentioned, but the question is more on the FDI. Why is FDI not flowing into innovative sectors, I guess, in Indonesia? So again, you mentioned about some of the strategy, but what strategy would you suggest that current government adapt to attract FDI into this high growth, innovative driven sectors? Although you've mentioned about the importance of the ecosystem of the SMEs and others also.
You know, I think 3-4 years ago, we had this job creation omnibus law, which liberalized a lot of sector, but there are also still a lot of restrictions. I mean, Indonesia is still one of the most close and inward-looking economy in the world. So when you are FDI, you come for the very large domestic market, meaning that you don't need to benchmark yourself against a competitor. And you know, when you look at the biggest business globally, you have very few Indonesian companies, and I think 8.5 of them are banks and then Pertamina. You don't know any big brand outside of Indonesia, Indonesian brand outside of Indonesia. Even our startup, they cannot compete outside of Indonesia. So I think trying to attract only FDI that are going to milk the domestic market is also not, I think, a good way to attract foreign investors. And I think that this all downstreaming narrative is good. Why? Because downstreaming is to produce value add, which supposedly has to be exported. Because what's the point of taking more money from a fellow Indonesian? You get rich by selling to other people outside. And you know, the requirement of consumer globally is becoming greener and greener. And I think that it's the right time for green industrial policy that makes sure that every penny that are invested by the government is benchmarked globally. It's okay to support our industry if they can survive outside of our frontier. Now, most of our companies, they cannot even survive 1 minute outside of our frontier. And when you look at this FDI study we did with BKPM, you have a daunting constraint for SME. They cannot import most of the goods and intermediate goods. They need to be competitive. So when you look at export, actually, the biggest export market are also those that are the most important import market as well. And so SMEs in those linkages with FDI firms are saying that they are losing a lot of value by having so much constraint to import some of the key goods that they need to supply and be part of those global value chain.
No, thank you. I think in another conversation we had with the chairman of BKF, Fabrio, the strategy toward this, looking at more to export, make industry more competitive is, I think, something that the government currently has in mind to translate that. So that's good to hear that, some of the constraints you just highlighted, in terms of how FDI behave and their need to actually, be able to import, to export, and things like that are things that I think part of the policy. Natasha, while we're waiting for the next question, would you like to share your view around that, being the global company yourself? What are the consideration for companies to actually, when you do your investment, what do you think is important for that country to have?
Thank you for that question. I think Alex has already, addressed a lot of the opportunities and constraints from the policy side. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, we are the largest purchaser of renewable energy in the world, and that's been the case for 4 years running. So we look at opportunities where we can invest in like solar and wind projects and so on in many countries, including Indonesia. So I think the opportunities are there for investment in renewable energy for sure. I mean, I'm just speaking from the perspective as AWS here, and more narrowly focused than the bigger picture of FDI, which I think World Bank or ADB could probably cover better than me. But I think, you know, on the renewable side, certainly there's substantial opportunity to invest in the green sector. We have actually invested, AWS has invested in data center infrastructure and cloud services here to the tune of several billions of dollars over a 15-year period. So I've mentioned the opportunity, the impediments, you know, as always are, you know, related to the nature of regulations. Are the regulations inward-looking? Are they outward-looking? You know, what is the long-term objective of these regulations? Do they encourage collaboration? Do they encourage small and medium businesses or foreign investment? So I think for the bigger picture investment climate, I would defer to World Bank and ADB to respond. But certainly from our perspective, you know, we have certainly invested a lot here in Indonesia, and we would, you know, be looking to expand that depending on the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess just for the benefit of the audience, Natasha just also responded to the question on Slido on the opportunity to invest in green sector and the biggest opportunities and impediment to invest in the country. And she focused on the renewable energy, which is sort of like certainly one area where Indonesia has its comparative advantage and can do more. I guess while we're waiting for the next question, Sonobe Dean, I guess just to, there's another question. I'm just asking this question, but basically there's a question about what great idea from you incorporating creative economy to mind control people into preferring green industrial product. Will the non-green industry company fight back as they currently own majority of the market in Indonesia? I guess, do you want to respond to that question, Sonobe? And how to navigate that? I guess it's about, you know, creating value, right?
Yeah, so I hope that the non-green industry will not fight back. Yeah, I think many people want, you know, in future want to move to you know, green industries. Not only people in this country, but also those green industries abroad want to come to Indonesia to do the more, you know, creative and innovative things. Those Alex and Natasha provide answers, but if I may add something, you know, you have to think about living conditions for those you know, engineers and researchers coming from the, you know, their, you know, headquarter countries to Indonesia to start this kind of, you know, innovative green industries as a foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment is not just a movement of money, but a movement of that kind of, you know, people, right? Of course, they will employ the researchers and engineers from this country, but someone have to come. But those people really choose which country they want to go. So they really demand high quality international school for their kids. Otherwise, they hesitate to come to Indonesia. Or the pollution or congestion, they care those things. So better to provide nice, you know, nice industrial zones with very nice ecosystem, plus living, high level of living standard. Yeah. So otherwise, you know, those you know, companies out, you know, abroad, when they send someone to those people to Indonesia, the cost is very high. They have to pay lots of additional, you know, amount addition to the salary. So it costs very high. That's why they hesitate to come to Indonesia. So it's really human reason. So likewise, still in this country, that kind of very innovative and creative human resources are scarce resources. So you have to think about you know, where they want to live and how to keep them from, you know, going or shifting to other countries like brain drain. How to avoid that, and then use those great scarce resources for the development of green and innovative industries in this country.
I guess just to clarify a bit, I think your point around this, creating value in mind of the green products, I think that's important, but also it's something that I don't think, is unavoidable, especially for young generation. You brought the point about the young generation and how they have more, I guess, understanding about the importance of the resilience of the climate and everything. It's the importance of that and how you need to change the way we all behave to be able to have a more cleaner and greener environment or greener world. I guess it will come that way, but I think it's good to see that as also, you link that with the opportunities that Indonesia has, these creative and vibrant markets that actually can be the source of another productivity, kind of like new source of productivity improvement, which I think you have to see it that way. It's not only about sort of like, how you increase the green industry, but also, it's part of the creative destruction, I guess, that point try to look at. I guess we're closer to the end of the session. Do you want to share, I guess maybe start from you, Alex, some of your sort of like summary, highlight or conclusion that you would like to share to the audience? Same with you, Natasha and Sonobe. What do you think is your concluding sort of like remarks here? Maybe just 1 minute each. We have 5 minutes.
So just to be candid, my main takeaway would be that from my background, coming from risk capital, is that the government has a role, to place very important bets for the future. If you look at the next 2 decades, and only the government can take those bets in terms of providing patient capital. And I think in Indonesia, we are too lucky. You have too much underground, everything grow on the ground. So we got a bit lazy, big domestic market, and we shouldn't miss the opportunity of creating more jobs, better quality jobs for the Indonesian people. And when you look at Singapore, they didn't have nothing except for investing in the brain of their people. When you look at China, they say, why would we fight Germany, which has 1 century of car making? Why don't we create all industry from scratch? And you need to bet into those industry, and I'm not seeing that in Indonesia. There is no innovation program. OJK licensed 58 venture capital company in the country. 2/3 are public sector, and they are doing small things that are irrelevant. You need to be patient, provide patient capital, take those bets where you're not going to get money after 10, 15, 20 years. This is the role of the government. Otherwise, there's always going to be following and absorbing the shocks from the other, while Indonesia, being such a structurally important country in the global economy, should be the one dictating what will the future look like in 2045.
Thank you. Natasha?
Thank you. And I lived in Indonesia for 5 years previously, so I think this the session today has been really important for reflecting on next steps and directions. I think Yong Hyun, one of the speakers earlier, sort of said it very nicely, which was about the intersection of the digital economy and the green transition and digitalization. I think that's where we're at today. That's where the opportunity is going to be. I mean, certainly on digital transformation, we're seeing it already, and there's a lot of potential to do more in that area. And also leveraging that technology to bring about the green transition that is very, very important. And the resources and capabilities that Indonesia has to realize that are very much there. And it's sort of events like this that help us brainstorm and think creatively also how we can achieve that. So I'm happy to support that and contribute to that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Din Sonobe, you want to?
they had lots of great assets. So as the Vice Minister, emphasized in the previous session. So I'm really sure that this country will succeed in the green growth strategy.
Thank you. With that positive note, just before we wrap up the session, can I ask again, how many of you now convinced that there's an opportunity for green transition for Indonesia to develop its economies? Are we changing the view or not at all? Oh, okay. It's better. It's better, slightly better. Okay, that side has improving a little bit. So we haven't really fully convinced all the audience, which means a good thing. That's we have to continue our next discussion on how actually can Indonesia benefit from, as you said, Natasha, is nicely a connection between this digital and green and the technology, and how that could deliver a more productive Indonesia. With that, let me thank all the panels today, and thank you all for listening to this conversation. Back to the MC.
Well, thank you very much for moderator and speakers for sharing. To let you know about any information. Okay, first of all, for those of you, the participants who receive invitation from the committee, please attend the networking dinner starting at 6:30. Once again, starting at 6:30 at Pasar Senggol Grand Hyatt, located outside of the ballroom area. From the ballroom, you can walk out and head towards the garden or open space near the beach. And the second one, please remember, ladies and gentlemen, to check your belongings, personal belongings, before leaving the event. Ensure that you do not leave behind any important items. And this is also the important thing, that there will be no live YouTube broadcast for special session with the 2024 Nobel Prize Robinson for tomorrow. So we kindly requested you should be attend on site. Once again, there will be no live YouTube broadcast for special session with the 2024 Nobel Prize for tomorrow. And also, ladies and gentlemen, there will be opportunity for us to take a picture in photo booth outside of this ballroom. And I made this morning. It's a lovely picture. You can do it. And it will be open until 6. And also refreshment is still provided for you. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, please return for AIFED Day 2, which will be commenced tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Once again, 9 a.m. There will be AIFED for the day tomorrow. All right? I'm Paul Sudai, signing off on behalf of the organizing committee. Thank you very much, and see you soon. Goodbye for now.